On this edition of Saratoga Live, we take you on an odyssey, focusing on the city of Troy. No, not the ancient city of Troy. They're a little leery of horses there. We're not here. We're talking about the Troy Stakes at Saratoga. Doncho coming in from the Midwest. And then there is Warlow, the New York bred, on a win streak. And how about 26 Black? May the horse be with you with him. He took the Harvey Pack last time out. Well, it was either Oscar Wilde or Peter Frampton who wrote about the day after the Whitney handicap. Whose wine? What wine? Where did I dine? Come on, let's do it again. And the question today is, how do you feel? We feel great. What a Whitney day yesterday. It is a race once again they'll be talking about for years to come, especially given the field that lined up and the results that happened afterwards. Welcome to our set here on Fox Sports 2 for Saratoga Live. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be with former jockey Richie Migliore and Jonathan Kenshin. Want to get your thoughts quickly. We're going to talk more throughout the day, but just some thoughts from yesterday initially. First of all, the decisions made by jockeys in the Whitney itself. How did you view that?
I thought it was a brilliant ride by Junior Alvarado. You know, to have that much confidence in his horse coming off of two somewhat disappointing efforts, but that's when a trainer and jockey are on the same page. You know, you get together, you talk about what's in the best interest for a horse. He allowed him to run to his style. He got the pace he needed, and the horses delivered all day yesterday. It was everything good about racing yesterday.
Yes, back-to-back weekends we saw an elite rider make a decision where they take back, let their horse be comfortable. We saw Irad do it with Renegade a couple weeks back in the Jim Dandy. We saw Junior do it yesterday with Sovereignty. I can tell you this morning I woke up relieved that the big horse is back.
Yes.
I think our game is better having superstars, and Sovereignty is absolutely that.
I don't think that's the point that people understand quite enough. If he flopped yesterday, that was probably the end of his career. Now we get that performance. We get him back to where he was. And people talk about the 70s and the golden age of racing. We're kind of having our golden age of racing right now with these fields.
Yeah, and the fact that these horses came back from their 3-year-old seasons, it's easy for people to say, well, you know, we don't have anything left to prove. We're going to pack them off to stud. We don't want to take any more chances. The prospect now of September 18th, opening day of Belmont Park, and having Sovereignty and potentially, well, he's already said he's coming, Forever Young, that could be quite a matchup, and what a way to kick off Belmont.
Great job by you guys yesterday on the Fox show. Loved your analysis, JK, that led the audience to Sovereignty. But we have more races today. We cannot live off our laurels from yesterday. We are living in the afterglow of Whitney Day. Our feature on this 11-race card is the Troy Stakes, Grade 2, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf for 3-year-olds and upward. Let's start with the winner of the Harvey Pack last time out, 26 Black. That was back on July 5th here at Saratoga from well off the pace. But we take a look at Elusive Quality's win with our 26 Blacks win in the Elusive Quality. He was second, beat the neck, and then he came back to the Jaipur and the Harvey Pack. But this is a rematch of the Elusive Quality with Warlow and 26 Black.
Yeah, I think the difference, though, this time is I see a lot more speed signed on for this race, and I don't know that Warlow's going to get the kind of trip that would be as beneficial to him as what 26 Black will do. And 26 Black, one of 3 War Dancers in here. War Dancer has been quite a stallion for the New York breeding program.
I'm honestly more of a 22 Black guy myself, but this horse should get a great setup today, 26 Black.
I didn't know you were a roulette guy.
I'm a walk-by roulette guy. I one spin, that's it. Just walk by on the way. I don't sit there and like get the chips. I don't. No. Just walk by, boom, boom, get out of there.
We have several spins of the horse racing roulette wheel today. As we mentioned, 11-race card. Our races brought to you by our stakes races by the legendary Claiborne Farm and Naira Bets. If you're not signed up for an account, find out why Naira Bets is the best in the country, especially with our new sign-up offer, promo code SPA200, $200 deposit match bonus. And get all the details on NairaBets.com. Richie, you and I got a chance to go to a Naira Bets event yesterday around the Whitney with some of the VIPs. We're very appreciative for all the players at Naira Bets.
Yeah, and what a nice room, nice situation set up there. And the 1863 Club, what a great place to watch a race from.
Love it. The first floor, obviously, the second floor, the founder's room, and then the suites on the third floor.
All right, starting today's card, our first race of the day, the field coming out onto the track. And we take a look at the one, Glow of a Rose.
Yeah, making a second start for Wesley Ward, last seen last October. Didn't break particularly well, which is unusual for a Wesley Ward runner.
Up next, we're going to have a number of rider changes. We got to talk about the Irad Ortiz Jr. story from yesterday. He's off all his mounts. So Tyler Gaffalione gets the mount on the 2 Frolicking.
This horse ran extremely well first time out. You'd like to think a second start will only move this horse up.
Here is a look at the 3, currently at 2-1 Poise.
Like many Steve Asmussen runners, has been making steady improvement in each start.
The 4 Chestnut is a Chestnut and currently 9-2.
Well, that'd be pretty bizarre if the horse was
Grey-Roan. Here is the 5 Episodic, first-time starter by Uncle Mo.
Yeah, half to obligatory multiple grade 1 winning mare that earned $1.3 million. Well drawn on the outside, not taking a tremendous amount of money. Comes in with a couple of B- works from the Daily Racing Form Clocker report.
That is your live post parade here for race number 1. Let's talk about our current favorite at 7-5. That is the 2 Frolicking, who comes in from Churchill Downs. The debut was September 13th. Race number 5 there. Post position 10 in a field of 11, so kind of hung out there, JK, but hung in there.
She ran well, you know, and when you have a horse like this who runs a figure as a 2-year-old that fits with what some of these horses are running as 3-year-olds, that gives you a lot of confidence that just with maturity, there should be an improvement from Frolicking, and you get Brad Cox, nothing wrong with that.
And as we said, getting a lot of play coming into here. That experience can go a long way. We only have 1 first-time starter in here, but we got a lot of horses who have a right to improve off their most recent start. Looking at the 4 Chestnut, who's had back-to-back seconds, but both of those races were on the synthetic at Gulfstream Park. Richie, how do you view this horse on the dirt here at Saratoga?
It was just like really hard for me to get a handle on that. You know, you try to dig into pedigrees and see what you come up with, and nothing really led me in one direction or the other in that respect. But the horse does come in off a couple solid works right here on the main track. And Fernando Abreu is a sharp guy, add blinkers, so a little bit of a makeover. I preferred the 3 Poise because I just thought this horse is making those incremental improvements that you see from the Asmussen runners, and I think there's probably another move forward. But Chestnut was a little bit of a conundrum for me.
And what's wrong with Manny Franco?
Oh my gosh, man.
The weekend he's having, you could do worse.
As the field continues to warm up, watching them since they arrived in the paddock throughout this warm-up, Maggie Wolfadell. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Todd. Hey, guys. As we'll take a look here at the 2 layoff fillies, you couldn't have 2 horses breaking right next to each other that look almost identical when it comes to form. They're both coming off layoffs and making their 3-year-old debuts. Both ran 71 buyers. Both, had some trouble in their starts. As we'll start with number 2, Frolicking. She will be ridden by Tyler Gaffalione, as you heard Todd say, for Brad Cox, who has great numbers. Second-time starters off 180-day plus layoff in dirt sprints. He is 123 for 347. That's 33%, with an okay ROI. Now, the horse that won that day, Baraka, she would come back with a 76 buyer, and with the allowance win next time out. Frolicking looks tremendous. I think by far she definitely wins the beauty contest, the warm-up contest. She looked like an absolute beast out there. She bowed her head for Tyler Gaffalione and really just looked like a gorilla on the racetrack. She looks fit, she looks strong, and she looks like she should show some speed here, as she did first time out, though having to chase wide. Going to her inside with number 1, Glow of a Rose. She didn't break that well, as the guys were saying. I think she will break better today, however, as she is very sharp. She was accompanied by the pony in the paddock, and Wesley Ward actually here today. I haven't seen him up at the meet pretty much at all. And Wesley has great numbers too. Second-time starters, 180-day plus layoff, dirt sprints, first-time Lasix, 10 for 26, 38% with a 216 ROI. And this gal looks incredibly fit. I like the way she moves too. I like the way she's been moving in her workouts. She has a big loping stride. So, well, yes, I think she'll be quicker than what she was first time out. I don't think she's going to be as naturally fast as your current 6-5 favorite in Frolicking. Then in lovely pedigree with number 3, that is Poise. She's a full sister to multiple grade 1 winner Society. She looks just like her too. I mean, from the color to the markings to the overall conformation, she's very, very similar to her older sister. But can she finally put it together? Last time out, while she was pressing the pace, she was run down by a horse, though, that was 44-1. Was the only horse to make up ground, but I didn't love the fact that she was beaten by a horse that wasn't really live on the board. She makes a good impression on me overall, but like I said, Todd, I think they're all going to have a lot of trouble getting around your 6-5 favorite for Brad Cox.
Yeah, backing that up is the money that continues to come in for the two Frolicking. But as we take a look at the first-time starter, who happens to be the longest shot in the field, the Bill Mott barn, having a great day yesterday, obviously, with our feature, the Whitney. What about this first-time starter, Richie, daughter of Uncle Mo?
Well, there's a strength of pedigree there. I think the outside draw helps a first-time starter. You know, so if they don't break particularly fast, they're not going to get buffeted about in between horses. One thing about Bill Mott's horses, too, he's not a trainer that works his horses fast. They get a lot of miles put into him, a lot of foundation, but you don't see him. He doesn't need to see it in the mornings. You know, I think he kind of goes under the guys that they only pay you to go fast in the afternoon.
And a number of his horses went fast yesterday after kind of a slow meet, but you never worry about Bill Mott. The barn's going to be fine, and they're going to come through, and time to step up. But right now, cold on the tote board is the 5 Episodic at 10-1. JK, where are you going to start the day here on this Sunday card at Saratoga?
Yeah, I'm going to take Frolicking. I mean, but to be fair, the price of Poise is definitely interesting. I would feel very comfortable with those two horses starting this early pick 5.
Richie, who you got?
I landed on the 3 Poise, you know, because I always show so much poise.
Well put.
I just think that this filly's got another step forward in her. I think she's been going in the right direction.
So many stars yesterday on Whitney Day here at Saratoga, and a great compliment to track announcer Frank Miramati, who captured all the special moments throughout the day. And he starts us today with the first of 11 races on the Sunday card at Saratoga. It's Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Episodic to the outside, goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and they broke very evenly right across the track, in fact. Frolicking comes through on the inside. Alongside is Poise. Those two stride for stride in the opening furlong. Chestnut in third. Episodic on the extreme outside. And then Glow of a Rose is the trailer. 4 lengths covers them. Poise is the quickest to the half-mile pole and leads it now by 2 lengths. Chestnut second, Frolicking on the inside third. Episodic is fourth, racing 3 lengths off the leader. Glow of a Rose behind her. 22-3 for Poise, cruising along thus far with Chestnut a length back, hard-ridden second. Gaffleone sitting chilly on Frolicking along the inside, joined by Episodic and Glow of a Rose. They've been compact throughout there at the top of the stretch. 46-1 for the half. Poise, Frolicking, angles out. These two squaring off with Chestnut in third. Glow of a Rose, 16th pole. And here comes Frolicking, and she has collared Poise. Poise is fighting, and Glow of a Rose joins the fray late with a late burst into second. Frolicking, traveling well throughout, beats Glow of a Rose. Poise finished third.
The favorite just holds on here. Great effort by Glow of a Rose in second, but pickup mount here for Tyler Gaffleone. Richie, isn't this the way it goes? A rider is off their mounts and then would have had 5 wins probably the next day.
Yeah, and listen, Irad's been so in demand. He's been riding at such good form, so you know he's going to be on live horses. So Tyler Gaffleone, the beneficiary here of picking up this mount. Something that we got to look at going into today. I thought yesterday it was decidedly tilted towards outside runners, where horses down on the inside were bogging down a little bit. And I just wonder if we're not going to have a similar track today. I mean, Glow of a Rose rallied from the outside. Your winner, Frolicking, was on the inside all the time, but seemed like she caught her best stride when she got to the outside. I wonder if we're going to have a track that's not kind to inside runners.
Yeah, I mean, one of my, favorite angles to try to look at is the handicap the race, see who you like and you don't like, and if one of them shock you based on where they were, whether they ran really bad on the inside and you liked them, or they ran really good on the inside and you didn't like them, that's how you can kind of start finding out if a certain part of the racetrack is biased or
Well,
not.
I can tell you the connections of magnitude yesterday in the Whitney did not like the inside for their horse, but they also have to walk away and probably think magnitude maybe just doesn't like Saratoga overall. But there was a debate yesterday about the racetrack and the inside and what that rain meant. If the track had changed at all after the rain and the inside became worse. You're saying that yesterday the inside was just not placed to be before the rain and after the rain?
I just felt like all day it really just was not playing kind to inside runners. It seemed like horses were sifting to the clear and finding a little bit more. I call it that moving sidewalk, like in the airport kind of phenomenon. You know, you step on it and it just carries you forward.
I love those things.
You do? Yeah.
I never pass one up.
I don't exit them well.
I'll get on one of those walking sidewalks that goes past my gate and then circle back to get to my gate. But I like being on them.
But do you show your manners and stay to the right for those of us who want to walk on the conveyor
Oh, I
belts?
walk. I don't stand. I don't.
Oh, yeah, okay,
yeah,
good.
yeah,
You're
yeah,
not the
yeah,
person on the right,
No,
like
no,
blocking
no.
everybody.
No, I live in New York City. You guys can't be like that.
No.
We'll move you out the way. 2, 1, 3, 4 posted on the board. The first of 11 races on the Sunday card at Saratoga, but it was a Whitney day to remember yet again. We'll recap what took place yesterday here at Saratoga when Saratoga Live returns on Fox Sports 2.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey-trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
Saratoga Live is brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Underway on this Sunday edition of Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, and race number 1 goes to Frolicking, trained by Brad Cox with our winning trainer, Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Todd. And yes, Frolicking returning to the races, a winner, Brad, as she was very good. She looked excellent heading into this race. Was she giving you all the signs that she was going to put this performance in?
Yeah, she obviously had to stop on her after her first run as a 2-year-old, and we had to be patient with her. Thanks to Stone Street, great owner, great client that, you know, gives horses time when they need it. And yeah, I mean, to put her on the van, to bring her up here to Saratoga, she was showing us things there at Keeneland that, you know, give us the confidence to bring her up.
You'll be also sending a former Grade 1 winner out later this coming week in Fiona, taking down our Grade 1 Belmont Oaks. She's almost said it, Saratoga Oaks. But talk about her coming back off a bit of a freshening. What are we looking? Is this a confidence builder?
Well, you know, look, a mile's a little short for her. So, yeah, and I think it's on the inner turf. So, yeah, I mean, look, we're just looking for a positive race, wanting her to finish up the race well and gallop out. And look, if she gets there, she does. It's a building block to bigger and better things. Hopefully a return to Graded Stake Company very soon. So, you know, that's kind of, look, there's a non-winners 6 months on there that makes her eligible for it. So, you know, it's more of like a training tool, but, right. You know, it's nice to have and it's a good purse. So we'll see if we can take advantage of it, and excited about getting her back.
Well, as you said, on the inner, at least you have a good post in the one hole.
Yeah, and you know, she doesn't have a lot of early foot, so, you know, it'll be about just letting her brakes settle and come with her big run, and she likes it here at Saratoga, and excited to get her back to the races.
Well, Brad, well done here in the opener, and looking forward to seeing her a bit later on, and I'm sure you have a busy couple days coming up with the sale as well.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Brad Cox kicking off the day with a winner. We'll have one big, beautiful bill coming up a bit later in the card, too.
Looking ahead now to race number 2, we're going to step on the turf, a 1/16 maiden special weight event on the turf, but prices from race number 1, Frolicking, returning at $4, owned by Stone Street Stables, as mentioned, trained by Brad Cox. Tyler Gaffleone with the pickup mount, Dark Bay of Brown Filly by Not This Time out of the Street Cry Bear, Cowboy Take Me Away, Dixie reference there, Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings, bred in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Looking ahead, as we said, race 2 is now a 1/16 on the turf. Couple of rider changes. Tyler Gaffleone picks up a mount this time. John Velasquez off on the 2, Feline Curious. And then Jamie Rodriguez will pick up the Irad Ortiz Jr. mount of Quick Pick. Scratch the main track onlys.
Sovereignty is starting to come with a big bid through 3/4 in 109 and 3. They're at the top of the stretch. Nitrogen with a 3-length lead. Sovereignty bearing down in the middle of the racetrack and coming at her. And Sovereignty with a devastating stretch kick has taken control of the Whitney. Nitrogen, Antiquarian, and all the others left in the wake of Sovereignty, who's back on top.
Well, we pretty much knew whoever won the Whitney would be our Casamigos performance of the week, and it turned out to be Sovereignty.
What a performance. He really got back onto the beam with this effort. We were on set, and he was backing up, and he dropped back to last down the backstretch, and me and Jonathan are looking at each other like, is he going to wind up ease? And it almost felt like when Baeza caught up to him, it got his attention. Like, oh, wait, I got a job to do. And he got engaged, and he started running. He also got the pace set up, but what a performance. He was best, dominant, and let's give a lot of props to the filly Nitrogen, who was very game to hold on for second.
Guys, I may or may not have had a Casamigos last night.
Or several. I gotta
say.
You gotta make it plural.
The short sleeve button down. So it's obviously a drink that's very near to my heart. You can get it at 55 Philo.
The struggle is real today for all of us who celebrated the Whitney, but we need to celebrate as a sport, as you guys talked about at the top of the show. This performance by Sovereignty leaves another legitimate horse in the handicap division, and the possibility that everyone gets there. We get to the new Belmont Park, the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and a showdown with Forever Young, something we were denied in the Breeders' Cup Classic last year. Sovereignty didn't make it there.
Yeah, he didn't get his opportunity. But, you know, last year, I didn't think he really found Sovereignty, his best form, until he had made 2 starts. His third start was the Kentucky Derby, and that's when he really hit his form cycle. Well, this year, his campaign started later. His first 2 races were disappointing, but maybe he needed those 2 to get to that form cycle. This was his third start and go forward. And, you know, when we used to end here in August, we'd start Belmont on Labor Day, and it was a big celebration. This year feels like when we used to start back on Labor Day at Belmont as a big celebration. Opening of a new facility that's amazing with these kind of horses competing. Wow.
Yeah, and no one's ducking each other. And Bill Mott, his comments afterwards saying, yeah, Jockey Club Gold Cup is where we always want to go. Whoever's there is whoever's there. And he's got to have confidence, JK. As we go high overhead in the Whitney yesterday with our drone view, it is astonishing when he took off. Richie talked about those anxious moments. He was too far back. But then all of a sudden, the burst that he had, this is the sovereignty that we knew from his 3-year-old campaign.
Yeah, I mean, look, he 3 times last year, he just wowed me. Absolutely wowed me, and he did it again yesterday, and just so grateful as a fan of this game to have him back, because when you know, like you said, the last few years we've been lucky enough to have the 3-year-olds come back, but you want them to come back and be good.
Yep.
And that's what Sierra Leone did, that's what Fierceness did, and we're getting that again with Sovereignty, and I think that him having this success will encourage others to continue to make that move, to continue to have a good 3-year-old and come back. I think those horses' paths, you know, increase the chances we'll see Golden Tempo next year as a 4-year-old. It's possible.
We are set up for an epic fall in thoroughbred racing, and remember this point of it happening. It was the Whitney and the return of Sovereignty to winning form. There was a phenomenal undercard yesterday here at the Whitney, and not to be overlooked was Deterministic. Kendra Carmouche, are you excited? Yes. And the 4-star Dave, we will talk about that win and what it meant to this week for the Clement family right after this.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Justify comes roaring home. He's just an immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness,
Brilliant at 2,
a powerhouse win.
dominant at 3,
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Deterministic called on now to close the gap. He's within a half length of him. Zulu Kingdom on the inside, and Laginos there at the top of the stretch. Mibago digging in on the inside. Zulu Kingdom's looking for a spot. Deterministic is right there. Then Laginos. Deterministic roused to the lead with a 16th to go. Mibago fighting hard but cannot go with the back-to-back winner of the 4-star Dave, Deterministic.
You know it's better than one win in the 4-star, Dave? How about 2 of them? And how about off a Manhattan win? We need to start recognizing these accomplishments by Deterministic a little bit more. In a driving rainstorm, he takes the 4-star Dave yesterday, the Familiar Silks of St. Elias Stable. I had a chance to see Vinny Viola and his wife Teresa walking out as they had their pink roses, as well as the other spoils that come from winning the 4-star Dave. And he said to me, you know, this is a horse of a lifetime. And this is a guy who's been involved with 2 Kentucky Derby winners. But I also said when you get a little bit older like me, the highs of the game feel a little bit more than they used to, as well as the lows of the game. But he was on cloud 9 talking about deterministic, and he should be. Look at what this horse is doing.
It's remarkable, and a lot of people forget that he also won the Gotham Stakes on the dirt, but obviously he's found his home on the turf. Remarkable horse. Me and Jonathan were commenting how mean he runs. He pins his ears and goes for it. And how about Vinny Viola? He's like a modern-era Art Rooney. 2 Stanley Cup wins, 2 Kentucky Derby wins, and horses like this, that's a sportsman.
I mean, the versatility of this Liam's Map colt is something else, right? I mean, he's just like you said, to win the Gotham and then to be so good on different distances, on different with cut in the ground, without, firm. He's gotten really, really good, and he's got tactical speed, which is a huge weapon in these turf races.
The existential question about the Breeders' Cup, it always seems like America's in trouble when Europe comes over. Is it the other way this year? We got Burnham Square for the Breeders' Cup turf. We got a horse like Deterministic. I would think maybe the mile. Are we stronger than we've been in the past in the turf division?
I think this horse is absolutely the path to the winner's circles through Deterministic, and he's going to fight you for it. You see the way he pins his ears and goes for it. I think we're pretty strong heading to the Breeders' Cup with these type.
There was another part to the story of Deterministic yesterday, and that was the Clement family. It has been quite a week with the Hall of Fame,
left us far too
and
young,
we find out more.
but he asks us, enjoy life every single day.
Botas puts his head in front, close to home, and starts to
win
pull
the
away.
Hall of Fame
Talked
stakes.
about the significance of having the Hall of Fame stakes today. What does it mean to you getting this win?
Acacia right in the middle of it, getting a chance to interview her husband, Miguel. And then, as we said, in a driving rainstorm, umbrella needed, not for Deterministic. He goes on to get the win. But, you know, a lot of emotions with, obviously, Christoph not being here, but the whole family there to represent him in the best way possible. And then to have this week that they've had with, you know, the star of their barn, and there's quite a few good horses in the Miguel Clement barn, to then win a race like the 4-star Dave has made it a perfect week. It would have been absolutely perfect, obviously, if Christoph were still here.
And it doesn't stop, right? Next week, we have the Christoph Clement stakes. That's going to be a lot of fun as well.
So a look back at one of the significant moments from yesterday leading up to the Whitney. We'll have more remembrances and what it means looking forward in the various divisions, because also we had 3-year-old fillies on display in the test stakes. But as we said, we continue on with the great racing action on this Sunday. Coming up next, race number 2, as mentioned, will eventually step on the turf here to go a mile and a 16th. The field assembled in the paddock. We do have an even money favorite in here in the 3, Pay the Piper. And then, as we mentioned, rider changes with the 2, Feline Curious, as well as the 4, Quick Pick. But there is a look at our favorite, Pay the Piper. JK, is this a good 6-5 favorite, or one you might be a little bit worried about?
I mean, look, I think that at times people misuse the all button in a lazy, hopeful way. Oh, you're hoping that a bigger price comes.
Guilty as charged.
I believe that this is actually all these horses can win. So if I believe that, then I have to think the 3 is overbet.
Standing by in the paddock, Maggie Wolfendale.
JK, that was exactly my sentiment as well. I think you can make a case for anybody in here, so don't be afraid to take a better price outside of Pay the Piper, who has no speed in a race that doesn't have many very fast horses. So he's not going to get a big pace setup either. As we'll check in with the horse that could have a little bit of early pace. You are just guessing with a first-time starter, of course, but I do think number 4, Quick Pick, maybe indicative of his name, could be a more forward type here in his debut. He's acting that way here in the paddock. He's got a lovely walk. He strides out well, and he's a little bit of a playboy. You know, he's still a colt, to be fair, but he is focused enough, I think, and he's pretty fit overall, and I think he lands in a spot where he could be advantageously placed by Will Walden. He's a son of Oscar Performance. Well, a dam, she was a multiple stakes winner on the dirt. Well, there was one sibling to try the turf and did win on it. The second dam, she did win her only turf start. So needless to say, with that influence on the top, this is the perfect spot for this guy to start start, 1.16 on the inner turf course. So I think he is very live in here, as Chad Brown's other horse is also a first-time starter on the rail, is Housing Market. He sold for the equivalent of $194,000 at the Arcana yearling sale. He's a son of Zarak. Obviously, his progeny is good going along on the turf, though isn't an early type of sire. On the bottom side, the dam was unraced, and Half Sibling was 0 for 4 in England. But the dam is actually half to La Signore, who was a graded stakes winner here in the States on the turf. Striding out beautifully, really kind of puffed himself up once he got the tack on. Despite having a lot of works under his belt, and maybe it's just him, he still could look a little bit more fit overall, but it is Chad Brown, so maybe it's just his physical makeup and that he is just a kind of softer, heavier version. I like the fact that he really has become so much more engaged in the paddock since he's gotten the tack on. I love when horses do that, especially first-time starters. It means that they're a little bit more clued in. So we'll see what he does here. He, as opposed to Quick Pick, is not necessarily giving me the signals that he will be forward in here, however. Todd?
Thank you, Maggie. Look at Maggie plying her trade there. And when we come back, we'll give you a look at the post parade, race number 2 from Saratoga on this spectacular Sunday here on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. We'll return right after this.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey, Japan Cup.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, a Sunday of great thoroughbred racing action underway here in Saratoga Springs, New York. A look at the field coming out of the track for race 2. I'm Todd Schrupp alongside Richie Migliori and Jonathan Kinchin. First horse we see here is a first-time starter, the one Housing Market, son of Zarak.
From the Chad Brown barn, you have to respect everything they put out on the racetrack.
Rider change on the 2, Feline Curious. Make the rider Tyler Gaffleone.
I thought his last 2 starts were pretty good.
Pay the Piper, equipment change today of blinkers off. Likes to come from well out of it.
Yeah, that race in between where there was a equipment problem kind of dirties up his form, but the public's all over him.
Rider change here on the 4, Quick Pick. Jamie Rodriguez.
Yeah, he's got a couple of good siblings. The workout report said this horse worked with West End Kid yesterday, who ran yesterday in the Saratoga Derby.
Democracy Defender coming in 0 for 4.
Now, this is who I like, though. This horse has had some compromising trips. If you can get a good trip, I think he's going to be right there.
Okie Finoki finishes off her post parade.
Yeah, doesn't have a lot of early speed, but does come running late. Has a bad habit of breaking a little bit slow. We'll need to fix that here today.
Merle Haggard hunch play there to end the post parade. There's a look at the 3 Pay the Piper, and as we said, usually breaks last out of the gate, and it does make a big late run. What is Blinkers Off going to do today for a horse like this?
You know, it's interesting. Maybe the idea is that he more of a sight line, and maybe he'll react a little bit better. I'm not going to question Chad Brown. He obviously knows what he's doing with his horses. I just, like Jonathan, feel like it's much too wide open to take that shorter price on a horse.
And look, keep an eye on him. I'm sure Maggie will give us a heads up. He's not always the best in the gate. He broke slow on debut. He was a pain to load his second start. Broke a little bit better last time, but still so far back.
Yeah, ended up third beat in the length in the race you just watched, July 9th, race 9 here at Saratoga. The 5 Democracy Defender. You know, when you get these horses, Richie, who are 0 for 4, I'm always concerned they end up 0 for 5, 0 for 6, 0 for 7. What would be different today for the 5 Democracy Defender?
Well, you know, going back to his first start at Gulfstream, he made this big kind of eye-catching middle move, right? And then he was ripe to be picked off late. And I just thought he's had subtly compromising trips. Now, maybe he's one of those horses that creates bad trips for himself, but I just thought if he can get a clean run in a smaller field, a 6-horse field here, maybe you're going to see the best part of, the best version of him, I should say.
Richie is optimistic about Democracy Defender. Maggie, are you?
Absolutely. Of the horses that have experience, honestly, at the price that he is at 5-1, I'd say have at it. I'm going to roll the dice with a first-time starter, but Democracy Defender is the horse that I'd want here because while I've actually never seen him before a race, I will say he was quite sharp and lively in the paddock, and considering there isn't much pace in here, and I know last time he was towards the rear of that field, I just felt like maybe since he's coming in here fresh, similar to how he was in the debut where he was a little bit closer going 7.5 at Gulfstream, we might show the same ability to do so here in, like Richie said, in this short field. He's warming up and moving fantastically out on the track. He's fit, he's strong, and I would even say he's stronger than what he was in that Aqueduct race, just based upon what I saw in that replay. So I think he's a very live horse here, a forward trainer for Jorge Abreu. On to your favorite, Pay the Piper. And now, unfortunately, I have never covered any of his races, but I know that he can be a bit of a pain in the starting gate, and I think that's because he's such a long horse. As I often say, the horses that are bigger, taller, longer, they get a little claustrophobic in there, and I can't really blame them. So it leads to them not breaking well. But maybe, since they are taking the blinkers off this time around, I did not pick the 3. Did I pick the 3? I scratched into the, I picked the 4. Okay, all right, that's cool. As we'll take a look here, yes, at your favorite, taking the blinkers off. Like I said, I don't really know the thinking behind that other than could it be the break? Sometimes when horses can see horses, they do break more alertly overall. So I just thought the lack of apparent pace in this race, Todd, put him at a disadvantage. So I don't mind his last effort. I just don't know if things set up for him today.
Okay, so Maggie behind the first-time starter here, and JK, we saw you are as well. The fascinating thing to me is, obviously we have the rider change to Jamie Rodriguez. Irad Ortiz Jr. was supposed to ride this horse 5-2 in the morning line. We're getting 6-1. Is this because Irad's not here?
I mean, I'm sure the absence of Irad has a lot to do with it. But also, there's just a lot of other horses in here that have compelling cases that can be made for their chances. I landed here. It's nice to hear Maggie's endorsement from a physical standpoint because, look, there's 4 legs and a tail is all I can see. But I do like that this horse was working with West End Kid. I think that says a lot about a horse's abilities. Sure. Trainers don't want to work bad horses with good horses because you could discourage. You want to work good with good. And I think the fact that Will Walden worked this horse with West End Kid says a lot about the talent.
Okay, so the general betting public will look at a first-time starter at Saratoga in a field like this, and they want to see something on the tote board. They're not seeing that. This horse is icy on the tote board, and that doesn't bother you at all.
No, because the reason this horse's price is drifting is that you have a Chad Brown runner on the grass who ran well last time out, that has a figure that people can hold and touch. It's tangible. You're still guessing to a certain extent with a first-time starter like this.
And the field is stepping onto the turf. It'll be a short walk to the starting gate to go 1 mile and a 16th on the grass. We mentioned the shower that we had yesterday happened right before the 4-star, Dave. This turf course in beautiful condition here. You talked about the trend of the main track. Richie, have you seen anything with where we're stepping here on the inner course for the turf at Saratoga? Any biases that you've perceived?
Yeah, I haven't perceived any, and I think that we actually needed some rain. You know, these courses tend to get almost baked if we don't have enough rain, and it came down so fast, so hard that I think courses are more affected when it's a steady soaking rain, because then the rain gets into the course. When it comes down hard and fast like that, I think it just kind of rolls off.
Field about to move into line for race number 2 here at Saratoga to go 1 mile and 16th over the firm going. Checking the odds, it is the 3 Pay the Piper, who's your 9-5 favorite. Second choice is the 2, that's Feline Curious at 7-2. And then the move on the 4 Quick Pick, that horse has gone down from 6-1 to 5-1. But our third choice is that horse right there, Housing Market, the first-time starter for trainer Chad Brown by Zarek. For the rest of the load and then the call, let's go up to track announcer Frank Miramati.
Loading in the gate for the second. Okie Finoki, the last one. And we have a very restless runner in there. It's Pay the Piper. Manny Franco climbing back aboard. And they're off. Feline Curious is the quickest out of the gate. Democracy Defender has some early interest, and Okie Finoki on the outside of them. They are followed by Quick Pick, who is racing just behind Pay the Piper, and Housing Market is the trailer as they move into the first turn. And it is Feline Curious in front, leading it by 1.5 lengths. Okie Finoki second after a tiny bit of trouble. Democracy Defender has settled down in third. He's followed by Pay the Piper in the 4th spot, has 4 lengths to make up. Quick Pick is inching up widest of all, and then another 4 lengths to Housing Market. The quarter went in 24-1 for Feline Curious. Okie Finoki is 3/4 of a length away. As they head to the half-mile pole, Democracy Defender is down on the inside third. He is followed by Quick Pick, Pay the Piper in between those two, 4 to make up, and another 4 to Housing Market. The half went in 48-3. Feline Curious takes them around the far turn with a 1-length lead on Okie Finoki, with Democracy Defender continuing on the rail. Quick Pick is in 4th. Inside of him, it's Pay the Piper and Housing Market. They're at the top of the stretch. Feline Curious has controlled the pace throughout. Widens now to lead by 3. Democracy Defender takes up the chase in second. 3 of them line up for third, a 16th to go, and Feline Curious with a 3-length lead. Democracy Defender lengthening that stride, and here he comes now. It's going to get close. Feline Curious, Democracy Defender. Here's the line. Photo finish. Very tight. Feline Curious and a hard-charging Democracy Defender behind them. Quick Pick and Pay the Piper.
There's some etiquette amongst gamblers at the racetrack, and that is you never say you got it until you got it. But there was a point where it looked like you could say Feline Curious, you got it, and then it got really tight here with Democracy Defender. Richie, I mean, the pace was slow. Tyler Gaffleone had everything he wanted, and he had to think this race was over with a 16th of a mile to go, but you can never think that way.
No, and turf horses can finish. They have turn of foot. Pace makes the race. Feline Curious got to lope along on an uncontested and easy lead. And here came Democracy Defender, catching with every stride, but it's where their nose is on the wire. And it looked like, to me, Feline Curious got the best of that head, Bob.
To Todd's point, if you tried to mush your friend at home by saying you're home, you might have got off the hook here, because I think the two did hold on. But stop doing that. Don't do that to your friend anymore.
No.
And the photo sign has come down, and relieved bettors of Feline Curious. Feline Curious does hold on just barely at 7-2, finishing second. The 5 Democracy Defender at 9-2. Quick Pick, the first-time starter, kind of running like a first-time starter, as well as the 1 Housing Market. They're going to benefit from this experience. And then Pay the Piper finishes 4th at 8-5. Tyler Gaffleone taking the early double in a different way. He did it with pickup mounts.
Pickup mounts, but they're live pickup mounts. He's a good rider, and pace makes the race. When he got to lay down 48 and 3/4 and 12 inches, basically he's going like 12 and a fifth to every eighth of a mile. You knew he was going to have a lot left to finish with. Nice run from Democracy Defender, just ran out of ground, and Quick Pick's a horse that will look forward with a race under his belt going forward. Pay the Piper, I think that's the one thing we certainly got right. He was just too short a price.
The Democracy Defender was trying so hard. Yeah. It reminded me of another 5 horse that we saw run yesterday, Deterministic, who was trying so hard. You could physically see how hard he was trying to get there, just came up a little bit short.
Yep.
Posted on the board, 2-5-4-3, and holding on for the win is Feline Curious for trainer Kelsey Danner, who seems to win races, that barn wherever they go, and taking one here at Saratoga at odds of 7-2, and a good price in second with the 5 Democracy Defender kind of floating up there at 9-2 with Quick Pick coming down. But this was kind of the hallmark of yesterday as well. The early races on the undercard were all competitive, all great. So off to another competitive start here on the Sunday program at Saratoga with our biggest race still ahead. It will be the Troy Stakes, and Tyler Gaffleone coming to the winner's circle, and perfect so far on the card. What a perfect day underway. We're going to be back here on Saratoga Live, looking back at one of yesterday's big races leading up to the Whitney. It was the 3-year-old fillies sprinting in the test. That's ahead. A recap right after this.
Drain the clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, hit it 1,000,001, 1,100,000, hit it 75,700. Mike, 700,000. 70, 570,000. Thank you.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Here in Saratoga Live. In sports, you always got to be ready. You don't know when you're going to be called off the bench. Tyler Gaffalione takes the first 2 races on the Sunday card here at Saratoga with pickup mounts. He's with Maggie Wolfendale.
That's right. They always said, the old adage at the racetrack was pickup mounts are lucky, and that's exactly what's happened. I think there was some skill involved as well here, Tyler, especially with Feline Curious. As you probably recognize, there was no speed in the race, and you seized the bull by the horns.
You know, first off, I'd like to say it's always unfortunate to pick up horses in this kind of case. All my thoughts and wishes go to Irad and his family. Sounds like he's doing pretty well, so hope to see him back soon. And yeah, you know, looking at the form, there wasn't much speed on form. She had broke alertly in the past, so Kelty kind of left it up to me. Said she breaks well, just let her do it, and kind of took it all away.
All she wrote, it got pretty close there in the end. Did you know that you'd won it?
I was a little close for comfort, but I was fairly confident, more so just because she got her head down.
Now, when you come into a card, and obviously you don't really know until late in the morning who you're picking up, do you have time to do your homework, or is sometimes it better just to go out there and just connect with your horse and see how things come out of the gate?
You know, it can kind of go both ways. Today I was fortunate enough, found out pretty early, so I was able to come in early, watch a few replays, kind of speak with some of the riders that rode them in the past, and had to come up with a game plan from there.
All right, well, Tyler, best of luck to the rest of the day. It's nice to have the early double, though.
Most definitely. Thanks so much, Kat.
All right, Tyler Gaffalione. He's picked up 2, and he's made 2 winners, Todd.
Yeah, obviously a classy moment there to mention Irad Ortiz Jr. That was the mount he picked up in race number 1 because Irad's not here today. But, you know, good news considering what happened to him in the post-parade in race number 8 from yesterday. So well done, Tyler Gaffalione. Okay, this is how close it was. And I give credit. We had a dead heat yesterday, JK. They put it up pretty quick. We're used to most racetracks sitting around for a long time, and then finally they post the dead heat. This one didn't take too long either.
Yeah, it's just a bob here. You can see just the wrong nose down. If you had the 5, it just...
Yeah, I mean, it goes both ways. You just hope that over time it evens out. Feels like I've been on the losing end of a lot of them bobs lately.
I didn't see it that way when I was betting on you. Yesterday, a number of people were betting on the test stakes. We're going to look at it in just a moment, but our next race will be race number 3, a mile claiming event on the dirt. This a never won 3 lifetime claiming event for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and upward. The claiming price $25,000. Scratch the 3 Royal Bobby. Scratch the 4 Oscar Bound. Scratch the 5 Colleen and Audible. Scratch the 6 Carrera. We've also got a rider change on the 7 Paradise. Make the rider Heman Harkey. And that is the field that will come up here in race number 3, but a major scratch of the 3 Royal Bobby, who was your morning line favorite. We'll get back into race number 3, but as mentioned yesterday, as part of the undercard here at Saratoga on Whitney Day, it was the test stakes. It is always a highlight to this season, a grade 1 opportunity for 3-year-old fillies sprinting and turning for home. It was pretty apparent the field was in trouble because Explora was rolling.
Is there anybody better than Bob Baffert at being able to turn horses back in distance and still preserve their sprint speed after routing? I mean, the fact that she could put herself so close, long striding, on, you know, she had sprinted back, but this is a filly that tried to be an Oaks filly, right? So talented, but man, she just looked like a winner every step.
Yeah, I mean, I liked movie night yesterday. I tried to get movie night in the mix, and right at the top of the stretch, I remember saying to myself, God, Baffert is so good at this. Yeah. You know, having these talented horses that have done well going longer, but then when he decides, let's go a little bit shorter, man, they're hard to beat.
Really hard to beat.
When you go through the list of winners at the test, it is a revered race. You prove yourself in here. 3-year-old fillies, you're joining Go for One. You're joining Safely Kept. Even Bob Baffert, a previous winner in 2008, Indian Blessing. Don't mean to be that guy, but I'll be that guy for the sake of discussion. The depth of this field I questioned a little bit this year. I mean, obviously, it's always a grade 1 to win the test,
sure.
But what does it mean for Explora now? She's got to go to the deep waters against older horses. How does the older sprint division for distaff horses look to these 3-year-old fillies that we saw yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to, you know, you have the ways and means, the Grand Jobs of the world, the R Disasters who won the grade 1 on the distaff on Derby City Distaff on Derby Day. Look, I mean, I'm not wowed by her performance, but I think she has an opportunity to continue to improve off of that, and she has passed the test of winning a grade 1, going 7 furlongs in a big race day.
Yeah, and you know, she is a 3-year-old filly, so she has a right. Like most of the 4-year-old and up, you kind of know what you're going to get at this point, and they're good. They're better than the 3-year-olds at this point, but a 3-year-old can continue to get better, and who better than Bob Baffert to develop that?
Now, grade 1 winner is Explorer, and it happens in the revered test. We'll continue to follow where she goes from here on a path to the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint against older horses. What a performance yesterday, dominating the test. It is Tyler Gaffalione dominating the card so far. He sits 2 for 2 on the program. And we return, we're going to talk about retired racehorses. We have an obligation to our equine athletes once their racing career is done, and we'll tell you what some of them are up to.
Starting to get up into the Pacific Classic is Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
The greatest obligation we have as a thoroughbred industry is to take care of our equine athletes when their horse racing career is done. There are many great organizations, including Retired Racehorse Project, that do exactly that. For more on the work of the RRP, Maggie Wolfendale.
Thank you, Todd, and I'm so pleased to be joined here in the paddock by the Director of Communications at the RRP. That's Holly Smith-Moquette. And Holly, for those that don't know, what is the RRP?
Absolutely. So the Retired Racehorse Project is a nonprofit, and our mission is to increase the demand for thoroughbreds beyond racing, which is just a fancy one-sentence way of saying thoroughbreds are really athletic, they're really talented, and they're really good at a lot of things besides just racing. So if you're looking for a horse in whatever horse sport you do, consider getting a thoroughbred. We're different from other aftercare organizations. We don't actually house horses at any one facility, but our banner event every year is called the Thoroughbred Makeover, which is the world's largest thoroughbred retraining competition for recently retired racehorses. Every year, hundreds of horses come to the horse park in Lexington, Kentucky. They compete for $100,000 in prize money across 1 or 2 of 10 different disciplines that we offer.
And if you're like me or anybody that's a fan or has been involved with a horse that is entered in the RRP, in the makeover, you get these cool cards now. And I'll let Gavin, our cameraman, take a look at these, Holly, because this is kind of your brainchild. And this is for my husband's horses. You scan a QR code and you get to find out when they ride, what discipline they're entered in. What a cool and fun idea for people to follow along.
Exactly, thanks. Yeah, we are psyched about these. So every year we print off these big, beautiful entry lists that have all of the horses that are competing for that year. There's over 400 names on this list for this year. That's a lot to look at. So this year we created these individual cards for all of the trainers. Over 63 different trainers that are stabled at Saratoga this year have horses that are entered in the competition. So to make that a little bit easier, because we know it's a crazy, chaotic world, trainers are so busy, we created these cards that tell them who they have competing, and like she said, it links to all of their individual profiles. We're going to be continuing that outreach effort up until the event, which is in October, for breeders, owners, all of the different things. But we understand that this is part of a rebrand that we've done called Makeover Connections, and we know that so much is going on in the world. We know that racing loves their horses. We know that they want to stay connected to them. We want to make that a lot easier for them by bringing that information to them, so this is part of that initiative. And anybody can go online to our website, they can look through our entry list, and they can also declare their connections. Who rode them, loved them, groomed them, anything.
I love that so, so much. And Holly, you guys are doing wonderful things over there. If people are interested in helping you out, how can they?
Our website is therrp.org. You can donate, you can declare your connection, and we'll help you follow along with your horses. You can come out to the event. We encourage the public to come out to the event. It's October 7th through 10th in Lexington, Kentucky at the Horse Park. We're going to have lots of cool, fun stuff there. Follow us on socials, check out our website, all of the things.
Holly, well done. Thank you so much for everything that you do.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Todd.
Richie, it's been interesting to watch how this program has changed over the years. It used to be early on, if you weren't going to a breeding career, then you became a pony at the racetrack. Kona Gold just went in the Hall of Fame. Sure. I remember when he was a pony horse after his career was done. But there's so much that these equine athletes can do. It's expanded now, and these programs help them find the proper home.
Well, you know, thoroughbreds are just so intelligent, and they've been through so many different things already. You think being prepped as yearlings to go to sales, going to two-year-old and training sales, and coming to the races. So they really have kind of been around the block, seen the world a little bit, and for years I think they got a bad rap of being too hot, you know, getting a little too difficult to handle. And it's actually the absolute opposite. If you give them an opportunity to let down, become a horse again, they excel at all of these disciplines. These are fantastic outlets for them, and I agree with you. It's incumbent upon all of us that derive our living or even, you know, enjoy an afternoon of sport to give back to these horses. I know everything good in my life is because of horses.
I can't say it any better than that, and we hope you'll take time to find out more about the good work being done across the country for retired race horses. Back into the horses who are racing right now on the card here at Saratoga. Going to take a look at a most recent performance for one of the horses coming up here in race number 3, and that is taking a look at the 9, Carrie. And right now being saddled, Carrie sitting up on the board at 3-1. We mentioned with all the scratches of 3, 4, 5, and 6 being out, prices are going to come down on a lot of horses here. Carrie's most recent start here at Saratoga, July 9th, race number 4, JK, did get a win at the mile distance here on the main track. Similar circumstances today, just moving up a level in class.
Yeah, non-winners of 2 last time, non-winners of 3 this time. Horse fits, got a nice number. I think there's some other opportunities in here. I'm not like cutting in line to bet this horse to win, but I'm also not, you know, of the opinion that, you know, this horse can't win or won't win. I just probably a little bit shorter for me than I'd prefer.
And then there's the 7-year-old mare, Belle Cherie, still looking for that elusive 3rd lifetime win. Does that concern you, Richie, that she's 7 and still eligible for this condition?
I think it is concerning at a short price. You know, 6 to 5 just seems a little bit too short for me. And honestly, her numbers aren't overwhelming over anybody else in the race. She just seems like she's one of 3 horses that can win here.
Yeah, the one positive thing I guess about Belle Cherie is that Belle Cherie was coming in off a long layoff. Hadn't run since October of 2025 prior to that last start, and then shows up and runs well. And rooting for Jay Provenzano of Flying P. He's going to be my guest this week coming up on Cart
That'll
Talk.
be a
So
good
make sure you check
conversation.
that out on Wednesday.
He's got some opinions. He's also got a lot of winners as well. Speaking of having a lot of winners, Maggie Wolfendale helping us out there in race 3.
I'll try. As we'll take a look here at number 2, that is Bobby Jean. And don't get me wrong, I think Belle Cherie is much the horse to beat here. But Bobby Jean, she'll return to the dirt for a scheduled dirt race, but also takes a precipitous drop in class relative to who she'd been facing on the dirt prior in this claiming 20. The one slight caveat I will say about her is that she was a late vet scratch back on July 3rd, but she has since worked 3 times and properly worked the 48s, the 49s, what you like to see. She looks great here in the paddock. Obviously, we'll watch how she warms up on the track, but she is striding out well. She has great forward energy, and she just looks really healthy here for Mark Hennig. So maybe, horses get a little hot foot sometimes, and that can lead to a late scratch on the racetrack. So maybe it was something as simple as that. As we'll move on to one that draws into this field, and that's number 11, Scootaloo, who also returns to the main track after 2 tries on the synthetic, though far apart, as she is coming off yet another long layoff. And she is quite light behind. For a horse that projects to be the speed in here, I wish she was carrying a bit more conditioning behind the saddle, and it's something that you only kind of gain from running in races, so that fitness that only comes when you are race fit. And while she is, fairly sharp in here overall, she will have to try to stretch that speed out to this mile, which I'm not totally convinced. I'm not totally against either. I just think she has a tough row to hoe. She is 17-1 though, so if you think that she is going to be lone speed and that could be advantageous, have at it at that price. Todd.
Thank you, Maggie. A call for riders up. Am I to understand that you men have trained yourselves? That's the Fact Jack. That is the 8. That's the Fact Jack leaving the paddock here at 9-1. Any reason to give this horse a look at a price, JK?
I don't like the horse. When I look down and I see a horse who's been running, at a level for a very long time, no one's claiming, it just makes me feel like no one wants this horse ever. The horse ran for 17.5, like 15 of the last, it's just, that's a concern for me. I'd look elsewhere. In fact, I like the 11 right here that's on the screen with Ricardo Santana, a horse that has been running on the synthetic in the last couple of starts, but has a couple of back dirt numbers that I think are at least in the mix with this group.
Yeah, Ricardo won the last race yesterday on the card at 12-1, and so you can still get good value on him. We talk a lot about these mile races on the main track. Everyone's developing theories, Richie, about the best place to be. Have we established that being on the outside is difficult?
Oh, it's very difficult. We just had a horse win from, was it post 9, the first one in 18 tries even to hit the board, and that horse won. It's difficult.
Let's start our post parade with the 1, Huntress.
Getting back to the dirt, then would have to go back a long ways to find a dirt race to be competitive here, I
Bobby
think.
Jean is our second choice at 5-2.
Yeah, ran on the grass last time, not great. Taking a lot of money, though. This horse has some back dirt races.
Scratch the 3, 4, 5, and 6. That brings us up to the 7, Paradise, and note the rider change.
Yeah, we just have to find a race better than what we've seen so far.
The 8 is That's the Fact Jack. We talked about at 9-1, and you made pretty clear, JK, not for you.
Yeah, not for me in this spot. I think there's some other horses that make a lot more sense.
Carey coming off a win. Can this one make it back-to-back?
Well, trained by Ilke Cantamasi, who's having a good meet. All the horses are running well. Absolutely major player.
Belle Cherie with a lot of seconds and thirds. That's why she's a 7-year-old mare, JK, and still eligible for this Never Won 3 lifetime.
Yeah, second off of a long break. I expect this horse to run better than the previous start.
Always beware of the also eligible getting in. What about Scootaloo, who comes in from Gulfstream Park but hasn't raced since December of 2025?
Yeah, an extended layoff, obviously, and to go a mile is the difficult part. But these are the kind of horses I like as well, Jonathan, because the synthetic races feels like it dirties up the form, right? And now getting back to the proper surface, the mile off the layoff's the question.
That is our live post parade for race number 3 on this Sunday card. A reminder about next Sunday. This proved to be one of the more popular promotions outside of the thoroughbred racing that you witness here every time at Saratoga Springs. It's the Corgi races, and we got the Corgi pin giveaway next Sunday.
It is absolutely great. My eye doctor up here had one of his Corgis in there last year. but the handlers got to step back from the finish. They're standing right on top of the finish, so the dog stops slowing down when he gets to the wire. Make him run through the wire.
Once an analyst, always an analyst. Richie Vigliari with some insight into corgi racing, but it is a lot of fun. Every day is family day here at Saratoga, but you're going to love next Sunday with the corgi races. Come out and join us. We are 2 minutes away from race number 3 here at Saratoga. There continues to be our 6-5 favorite. That is the 10 Belle Cherie, and we all agree 7-5, 6-5. That's too short of a price, which kind of opens up the rest of the race here. But Belle Cherie with Flavian Pratt aboard. The 9 Carey coming off the win last time out, and having experience at this mile trip at Saratoga, especially as we said with the recently redesigned course with those miles, it does go a little ways. And this horse sits at 5-2. Even if you think it's a lateral move, at least condition-wise, you got to move up to Never Win 3 Lifetime, but we're not changing claiming price here. And you do have, okay, we just won at a mile. Does this horse have to go faster, though, than that effort last time out to beat this group, or just maintain?
I think you probably maintain, in fairness. I mean, if they could run the same figure they got that day, they'll be right there in the mix. The problem is the price. I don't think that the 5-2 is equal to this horse's chances of winning.
Okay, let me ask it this way. We have 2 5-2 shots. You're leery of the 9. What about the other 5-2 shot, the 2 Bobby Jean? Is that a fair price?
Yeah, I mean, I think both of these horses are a little bit too overbet for me. I mean,
both?
Yeah, I just think it's a little bit too short. I'm not saying they can't win. I'm not saying that they wouldn't be used in a multi-race wager. I just think that at a shorter price, I think the 10 has a lot more likelihood than those 2 to win. And I think the 11 is even more attractive at 10-1.
How do you interpret the drop in class for the 2 Bobby Jean for Mark Hennig? This is not something we normally see with Mark Hennig, dropping a horse this aggressively. I mean, obviously he's done it in the past, but we're used to some barns like, oh yeah, they're going to do this all the time. The fact that Mark Hennig is dropping the 2, how do you interpret that?
Well, I interpreted they're just being realistic, right? She hasn't been able to get it done at the higher level, and it's unfair to the horse to always be overmatched. They get discouraged. Todd, you go back to a barn, some horses, after they've been defeated, they in the back of the stall sulking, they're mad. You've got to give a horse a chance to succeed, put them in a position to win, and I just think they're realistically spotting Bobby Jean.
This is the shortest price this horse has been since 2024.
Whoa. We are sitting just a minute away from race number 3 here at Saratoga. Maggie, what are you seeing in the warm-up?
That I can't get around. At number 10 in here, Belle Cherie, guys, as she gets back out to a mile, a distance where I think she is very competitive at least looking at her physically. She's a big, strong girl, and I think she needed that last race. It was a race I remember handicapping and thinking, oh, the 2 favorites, they're coming off long layoffs, they're a little bit suspect. And they just ran 1-2 around the racetrack as she chased Bellicose, who was loose that day, around there and ended up second. She looks tight, she looks fit. Sometimes this is a mare that doesn't look particularly strong behind the saddle. Not the case today. So I do like Belle Cherie here. If you like Carey, I think she's an alternative. And then your other second choice has got me really scratching my head. That is number 2, Bobby Jean. Guys, she has not gotten out of a walk in this warm-up. She literally just walked down the stretch and has now just turned into the chute. Maybe she's a horse that ties up a bit, that if you do too much, she'll, tying up in layman's terms is kind of getting really bad muscle cramps for a horse. So maybe that's what her problem is. I don't know. I just wish she did a little bit more out there for me to feel confident in taking Bobby Jean here. But like I said in the paddock, she does look good overall, and this is definitely the easiest field she's faced in a while.
Okay, so we got a little bit of everything there, talking about the 2 Bobby Jean, but what about the point that Maggie was making about the warm-up here?
Yeah, I was always a big believer in warm-ups. You're a 1,000-pound animal going from 0, standing start, to 35 miles an hour. I like horses to warm up. Now, every horse is individual, and the connections know the horse better than I do, but that was one of my principles of riding. Good warm-up, good break, get my position going forward, never take anything away that comes easy.
Field moving into line for race number 3 here at Saratoga. You see how far they back up into the chute there to go the 1-turn mile. Richie, who you got?
I landed on the 9. The Kantumashi's barn's going well, and I liked her last effort out of this Wilson shoot.
JK, who you got?
I'm going to take a little shot with the 11 here. I think the 10's going to be tough to beat, but I can't get past the price of the 11.
I thought the book on you was you always pick favorites.
That's what they say.
The myth versus the reality. And I can tell you here, being on the set, that's a myth. All right, they're moving into line here for race number 3 at Saratoga. You've heard our opinion. Most important opinion is yours. Hopefully you're playing it right now through your Naira Bets account. It's nearly post time for the 3rd at Saratoga. For the rest of the load and then the call, let's go up to track announcer Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Todd. We're just waiting for That's the Fact Jack, who is slightly hesitant and goes in now. Kerry in the black colors will be next. Belle Cherie walking into the gate at odds of 6-5 in the final stages of wagering. Belle Cherie and Scootaloo, the last one, going in. And they're off. And it's Huntress and Bobby Jean, the first two out of the gate. On the outside, here's the favorite, Belle Cherie now, and Belle Cherie is right on even terms with the front-running Huntress. Huntress short lead, Belle Cherie right up alongside. In second, Scootaloo is 3 deep, Kerry racing in 4th. They're followed by That's the Fact Jack in 5th as they run down the backstretch, 4 lengths off the lead, 3 lengths clear of Bobby Jean. Paradise is at the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 24 3/5 seconds. Huntress leads the way by half a length over Belle Cherie in second. Scootaloo, Kerry, That's the Fact Jack is racing inside of them. 3 more lengths then to Bobby Jean, and Paradise continues at the back. They've gone through a half mile in 48 2/5 seconds around the far turn. On the outside, Belle Cherie pokes her head in front. Huntress trying to fight back in second. Scootaloo has been pretty close up most of the way. 3 deep in third. Kerry awaiting racing room in the black colors in 4th. Only 3 lengths off the lead. And now finding a little bit of a seam is Kerry. Outside of them, Bobby Jean will try to swing into action there at the top of the stretch. Kerry's got a clear shot coming at Belle Cherie, who has a 2-length lead at the 8th pole. Belle Cherie and Kerry. Kerry with big strides up to take command. On the far outside, it's Bobby Jean moving into 3rd as they come to the 16th pole. And it's Kerry and Christopher Elliott waving goodbye. Kerry, nice trip and a clear-cut victory by 2.5. Belle Cherie 2nd, Bobby Jean 3rd, then Scootaloo.
9 is fine here in race number 3 at Saratoga. It is Kerry making it back-to-back wins.
Out of that Wilson shoot, beautiful ride, beautiful trip under Christopher Elliott, sitting in that coveted pocket spot while other horses are, just leaning on each other a little bit, was able to angle out and get it done.
Non-winners of 2, non-winners of 3, not a problem.
9, 10, 2, 11 posted on the board. 5-2 over 6-5 over 3-1 over 9-1. And Richie, going back to Bobby Jean, who we talked about the warm-up, the fact that she finished 3rd here and the way she did, it almost looked like she continued her warm-up right into the race.
Yeah, again, not knowing the horse, so I don't want to be unfair to Connections because they know their horses better than I do. I'm a believer in warm-ups. I think horses need to get their blood flowing. They need to loosen up. You don't see boxers go to the ring dry. You want a horse to have a little bit of a sweat on, especially on a warm day. And it didn't look like she found her stride till much later. Maybe if she had been a little bit more aggressively handling the warm-up, she would have put herself in the race a little bit.
And then as for the second place finisher, JK, you can see Belle Cherie there, kind of doing what she's done for a little while now, finishing 2nd, still carrying this condition here for never won through lifetime.
Yeah, she ran okay. The other horse just ran better. But like you said, you start to wonder, short price horses running 2nd becomes problematic.
Yeah, 6-5 on Belle Cherie today. Final time for the mile, 1:39.3. But Christopher Elliott coming back to the winner's circle here with Kerry. Flavien Prat finishing 2nd. Been kind of a quiet week for Flavien Prat in a lot of ways, as we talked about Manny Franco on that big Friday, and then the big performances by various horses and riders yesterday on the Whitney card. But much more to come on this Sunday. There's actually a lot of money to be made by not winning races. Just look at the most recent case, Oselli. He doesn't win, he's a maiden, but he's made a lot of money for trainer Whit Beckman. Could it finally be a breakthrough in the Travers for the maiden Oselli? We'll discuss when we return here on Saratoga Live.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's Wish right alongside, down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
The Horse of the Year trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's Wish has rocketed past. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish.
His first yearlings are selling now.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. Tio Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at Tio Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. He meant business today. Japan's Tio Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building. Yes, he is.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, and today's races are brought to you by the legendary Claiborne Farm, doing the usual unusually well. Most recently here in race number 3, Kerry does it really well. Gets the win, back-to-back wins, and standing by with one of the owners, Maggie Wolfendale. Kerry taking race 3 here at Saratoga.
We're here with Sandy Goldfarb, a winning co-owner of Kerry here in race number 3. And Sandy, you're just telling me it's been a little bit of a light summer for you.
Yeah.
We got to get you in the claim box, man.
It's hard to get him. Everybody wants in, and you know, you got to shake, shake, shake. But it's great. I'm just happy. Ilke, great. And I'm real happy for Chris Elliott. The kid has been just great. Just, you know, you got to give him an opportunity when they're young. And he did, you know, great ride.
Exactly. And you mentioned Ilkay. He's having such a great meet. Talk a little bit about, you know, reaching out and using him as a trainer.
So, you know, Brad's my main guy, and Brad's got so many horses, so many owners, you can't claim from a lot of people. And Ilkay came along. I met him a while ago, and every time I call him, he's at the barn, whether it's 7 in the morning, midday, afternoon, night. Him and his brother, hardworking guys, and, you know, I just like what they do. They do great work.
Plus, they're incredibly kind people.
Kind, very kind. And, I mean, barn's immaculate. Just couldn't be happy to win up here. Came up for the day for the sales. It's good stuff.
Good. Well, enjoy yourself. It's always great to see you here in the winner's circle. And are we buying or are we socializing at the sale?
I don't know. Maybe socializing mostly, but claiming more so.
You got your priorities straight. Well, Sandy, congrats here, and always good to see you.
Same here. Good luck.
All right, Todd.
For as long as I can remember, and Sandy Goldfarb has been owning horses for a very long time and winning a lot of races, he puts money through the claim box.
Oh, he does. And up here, there's been a lot of claiming going on and a lot of multi-race claim shakes, I should say. And for people at home that don't know what that is, when there's more than one claim in for a horse, they put numbers in a pill bottle, and if your lucky number comes up, you get the horse.
One of very few owners still get Brad Cox to get involved in the claiming.
Yeah, that's right. They claim horses. Excellent point. Up next is a maiden claimer, 6.5 furlongs for 3-year-olds and upward. The 6.5 furlong maiden claiming price, $35,000. And taking a look at this field and the early wagering, we got an even money favorite. That is Just Classic. That will be another rider change. Irad Ortiz Jr., as we established, off his mounts. Jose Ortiz will fill in on the 6, Just Classic.
And another very live runner that unfortunately Irad will miss the mount on. He talked to me last week telling me how much he hates to be home when racing's going on and how he wants to be out there competing. So I'm sure this is bugging him, but just get better, Irad. And this horse looks very formidable coming out of the Texas Derby and dropping in for maiden 35.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big drop, but Joe Sharp did this a little bit earlier in the meet, too, with Ancient World for Mike Rapoli, a horse that, you know, when on paper it looks like if they run their race, they're going to be tough, but why are they in for a tag? Sometimes trainers just put horses where they can win, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
So many reasons that Saratoga is special. One of them, just from a racing point of view, we want to sit and talk about the Whitney all week, but we got to move on and start talking about the other great races that are ahead. Travers Weekend is not that far away, and the field is starting to come together, and it will be one of the deepest races for 3-year-olds outside of the Triple Crown. When we look at what's assembled in at the Travers, you will have a horse who was the big story on the Triple Crown and Golden Tempo, along with Oselli, who was there along the way. Think of a big 3-year-old. They're showing up in the Travers. But let's talk about this maiden, Oselli, because he's generated a lot of conversation. Should they just get to the maiden ranks and give him that first win? Instead, he keeps showing up with quality performances in graded stake spots.
Well, he's showing that he has a lot of ability. He's getting big checks, so he's paying his way. But I'm very old school. They knew Mike Tyson was going to be champion of the world when he was 16. He still fought 20 guys that were not at his level before he started taking on the real heavy-headed competition. And I feel like with horses, you got to set them up for success, not failure. And at what point does a horse say, man, I got to run so hard and I'm never getting that adoration that a winner gets?
Yeah, it's funny looking at that stat in the corner there. 10 starts, 0 wins for a horse who, has been so successful despite winning. Yeah, I mean, look, if they ran a 1.8 mile 3-year-old maiden race over here, it wouldn't be a foregone conclusion, right? I mean, there's some other really good
That's an interesting
horses,
point, right?
Yeah,
I mean, there's no easy maiden special weight spot at Saratoga. You might as well be in a graded stakes race.
Yeah, again, I see it different. I think you're making a horse run as hard as they possibly can. When you make it easier for horses, they stay sounder, they enjoy their job more, and believe it or not, horses do feed on that positive energy. When barns go good, a lot of it is because the atmosphere in the barn is good. Grooms come in a good mood because their horses are running well, they're winning, and horses feed on positive energy. Barry Schwartz, one of the best breeders in the state of New York in the history of the game.
By far.
He breeds a good horse, not just a good New York bred. But having those New York bred conditions to start your career makes them win races with their B and C efforts. A horse only has so many A efforts in them. If you win races with their B and C efforts, you have those races to go to when they really count.
When I knew this conversation was coming, I did know it would lead to if Customato trained Oselli, he wouldn't be in the Travers. All right, let's move on to another horse in the Travers. That's Golden Tempo. And look, just when you think, okay, there were those who thought, all right, prove it to me one more time. You got that weird setup in the Derby, big long shot upset. Comes back in the Belmont, silences those doubters. What do we expect now in the Travers?
Well, I was in the camp that he got the setup in the Kentucky Derby and that, he's not going to get the same pace. Well, he showed he didn't need a pace, and maybe he's just the best 3-year-old of this division.
Absolutely. I mean, I think two things can be true. He absolutely got a huge setup in the Kentucky Derby. He did not get a setup in the Belmont, and he stuffed me in a locker because I thought that the Derby was a little bit of a false good race. And then on top of all of that, to have Renegade come back and run as well as he did in the Jim Dandy, I think that franks Golden Tempo's form. It makes me even feel more comfortable that I was wrong about the Derby and what that meant for Golden Tempo. It should be a nice, fun showdown between those two, Golden Tempo and Renegade.
Yeah, if you're thinking Eclipse Awards, who wins for best 3-year-old at the end of the year? Right now, Golden Tempo truly has a stranglehold on that division. What's fascinating to me, someone's going to obviously have to step up in the Travers and beat them to put themselves back in the conversation. But the other horse that would be in the conversation is in Cherie DeVaux's barn doing something different. Englishman. I mean, he's sprinting, and he did something on the undercard of the Belmont we hadn't seen in years, and what he did, and who knows what the rest of his season look like. She could have a 3-year-old in Golden Tempo who's in the glamour division doing the glamour things that's nominated, and then top 3-year-old sprinter who ends up there, maybe does big things against older horses, and another nominee. It's pretty remarkable what's going on in her barn.
Oh, it's really remarkable, and it's been the year of women trainers really coming to the fore and showing how great they are at their job. But you just hit on something that's so spot on. The Englishman is the best 3-year-old on the dirt of this crop. It's just that he's not doing it going long, so he's not garnering that same
You know what I
attention.
think? I think of Lost in the Fog. Those connections early on are like, the Derby is not our goal. Their goal was at the time the King's Bishop. They said that was their Kentucky Derby. So look, as you said, 3-year-olds are talented at many different things in our sport. Some happen to be sprinters, some can go long, but Englishman is as talented as anybody at his distances for sure. It is going to be a spectacular Saturday on Fox Sports. It's part of our Saratoga Saturday, and on that Travers Day, you will see the Christophe Clement from 3 to 6 p.m. That coverage, the Alabama highlighting on August 22nd, and then leading to the DraftKings Travers on August 29th. But again, looking ahead, a Saturday away, it is great thoroughbred racing on Fox. It's Fox Saturday at Saratoga. Meanwhile, on this Sunday, the field is assembling in the paddock for race number 4. We'll take you there when we return on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
Health, history, horses has been the slogan of Saratoga Springs for nearly a century, and the Big Red Spring is the perfect representation of this phrase. Long before the racetrack opened in 1863, Saratoga Springs was a popular resort destination. Its famous mineral springs were believed to treat a wide array of medical conditions. Introduced in 1975, the Big Red Spring was named after two of the sport's most legendary chestnuts, Man o' War and Secretariat. In addition to their immense talent, the two stallions also shared the same nickname, Big Red. For the last 46 years, people of all ages have sampled the Big Red Spring as a part of their racetrack experience. It is a tradition that establishes Saratoga as the most unique racing venue in the world.
There's a belief amongst horse players, you take a drink from the Big Red Spring, you'll be lucky all day. Let me just say, it's an acquired taste. Leave it at that. As far as Naira bets, you don't want to leave it to chance. You can leave it to their experts. Maggie?
That's right, and I'm pleased to be joined by one of those experts in Kaylee Shapiro from Naira Bets. And Kaylee, let's first take care of business. What kind of promos is Naira Bets offering this coming week?
Well, yesterday we had another leg of our Travers Bankroll Builder, and that's a really good promotion because literally all you have to do is bet 50 to win on one horse in our big headlining race each week. Yesterday the Whitney, next week the Christophe Clement, and the week after the Alabama. So 2 more legs back, you earn a $20 bonus in each, and you get it for the Travers.
Love that. Anything to look forward to coming into next week? It's week 7. So any promotions, any content that you guys are putting out?
Well, we have the Travers Bankroll Builder next week. We have contests every single day, every race day. Jackson does a tremendous job with the contest, so that's always fun. And we have promotions every day that we're racing. So check it out, nairabets.com/promotions. There's a lot available.
All right. Who do you like? You've got to pick for us, and it's one that draws in, so a little buried on the AEs in race 5.
The number 14, Beach Life. This one last time out was up on the lead, drew the rail that day, so sort of had to go, and I think went just a little bit too quick. Hopefully the fitness is there today. I'll be curious to hear what you say about the horse in the paddock, and hopefully this horse now drawing to the outside sits a little bit more of an ideal trip. So I'll take a shot with this one, the half to Casa Creed, Todd Pletcher, Manny Franco, who's been on fire, and 5 to 1 on the morning line. So take a little bit of a shot there.
Love it, Kaylee. Thank you for your time and for everything you do over at Naira Bets.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
All right, she's going with the hot team. Manny Franco, of course, but Todd Pletcher, Mr. 6,000, Todd.
Yeah, there was another thing that happened yesterday we have a chance to talk about on the show. Now, he was sitting in 7th all-time amongst trainers as wins. He remains there, but 6,000 is rarefied air for wins.
It's rarefied air, and he's only one of 2 trainers to go over $500 million in earnings. He's number 1 on that list. Steve Asmussen's number 2 on that list, but you could see the emotion yesterday with Todd, and he's usually very stoic.
I have to say, one of my great privileges early on in my career, I'd started out at Canterbury. I was just a teenager. I was working in customer service. They had a national HBPA meeting there, and someone introduced to me and said, you're talking to the leading trainer in the country, all-time wins. It was the great Dale Baird. Dale Baird is still on that list. He has been gone for a long time, passed away tragically and suddenly, and he still sits there at 9,000 wins, 2nd all-time.
Incredible, but he was trailering horses, right? Because that's where he would take his horses to different race
of the job.
And, wow.
Waiting for a call of riders up here in race number 4. Let's talk about the 3, Bakudo. And JK, it has been a great meet for Horacio De Paz. I mean, if you think about it, with his next win, he's already going to surpass his most wins in a Saratoga meet. So he had been sitting at 9 previously, and his barn, look, always consistent, but he's having a phenomenal Saratoga.
Yeah, and Horacio does a great job, and I think that one of the things that is important about success up here, what we've seen with Manny Franco, what we saw with Dylan Davis a few years back, success here is what can really propel your career moving forward. Everyone's paying attention, everyone sees it, and now I would imagine that Horacio will have a couple of horse fans pulling up to his barn over the next couple of months because of the success that he's had here.
And one of his main clients, kind of a great transition by you, Richie. Barry Schwartz is the owner of Bakudo. Maggie?
Well, we're not going to look at Bakudo here in the paddock, though I do think he's very live, guys. But taking a look at your favorite, coming off of a considerable layoff, is number 6 in here, Just Classic, who will get the riding assignment of Jose Ortiz, filling in for his brother here for Joe Sharp, who also makes his first start for the barn. And this is a horse that he is turning back, and he has run okay at a sprint, but his better races did come when going longer. And I'm just wondering if this is just a starting point. I mean, I hate to say that for a 4-year-old that is only making his 5th start and still a maiden. He is a big bulky son of Justify. Usually the Justifies are a little bit more streamlined. This guy has a lot of substance to him. So while he's been working very well and watching the work two back, he was finishing up well on the outside of Run Classic. It's a very good, has a lot of back class, a very well-established older horse who has several wins to his resume. And this horse really matching strides nicely. I'm just a little bit concerned with this turn back to the 6.5 furlongs today. Does he get out-footed a bit? Moving on to a first-time starter for Whit Beckman is number 2, Main Thing, as we were talking about Ocelli before the break. And it's not something Whit, however, does particularly well. First-time starting horses that are older, 3-year-olds and upward on the dirt, 2 for 23 with a 68-cent ROI. And this son of Complexity is a half-brother to a first-time starter who won as a 2-year-old up here a couple weeks ago for none other than Horacio de Paz in Beautiful Carly. He's striding out really well here. He's got kind of that long, fluid walk to him, which usually translates to a nice big stride to a horse. And I think he's well spotted here. He may want to go a little bit further eventually, but at least on physical appearances, this horse does look incredibly fit for Whit. I know the stats wouldn't bear that out, and maybe he'll eventually need a start, but Whit's won with first-time starters up here. Yes, they've been juveniles, but still, feels like the barn is kind of tackling that first-time starter type of question with aplomb as of late. So I think this horse, while he's 8-1, he's not saying he's super live. He is eye-catching in the paddock. Todd?
Thank you, Maggie. And with the call of riders up, the field making their way through the paddock here. Post parade about to happen for race number 4. And JK, the 6 Just Classic, still remains our heavy favorite here at 6-5. I mean, logically looking at it, the race would go through this horse, but it does present opportunities with everyone else, right?
Yeah, this is one of those races where you have to identify the drop. Is it a drop where they're dropping to win, dropping to move on, dropping because the horse doesn't necessarily fit their program, what they want? So let's get him here, let's get a win, and if someone wants to claim him, we move on. Or is it this horse comes in off a long break, can't really run? That's the decision that you have to make. I'm going to side with the fact that I believe this horse is going to win this race. And if they get claimed, they get claimed.
Well, you're a Texas guy, and Tom Durant, the owner, is a Texas guy, and you're right. He's just looking to race at the highest level.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that, a horse like this is, is a horse that you feel like you have to hold on to. If you win a race at Saratoga, you get claimed, you win the purse, you get the claim money, and then you go across the street and you buy a horse on Monday night.
You going to the sales on Monday?
Oh, can't miss it.
Yeah, it's a good social time, too.
Let's not forget, too, it costs just as much to feed a slow horse as it does a fast horse.
Well put. All right, coming out for the post parade here with a reminder, the new Belmont is back soon. Check out all the new details at newbelmont.com. But again, return to racing September 18th. First horse in the post parade is the one, Classic Rock.
Good speed when getting to dirt at Churchill Downs back last November. You got the layoff, the inside, going to have to show that speed.
As Pat Riley told the Showtime Lakers, the main thing is the main thing. Here's Main Thing, a first-time starter by Complexity.
Yeah, Whit Beckman, 13% with first-time starters. That's good enough stat for me.
But kudos, 7-1. That's a good enough price. Say that.
Yeah, dropping in class for Barry Schwartz, Horacio de Paz, the meet he's having. This horse has a little bit of problem getting away from the gate cleanly, but I think this horse is well spotted here.
Holy Dancer struggling to break the maiden 0 for 10. Could today be the day?
Lots of opportunities. Always a big price.
Nordic Fire, currently up on the board, also at 16-1.
I think it's too big a price for Nordic Fire. This horse has races that would put him in the frame.
Rider change, Jose Ortiz aboard the 6 Just Classic, our favorite.
Yeah, it comes in off a long layoff, but a horse that's been training well. Also, I think the 6.5 helps for a horse that's gone longer in the past.
I know what the stats say recently, but Danny Gargan is capable off the claim. He's got the 7.
Yeah, he's very capable off the claim, and this horse does have good speed. I thought he was interesting as well.
Mr. Mashugana finishes off our post parade. To Mr. Mashugana, talking about Jonathan Kitchen.
Yeah, lots of changes here. Blinkers on, Lasix, switching from the turf to the dirt.
Gelding, the ultimate equipment change.
Yes, for sure. Taking a look at our favorite now at even money. We talked about the drop in class for Just Classic. For these connections, you can understand it. Yes, you could also, though, Richie, talk about the horse has had a spotty racing career, hasn't raced as much as you normally would at this point, and was kind of a bargain purchase being a son of Justify.
Yeah, and coming in off a very strong, solid works here in Saratoga. Maybe it's just well spotted. I thought there were other interesting ways to go. I always have a hard time, Todd, and I don't know how you guys feel about it, taking that shorter price in maiden claiming races. I just don't think that you find the same kind of consistency of form in lower level races.
All right, a better price, JK, is the 7 Captain Fluff and Stuff, as we were talking about. This is trainer Danny Gargan off the claim. You're currently getting 5-1. Now, it doesn't change, you know, as far as the level does drop in class. They claim the horse for maiden 55. Now they show up for 35,000 off the claim. There was a time you would have questioned that, but that's kind of the modern game right now.
This horse was under 4-1 twice at this level for Chad Brown and wasn't able to win. I'm not cutting in line to bet horses taken away from horsemen like Chad Brown. I just, sure, maybe. I just don't see it.
But there's two schools of thought with that. You're coming from a good barn, so it's hard to improve off a trainer like that. But you're also you're getting a horse that's been well cared for and in good shape.
Yeah, and that is part of the game, looking who you are claiming off of and how soon you can come back. Sometimes you come back quickly because you're going off the other trading as well. You are absolutely ready to run. But fascinating tote board with an even money favorite. Then you have 5 horses that all range anywhere from 5-1 to 8-1. And looking towards the inside in here, one of those horses is a first-time starter. The two main thing. JK, how do you view a first-time starter in the maiden claiming ranks? Can you honestly put so much into the pedigree? Because if their pedigree was great, they wouldn't be offered up for maiden claiming.
Yeah, I don't take too much account of the pedigree. I mean, I think, in this day and age, with the availability of the workout reports, it's a little harder to kind of sneak one over. A horse that's probably better than the group. I remember Condo Commando, right?
Yeah.
Was a horse that, if I'm not mistaken, ran for a tag at one point. And one for fun, right?
Years ago, Todd, when the Horsehaven track was open, they went through the barn area, and we'd work horses on that to beat the clockers because they hadn't them clockers on there. Yeah,
undercover. Well, if there's anything going on in the warm-up, they can't hide it when Maggie Wolfendel's on the job.
I just wish I had a pair of binoculars out here, to be honest, Todd. That would really kind of, make the full picture for me on this job. But taking a look at number 8, Mr. Meshuggah, I thought this was a race that may be a little more wide open than just taking even money on your favorite Just Classic. But Mr. Meshuggah, as JK pointed out, gets the full makeover. New gelding, Lasix, blinkers on, shortcut blinker, switching to the dirt from the turf. And I gotta say, the one drawback that I don't like is that he does look a little bit more turf meant, which is bothering me a little bit. And there's pedigree to go either way. The dam, she was all turf, but the only sibling to try the dirt did win on it, so at least there's that. But this guy definitely has more of a turf hoof to him, and he's got a little bit more of that higher knee action, which is usually a little bit more indicative of a horse that is turf meant. And maybe it's a bad sign that Chad's just saying, I'm giving up on this horse. You can have him if you want him. But he does look incredibly well prepared coming back here. I definitely didn't mind the warm-up other than the higher knee action. He is moving well out there. And he does get a good draw. A horse that had really no speed at all. He messed up the break in that turf sprint. And if you do that in a turf sprint, you are getting left behind. Dirt's a little bit more forgiving about allowing a horse to get into a race a bit easier. So I think that happens today with the outside draw as he's drawn in the one hole first time out. I'm going to take a roll of the dice with him at 6-1. Number 3, Bakudo, as I was talking about, he'll take a drop in class from New York bred maiden special weights to this kind of open 35-40 for the New York breds in here. I really liked him in that spot last time. I thought that he could be very effective going a mile. He's built that way. He has the disposition that's good for that. Though that track was tilted towards speed as Tuning In and Bubster ran 1-2 around the racetrack. And he just was a little headstrong at first, and then he faded. I think the drop-in class suits him. He fits well with this group. I just wish it was a little bit longer, but on the flip side of that, he ran A-OK first time out at 6. Todd?
Maggie, great work. Thank you for the insight. Field moving it to line here for race number 4. So I'm kind of confused where you guys are going in here. What's your pick, Richie?
I landed on the 3, Bakudo. I like the drop down. I actually like the turn back in distance. And the Horatio De Paz is white hot.
JK, who you got?
6 for me.
Field about set to go. Race number 4 here at Saratoga. Let's go up to track announcer Frank Miramati.
Mr. Michigan on the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Just Classic stumbled at the start. Classic Rock has early speed, as does Mr. Michigan. Behind them, Main Thing is not far behind in 3rd. Bakudo comes away in 4th, 4 lengths off the lead. 2 back to Captain Fluff and Stuff, who is racing down the back stretch about, let's see, 7, 8 lengths off them. It's another 3 back to Just Classic in this strung out group. 5 in front of Nordic Fire and Holy Dancer. 21 and 2, that's why they're strung out. Classic Rock sizzling up top. Main Thing on the inside with Mr. Michigan, less than 3 furlongs to go. There's room on the inside for Main Thing coming after the front runner now. Bakudo is in 4th, a gap of 6 to Captain Fluff and Stuff. And then it's Just Classic on the outside, followed by Nordic Fire there at the top of the stretch. Classic Rock in front by 3, chased by Main Thing in 2nd. These two are pretty well clear as they come toward the 16th pole. Classic Rock, Ricardo Santana Jr. keeping him well off the rail. And Classic Rock will win with style. Classic Rock wins by close to 7 lengths. Main Thing clearly second best. Nordic Fire was 3rd, and then Bakudo.
Play Freebird. It's Classic Rock going gate to wire. Put your lighters in the air, or in this day and age, just turn on the light on your phone and hold them up. But what was this? I mean, I looked at those fractions. I'm thinking, how is Classic Rock going to last to the wire?
From this kind of field, this level, to run 21 and 2 essentially, 44, if these times are correct, and the way he drew off, you gotta think it could be legit. But you notice something? Ricardo Santana broke from the rail, used his speed, got off the rail. I'm wondering if the riders aren't starting to feel like the outside portion of the track's a little bit better.
JK, is this as simple? We undersold the tried and true angle of first time into the maiden claiming ranks. Is that what was kind of missed here?
I think they just probably snuck one over on us here with this horse. This horse has been working down at Fairhill. It's a facility that doesn't have a lot of public clockers or private clockers that are publishing information. Those fractions were very serious fractions for this horse to be out there setting the pace. I just think that this horse was much better than what we saw on paper.
Yeah, and on the break, a lot of the horses the outside were unlucky, Richie. Ultimately, we're 1, 2, 5, 3 here. A lot of those horses who avoided some of that trouble at the start, but it's prices across the board: 8-1, 8-1, 23-1, and 9-1. 1, 2, 5, 3. Final time for the 6.5 furlongs: 116-1. I guess that matches up with those fractions.
He ran. I mean, if those are legit, this horse really ran to another level. Just Classic was the one who took the worst of the break. He stumbled pretty badly and basically eliminated any chance he had.
Bred by Ed and Beverly Seltzer. They know how to breed a horse with speed. This one listed as owner-trainer Ernesto Ochoa, previously Eduardo Esparua Jr., listed as trained, but had not been raced since November of last year, but clearly was ready today and dominates gate to wire. It's Classic Rock at 8-1, and this is what Ricardo Santana Jr. is known for, getting horses out of the gate. We mentioned he won the last race yesterday at a price at 12-1, and he gets a price here at 8-1.
He's such a strong finisher. He's been a welcome addition to the New York colony, and he's added a little bit of that aggression that sometimes we don't have. Now, a lot of times jockeys get the blame for the slow paces, but jockeys also have to ride to instructions at times, and a lot of trainers on the East Coast are more comfortable or happier when their horses are rating than when they're showing speed. I don't know why, because speed's a good commodity to have.
When we look at the races remaining on the card, JK, if you didn't have the winner here in race 4, still lots of opportunities ahead, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I actually like the 8 All-Star Lee in the next race. For Anthony Dutrow. Broke a little slow last time, came running.
Yeah. If you want to see those great races, including our feature, the Troy, later on in the card. You will see them over on Fox Sports 1. At the Oscars, when you watch the broadcast, they have seat fillers, people that come in during the commercial break, fill the seat, and then leave when the person who's supposed to be sitting there eventually arrives. I'm just the placeholder for Lafitte Pincay. He's coming up next. He'll sit in the host chair. These guys will stick around, and more Saratoga Live will be happening over on Fox Sports 1. We hope you'll stay tuned with us. We hope you'll be playing through Naira Bets. So much more to come from Saratoga Springs. Saratoga Live over on Fox Sports 1. I'm Todd Trupp. Until next time, may all your photo finishes be winning ones.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Saratoga.
What every day should look like all summer. Long live look, Saratoga Racecourse. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. This is Saratoga Live, winding down Whitney Week at the Spa. 1863 Club, we are just outside the paddock. J.K. Ritchie, I'm Lafitte. It's an FS1 audience, so I should properly introduce you. Handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, champion jockey Richie Migliori. We have 7 races left on this Day After Whitney program. Included, it's the Grade 2 Troy. It's always an exciting race. You're talking about some of the fastest horses in training, going as hard as they can right from the opening bell. We'll have much more on the Troy, but for our viewers just joining us, Richie, what happened in race number 4?
Well, we saw a horse that hadn't run since last November just run them off the feet from the inside. Classic Rock showed high speed. If those fractions are right, he ran a remarkable race, drew away. It looked to me like Ricardo Santana consciously got off the rail, and I'm starting to think the riders are feeling like maybe the inside's not the place to be.
That's one of the indicators when you're trying to identify if the track starts to get a little bit biased, is the riders out there paying attention. They know what they're on. They know when it's the right or the wrong place to be, and it definitely is something to keep an eye out for.
Ricardo Santana won the nightcap yesterday. Horse that paid somewhere in the neighborhood of $26. Here, Classic Rock, with the results in 8-1 if you liked him in the end.
The one thing about Ricardo, he's hard riding. It doesn't matter if they're 2-1 or 20-1. He's going to give you a ride. finishes strong. And I was just saying, Lafitte, how he's interjected some more aggressive tactics in this New York colony.
All right, so that's race 4. Featured event, the Troy, race number 9. Let's go macro, micro, big picture, Richie. Again, fast turf sprinters. The overall talent, there's the field. What do you make of the field overall?
Well, I think it's a really good field, but I think there's a ton of speed signed on here. And when I look at a race like this, Lafitte, I still kind of handicap like I'm riding the race. I want to identify the speeds and what style is going to be most effective in this race. I want a closer.
You're looking for somebody from off the pace. A couple of changes here with Determined Kingdom out. Would have been ridden by Ricardo Santana. Picks up the mount number 3, Don Show. Arad Ortiz banged up yesterday off his mounts. Number 2, 26 Black, 5-2 morning line favorite. 26 Black won the Harvey Pack here, opening weekend. But we start with the elusive Quality in May. Aqueduct Jonathan, where Waralo beats 26 Black.
Yeah, Waralo, a horse who wants to be a little bit more forward. He's going to have some pace to deal with in here today. 26 Black, on the other hand, is a horse that's going to appreciate closing into that pace. I like 26 Black here a little bit today. I'm more of a 22 Black guy myself, but 26 Black will get it done.
His Harvey Pack was impressive. He is sharp, 26 Black, for a barn that's had a terrific first month of the meet.
Yeah, I mean, and I think he has the right style for this race. He's by War Dancer. There's 3 War Dances here. Been a big addition to the New York Stallion roster, as is Bucero. I got to get that right. I got that from the farm manager, Bucero.
Yeah, Bucero.
And he stands at Iron Horse out near Schuylerville, and another horse that's a welcome addition to the Stallion scene.
You saw today's races. Brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Friendly reminder, offer still stands. Sign up today, NyraBets.com. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today, NyraBets.com. 2-year-old fillies next. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. New York bred 2-year-old fillies on this picture. Perfect Sunday, day after the day after Whitney with the fillies marching towards the paddock. We'll have Maggie's Paddock Report, riders up, post-parade, and next, race 5 and 20. Yeah. Hey, Megan.
Hi, Lafitte.
¿Cómo le va todo hoy?
How are you?
Everything's good.
Hi.
Everything's good.
Todo las, I don't know. Good.
Just testing your Spanish.
I'm trying. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. 10, 9, 8, you got my cough. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, where is...
Well,
Back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Lots of live racing. Still ahead with an eye on a big sale across the street and a big sale across the pond while we're at it. Tattersalls, October yearling sale at Park Paddocks in Newmarket over the last decade heightened interest from American interests, and for good reason. Among many standouts, this is where Newspaper of Record was acquired. Seth Klarman's 2018 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf winner. Over to Megan Burgess with Harvey Bell, Tattersalls sales director.
That's right, Lafitte. Really nice to catch up with Harvey. And what brings you to Saratoga? The atmosphere we've mentioned off camera, unlike anything really in the world.
Yeah, it's a fantastic few days racing, Megan. I mean, a great opportunity for us to promote our yearling sales coming up this autumn. Everybody's in town for the sales and for racing, and it's just a great 4 or 5 days that we can come here and see everybody in one place at one time.
Lafitte mentioned it, Newspaper of Record, the likes of those Grade 1 winners sourced in Europe. Can you talk to us a little bit about the October yearling sale upcoming? It's almost a battleground for billionaires, the sports elites all gathering together, the Mecca.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been blessed in recent years to have some yearlings make some of the highest prices in the world. But on the US, like you mentioned Newspaper of Record, and we go back to the likes of her and Aunt Pearl, who are really the catalyst for a lot of US participation. And then in recent years, we've now come back to a track here where we've had 2 Grade 1 winners from our yearling sales this year, Portfolio Duration and Title Roll, who ran a really good third in the Saratoga Derby yesterday as well.
What are some of those hips that we can look forward to seeing? Some of those monster pedigrees we see in the States. Obviously, the same goes for the European catalog.
Yeah, absolutely. We worked really hard putting the catalog together, and I think it's one of the finest selections we put together in recent years. There's 44 siblings to classic or group or Grade 1 winners, and then some really standout lots on paper, like the Frankel Colt, who's the first foal of Caravel, the Breeders' Cup winner. A really exciting horse to be getting over and offering later in October.
Americans were responsible for purchasing 45 yearlings out of the 25 edition of the sale, and the catalyst for that, really Mike Ryan and trainer Chad Brown. How important has that partnership been of allowing Americans to come over and really source quality turf horses in Europe?
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. And Mike and Mary Ryan and Chad and Clarovich Stables were a real catalyst. And we saw the turf program and the purses getting more and more valuable here. So we've promoted it heavily in recent years. And then we see a lot of people coming over now. It's got really competitive, and we're delighted to see the horses come back over here and compete and win Grade 1s on the biggest stage.
Lovely to catch up and meet with you.
Thanks for your time, Megan.
A very lucrative and exciting sale coming up in October in Europe. Don't miss it, Lafitte.
Great stuff, Megan, with Harvey Bell. You see it more and more, Jonathan. Look, if the Americans want to compete with the Europeans on these bigger grass races, specifically the Breeders' Cup, often you'll see the best American turf runners. This is where they're acquired.
Absolutely. And like they said, Newspaper of Record was brilliant, one of the first that kind of got everyone's attention. But yeah, if you want to win grass races here, and grass racing here has really started to blossom even more so than it had in the past, you want to have those pedigrees that are built around that, right? I don't think our dirt pedigrees are premier in the world, and our turf pedigrees are coming right along, but their turf pedigrees obviously do help a lot when you're trying to find good turf horses.
We have New York-bred 2-year-old fillies making all kinds of noise behind us in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home to #1 sires into Mischief, Omaha Beach, Vacoma, and Yaupon, the leaders of their sire classes in 2025. Updated odds, 5.5 furlong turf dash. It is wide open. Maggie right behind us in the paddock with eyes on Fire Angel. John inside. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Lafitte, nice to hear your voice as we're all back at it again today after Whitney Day, which was spectacular. But yes, 2-year-olds here in the paddock, though this is a group of horses that half of them have run before, but don't be alarmed, the ones making noise are the first-time starters. So we'll start by talking about some of those ones that do have that experience. And we'll say that #1, Fire Angel, kind of has half the experience because she unfortunately had her bit break. She is a horse that wears a ring bit, so it's kind of, a ring bit is a 2-piece bit. In other words, there's a snaffle part, and then attached is a ring that also goes in their mouth that goes underneath their jaw that acts just as a bit of leverage, used mainly for horses that can be a bit strong. Well, she was strong first time out, and that middle snaffle part snapped on Manny Franco. So you can't really proceed with that. So therefore he pulled up, and she's going to be back in here for George Weaver, but sprinting. I actually think that's A-okay for her because she was so headstrong in that kind of quasi debut. And two, she was very aggressive in the prelims. Now, if you didn't get the late changes, she did not wear blinkers in that first start. It was actually just a titanium hood. A titanium hood is used for horses that can get nervous, and it's kind of like a chemical reaction where the titanium, it kind of will have a calming effect on the horses, and it's actually doing a better job today than it did last time. She is a little bit more reserved here in the paddock overall, and I don't mind her turning back. I liked her first time. I like her here again. As we'll move on to another one with experience that I'm also very intrigued by. That's number 4, St. Dimphna, who will make the trainer change to Amelia Green, and she broke pretty well last time, and she was on that 3 to 4 wide pursuit throughout. She did get a little bit tired, but I think she's fitter and stronger now having that race under her belt, and she is, arguably the most experienced in this field, kind of in a short amount of time. And you often, get a little concerned, or do they get a little fried from that? Not her. She's cool as a cucumber in here, and like I said, it seems as though she's one that potentially is thriving on racing. Lafitte?
Laid back, thriving with a couple races under her belt. St. Dimphna, number 8 in All-Star Lee, also has a race under her belt. She is currently the 7-5 favorite. There she is. Her debut last month, same level. Took money, All-Star Lee Richie. Didn't break. And puts in a solid run. We pick up the action, making the way around the far turn.
Yeah, I mean, really made up a lot of ground. It's never ideal when you're giving everybody else a head start. It's one thing to get outrun. It's another thing to jump late. And she got a lot of experience out of this, negotiating traffic, stayed on the inside, and
come up the hedge.
Finished really well. And for a young horse, you like to see them have that kind of determination, that kind of grit, that they're not afraid to go for those gaps.
Like a building block, Jonathan, some foundation there, and every reason to expect another step forward today.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, it's a little bit tricky always when you have a horse that breaks a little bit slow first time out. There's always a possibility that they break slow again. I think the assumption is typically they learn a little bit, they get a little bit more comfortable, they can make some adjustments, and then they break better. But you still are, hoping that they break better second time out.
By Golden Pal, graduated in his 3rd career start here in the Skidmore back in 2020, running a hole in the wind. Right back to Maggie.
As we'll take a look at those first-time starters, a few of them here in the paddock, Lafitte, beginning with number 3, Cyber Cloud, daughter of Cyberknife, and she's kind of an interesting color. She's what we would say in the show horse world is Strawberry Roan, as she was obviously born a chestnut, but she is becoming a gray, and this is what happens with young horses. So she's pretty cool looking, to say the least. You won't see many colored this way, and eventually she will become lighter and have more of a whiter appearance. They did pay $100,000 for her after working 10 flat at the OBS April sale, and she definitely has that daisy cutter stride. So I think turf sprinting is a good starting point for her, despite not having much pedigree for it, as she's a daughter of Cyberknife. The dam was an very mediocre dirt sprinter. This is her first full. The second dam, however, did win as a 2-year-old, was actually a stakes winner as a 2-year-old, but on the dirt. And I'm wondering if it's mainly because of how she worked at that sale that they're choosing this surface at this distance to begin her at. She was kept away from everybody else around the number 3 tree with the pony. Done the right thing, as she has been calm and quiet throughout the prelims here. Might just need a start for everything to kind of come together with her. And I do have to mention a very big long shot in here, because I'm such a fan of this family. That's number 11, the Paper Lady. I'm also a huge fan of Caraconte. I think he's an incredibly underrated stallion. He stands for 15 grand, as he is good with his 2-year-olds. He hits at 18% with his first-time starters. He's good with his turf sprinters, hitting at 17%. The dam, consider it. She was 3 for 25 on the turf, and this one is half to Sanctuary City, who is very good. Ran really well in a lot of New York bred stakes on the turf, as well as Considerate City, who has been running recently here on the turf. I just love this pedigree, and I know the other siblings were better going longer, but they were by Temple City, who is a much more, distance influence. And being by Caraconte, I think, it sets her up to be a little bit more precocious and, be more of a quicker type. And that's exactly what I'm observing here in the paddock. She does wear blinkers first time out. Short cup cheater blinker. Yeah, she's a little soft around the edges, but I'm excited to see what she does here, Lafitte, because like I said, this family has been a productive one.
See how productive Maggie she is. By Caraconte, as you mentioned, a Breeders' Cup Mile winner. He was a big price when he won on a Breeders' Cup stage. She's a big price for her debut. As we circle back to Fire Angel and Ricardo Santana and what happened in her first start with the equipment, Richie, and if you could expand on what happened and what that would be the equivalent of, let's say, for somebody who's, I don't know, driving a car and something goes wrong.
Well, your bridle, the bit in the horse's mouth, and the reins are not only your brakes, but also your steering. So imagine you're driving down the highway and all of a sudden your steering goes, you try to slow the car down, your brakes are gone, and you're just now basically a passenger, and you've got to hope that God's smiling upon you. That's what happened with her last time when her bit broke.
If you're a rider, just sheer panic. I saw like Franco doing everything, just kind of guiding to the outside as best as possible.
That's when you got to get as calm as you've ever gotten in your life, because you don't want to incite that horse to panic more and then really do something silly. Grab some mane, sit tight, say a little prayer.
I'll pass. No, thank you. Fire Angel, there she is. Let's say, hope everything goes better today. Ricardo Santana looking for back-to-back wins.
Yeah, and she was showing really good speed when that equipment problem happened. I like her on the turn back.
Kimbashi first to the first-time starters.
Yeah, had a couple of good turf works last time over there on the Oklahoma.
The Strawberry Roan, Cybercloud.
Yeah, it does have a B- work from the Daily Racing Form Clocker Report, which is a tremendous tool with young horses.
St. Dymphna, only filly with multiple starts.
Yeah, had a couple of starts, ran well enough last time. Also has a little trainer change going on for her.
Nader Tot, there she is, had a Plains Partners debuting homebred.
By Slumber, a sire I really like, stands at Rockridge in Hudson, New York. I really underrated turf sire.
Carpet City, Christopher Elliott picks up the mount on the first-timer.
Yeah, out of a Twirling Candy mare. I think Twirling Candy is one of the most versatile sires out there.
But Bucarita, yes?
Yeah, Bucarita. By Bucaro, half to Lady Milagro, a turf sprint stakes winner.
Solid debut mid-July for All-Star League.
Yeah, it came running late. I don't love the price. Probably a little bit overbet for a horse that comes from out of it, but a likely winner.
Number 10, Leighton Orient. Good magic first-time starter.
Another one that 2 works back had a nice work over there on the turf course for Kid and LaRose.
Number 11, the Paper Lady. And you like what she saw in the paddock. That's not her. That is Comet's Choice.
Comet's Choice. Took no money on debut on the dirt. Didn't do much running either.
There's the Paper Lady winding up.
Yeah, and I am on board with Maggie here. Half to Sanctuary City. The mare's been so productive. I'm a big fan of the family as well.
Beach Life draws in now with Manny Franco.
Yeah, I'm going to live the beach life in a couple weeks here, Lafitte, when I go to Del Mar. And I'm going to use your box, and I'm going to send you a lot of pictures of me in your box at Del Mar.
Don't you think that we're supposed to be friends, right?
Yeah.
We're supposed to be friends. Don't you think you should protest in some capacity, like I'm not going if he doesn't go?
Well, what I really think is that I won a Pacific Classic. You've got a box there. I think it should be you and I going there. So
we'll have the Pacific Classic, Del Mar signature race on Fox Sports 1 in a couple of weeks. We go back to Megan Burgess.
And I went with a little bit of a unknown and a first-time starter, the number 10, Leighton Orient for the Ken and LaRose barn. We obviously saw his 2-year-old stress relief on dirt be very effective and precocious, but didn't like what I saw from this filly by Good Magic, who might not have the plethora of immediate turf pedigree, but the second dam was a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf routing. And just as far as what I observed from her physically, she's very strong. She's very much an out-and-out sprinter. She's that shorter, robust to the ground. She's got that slack and that angle to her pastern that will hopefully reflect on this turf course, and she looks fit for the task for a very dangerous connections, as we'll send it right back to Lafitte.
At 11-1, Leighton Orient, 2-year-old filly spendthrift, 2-year-old race of the day in 3 minutes. We go back to Maggie.
And picking right up where Meg left off with number 10, Leighton Orient. I do think she is a filly, like Meg said, very well spotted. Now, she was very well behaved back in the paddock, but we saw rider Junior Alvarado really get aggressive with her, from taking her away from the pony and really getting her to expend some energy and open up her stride. So some reminders of let's break here quickly, as that's usually what you want to do in these turf sprints. So I agree with Meg. I do think she is one of the live firsters in here, as we'll check in with number 6, Carpet City. She is sitting up there at 15-1 for Kenny McPeak, whose 2-year-olds are running here at the meet so far. This one, though, down with Jimmy Jerkins at Belmont Park, and she looks incredibly fit here. Honestly, one of the most fit-looking firsters that we see in this race. However, I'm not totally sold on turf for her, but there's some pedigree to say I'm wrong, as she's a daughter of Maximus Mischief, who hits at 17% with his turf sprinters. While the dam was unraced, one of 2 foals did win, although on the dirt, but the second dam, Booze and Susan, was a stakes winner on the turf. So maybe if you do a little digging, you can find some turf. We'll see how she does here. She is wearing blinkers for this debut. Just seemed a little bit bewildered, a little bit overwhelmed so far in the prelims. And then checking in with your 3-2 favorite. That's too short on this horse. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm completely wrong here, but yes, I know she blew the break first time out, but then Jose Ortiz did everything right. He saved every inch of ground. He got to the rail by this turn. He cut the corner, and she was brave to run up the inside. She is a big, big filly. So I thought that run, the way she ran, and looking at her physically, that they would go longer with her. But I see why they don't. And why they haven't stretched her out is because she is incredibly high strung. I'm sure her and Jose would get in a tussle, in a wrestling match, if he would try to dole out her speed. I think she'll break better today. I wish she was a little bit more calm, because she has been like this since she stepped foot into the paddock. I'm going to take a shot here with a 3rd-time starter in number 4, St. Dymphna. Here, Lafitte. I like what I saw in the paddock, like the race that she ran last time. Hoping we see Amelia Green here in the winner's circle.
And with Tyler Gaffley on, Maggie looking for a 3rd winner on the afternoon. Rider off Leighton Orient. Junior Alvarado, Whitney winning rider. Now a 2-time Whitney winning rider. Richie, what's going on here?
Yeah, I think you're just adjusting the equipment. In the warm-up, you always give your saddle a little bit of a shake, make sure it's tight enough, or even not too tight at times, make sure it doesn't slide up. If you're uncomfortable with your saddle, go to the gate. These guys are amazing horse people. They'll change the position of the saddle. You can't do anything about it once the gate's open, so you better be in tune to it beforehand.
Crucial part of the entire operation. The gate crew tending to Leighton Orient, making those adjustments. Jonathan, All-Star Lee, 7-5. Is this, the handicappers, that much faith in her, or some sort of indictment on the competition?
But I think it's that recency, right? She had that trip where she broke a little bit slow and came running, so then I think people it's just the idea that you know what to get, while some of the other ones you're still kind of guessing, hoping who they might be.
Yeah, and listen, she did get off, less than the way you'd like to. But she did get a very good trip after that. I did like that she showed a professionalism coming through on the inside, that she had a gameness to her. 7-5 is 6-5 now. Pretty short. I'm taking a little bit of a shot with the one. Fire Angel had that quit brim problem first time out. I like the turn back for this horse. I think she was just a little bit keen early going that distance, and I think the turn back will be good for her.
Yeah, so to follow up, you explained what happened in her first start and what went wrong. Nobody's fault, but any concerns about her first experience in a race being a negative experience, Fire Angel?
Yeah, it's funny. I don't think horses carry a memory like that. It wasn't like a traumatic thing. It was like, oh, wait, I'm free after an 1/8 of a mile. I can kind of do whatever I want. I think it was probably more traumatic for Manny Franco.
And then Ricardo Santana gets to jump in the cockpit today. Fire Angel, Bucarita. Big long shot. The favorite, 6-5, All-Star Lee, looking to graduate in her 2nd career start. It is post time. New York bred fillies, 2-year-old filly Spendthrift, 2-year-old race of the day. Frank Miramati with the call. Race 5 from the Spa live on Fox Sports 1.
Thank you, Lafitte. Here's Leighton Orient coming up. She walks into the gate. Next will be St. Dymphna. The Paper Lady. Nader Tot. Comet's Choice is next. Carpet City. And Beach Life. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Leighton Orient bounced out very smartly. Here's Cybercloud rushing through on the inside to take the lead. St. Dymphna is in the early mix too. On the far outside, Beach Life is fourth, moving up now to be a joint second. They are followed on the inside by Fire Angel, who's just a few lengths off the lead as they run down the back stretch. Kinbashi is next, racing two clear of All-Star Lee on the outside of Carpet City through a quarter that went in 21 3/5 seconds. Very compact on the front end as Fire Angel takes the lead. Toward the back of the field, Bukarita, Kinbashi has now lost several spots and is right at the back at the top of the stretch with Nader Tot. Wide open, top of the lane. St. Dymphna coming after Fire Angel. These two head and head. There's a clear shot though for All-Star Lee, who's coming after them nicely in third. Inside of her, Carpet City trying to split rivals. And then comes Leighton Orient and Comet's Choice. They're coming toward the wire. St. Dymphna is just in front. And that is a triple for Tyler Gaffleone. St. Dymphna prevails. Carpet City was next. All-Star Lee was in a battle for third with Kinbashi, who found her stride very well late.
Always an adventure. Cavalry charge to the wire. Well done, Maggie. St. Dymphna, the Edgin Experience. Third career start, 7-1. Tyler Gaffleone, third win of the afternoon in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day.
Yeah, and just a good call by Maggie first off, but Tyler, another good ride. Amelia Green. People look at the win totals and think she's having a bad meet. No, her horses have been running. She's just been unlucky to find the winner's circle. 9 seconds, 7/3. Now she gets another win here. First time for her. For TriStar Stable, the family of Joe Lestreto, keeping his legacy going there. And nice effort. Got a little messy when the 3 Cybercloud bore out badly on the far turn.
Yeah, look at the turf sprint. They look like they were sure coming home slow.
Yeah.
But this one gets the maiden done. St. Dymphna, and the trainer change to Amelia Green, obviously something to pay attention to.
Was that the Strawberry Roan causing that?
The 3-horse,
because you can never trust the Strawberry Roan. I didn't know what a Strawberry Roan was like 90 seconds ago.
Well, you know now. He's the one that got in your other horse's way here. Now, you really, when we watch the turn again, the replay, it just basically scattered half the field, her bearing out as badly as she did.
For Tyler Gaffleone, first 2 wins, pickup mounts on the afternoon, pressing all the right buttons in here with St. Dymphna at 7-1. You see it there, 4, 6, 8, 2. Any excuses? What did you make of All-Star Lee's effort at even money?
We'd have to go back and see if she was one of the ones affected by the 3-horse bearing out. The 1-horse Fire Angel, she got gifted the inside and was able to slide up, and she was very disappointing for the trip she had. But like I said, it got a little messy around the turn, but this filly ran extremely good here.
I thought All-Star Lee just had the entire stretch to do something if she chose to do it, and she just wasn't really there.
I think that's very fair. In Carpet City, Maggie talked about going back to the Grand Dam. Booze and Susan, she was a stakes winner, turf sprinting. And having Jimmy Jerkins as an assistant trainer, well, that's like having a Michelin star chef as your sous chef.
What a team, what a team. TriStar Farms St. Dymphna by Tonalis, was trained by Christophe Clement. Grade 1 Christophe Clement next Saturday. The feature on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Belmont Stakes winner, defeating California Chrome and Company as Chrome was bidding on a Triple Crown. As St. Dymphna in her 3rd career start at 7-1 and a 3rd win on the afternoon for Tyler Gaffleone, 4, 6, 8, 2. On this day after the Whitney, And with the live racing still ahead and the Grade 2 Troy still ahead, so much to unpack and everything that took place yesterday. John Green, General Manager, DJ Stable, mic'd up in his journey leading up to post time for the Whitney and watching his champion filly take on the boys.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Further ado, a magnificent run.
Olympiad gets the gold. Magnitude to the top of the class.
She's so speedy in the sprint. Tap it twice. Tap it twice.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
The 105th Saratoga Sale. For over a century, the crown jewel of North American yearling sales has attracted the world's top buyers for an experience unlike any other. World-class yearlings, prestigious pedigrees, premier race meet, glamour, elegance, and charm. The best party. The 105th Saratoga Sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Man O' War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Back on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon at Saratoga. Saratoga Live on FS1 is always brought to you in part by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NyraBets.com or download the NyraBets app to get started. St. Dymphna. Sometimes these races, when it's a matter of traffic and congestion, it's simply a matter of the horse that stays clear of any mess.
Yeah, I mean, especially turf racing and particularly turf sprints. Trips play a big role in it. I always tell people they need to go back. If there's 10 horses in a race, go back and watch that replay at least 10 times.
Maggie zeroed in on the winner, and now with the winning connections to the winner's circle.
I'm so happy to be here with Sonny and Joe Lestrito. What is it, third generation you guys are?
Third generation.
Mm-hmm. I'm so happy for you guys. St. Dymphna, Sonny, you were just telling me that it's kind of a crazy story because it was almost cosmic in the way that she came to you guys.
Absolutely, yeah. So my mom always prayed to St. Dymphna for years and years, and my dad went and bought a horse. And he came to my mom and he was like, hey, I bought another horse. I'm so sorry. And they told him when he purchased it that they weren't going to change the name, or that we couldn't change the name. And her name is St. Dymphna. And my mom had prayed to St. Dymphna for forever. So, years, so it's very cosmic. Sentimental. Very sentimental. We love St. Dymphna. We love this horse more than anything. Yeah. She's so perfect. She's so calm. She's so sweet. Gave her a good pep talk this morning. Yeah.
And it worked. She was, and two, she was so determined.
Yeah.
A lot of horses came to her and she put her nose out and she got there.
Absolutely. She's so 100%. tough. She is part of our family. She's got that feisty spirit, which we love. And it's just really exciting. It's awesome. Yeah, she's a Lestrito. Yeah.
Well, that's what I was going to ask too. Is that, your grandfather was such a staple in New York racing for so long, and I love that the third generation is carrying it on. And obviously Doc Sullivan running huge as well the other day.
It's amazing. It's such a pleasure to be here. I mean, we miss our grandfather every day. And we feel know him in these horses. Yeah, we feel him Every in these single race. horses, and we just know he's with us on the track every time we're cheering on a horse. So. Yeah.
Guys, I just got chilled. So happy for you all. Congratulations. And I love your keeping this tradition alive.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Have Maggie. a good one. Appreciate it.
All right, Levine, St. Dymphna was meant to be.
the pride and generations in this racing family. You knew her grandfather well.
Very well. Joe Lashito, terrific gentleman. Rode a lot of winners for him. Originally started out as an owner, eventually started training his own. Loved the game. And he would send you to Il Molino and say, tell him Joe sent you. And they would take care of you.
St. Dymphna. All right, so here's our first look, Richie, and what took place leading to some of the bumping and grinding coming off the far turn.
Yeah, the Gray Filly on the lead just did not negotiate the turn. She probably never ran that fast in her turn of life. And you could see her bearing out, and look where she's carrying some of her rivals, where it made it a lot easier on the inside runners. And that's just a green horse. That's not rider error. That's, you know, when a horse just not negotiating a turn very
That was
well.
Cybercloud, yes?
Yes, the 3-horse Cybercloud, yep, the Strawberry Roan. And I tell you what, Flavien did a pretty decent job. He got her to stop at about the 5 or 6 path, but then even through the stretch, she was starting to drift again. Look for her probably eventually to have blinkers and correct some of that bearing out problem.
I did get a message on Twitter from Destin Heath, that's listed as the previous trainer, and because he's not stabled here, he left the horse with Amelia Green. So this horse essentially was running off of his training. Want to give him credit for that.
St. Dymphna, and then Carpet City with a big effort, and Christopher Elliott with a win earlier here, and guiding her to a second-place finish.
You know, there's only so many live horses to ride here, and you've got 5 guys that are taking the bulk of the business, and everybody else is kind of fighting for table scraps. Chris Elliott should not get discouraged. He's riding well, and he's showing people that he can hang in with these guys, and it's just going to bode well for him going forward.
Proving you groove me a fastball, too. I can knock it out of the park. Just need the opportunity.
It's horse racing. It's not jockey racing. And listen, I think we're privileged here because we got so many good riders.
Field for the 6th $35,000 claimers. Non-winners to lifetime, all for sale, all one for something. Start of the pick 6. Jonathan, capricious outcome, 8-5. Drawn inside with Flavien Prat.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with the way this horse ran last time. Definitely one to take into consideration. I thought the 10 was a little bit interesting. I can see that coming in off a pretty long break.
Any thoughts, observations, suggestions, opinions?
Well, look at the fractions that Capricious Outcome set last time. 22-3, 46, and continued. And, listen, Chad Brown, Seth Klarman, Carvet Stable, they're looking for certain kind of horses. If a horse isn't going to prove to be a kind of graded stakes performer, they put them where they think they can win, and if someone wants to reach in and claim them. So this horse broke his maiden for 55s, in for 35, inside draw, and shouldn't have to go as fast. Yeah. I'm having a hard time seeing past the 1.
Time to cut bait and move on. $35,000 restricted claimer. Yesterday's Whitney was grade 1 and $1 million purse, and so many storylines going in. Among them, Nitrogen, the filly, trying to become the first to beat the boys in the Whitney since Personal Incident back in 1988. We had John Green on set a couple of days prior, a general manager of DJ Stable. He talked about how nervous he would be leading up to post time, so naturally we asked him to wear a wire, and he agreed. So here's a look back. Yesterday's Whitney here at Saratoga.
I mean, at this point, you don't tell Johnny anything, right? It's just,
I wouldn't even dare to.
No.
We've already talked about it.
I figured as much.
Oh, well, that would be nice.
Just if she breaks good, keep going with her. If she doesn't,
we're
then...
not taking her home, but we're going.
Yeah.
He's going to throw her head and let her go.
Okay. Good to see you, sir. Thank you for coming aboard. We appreciate it.
She's going to warm her up away from the phone. I was going to She's good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Outside.
Yeah.
Let her do her thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they go too fast, I can start.
Yeah. She'll sit.
Yeah.
But they're rolling.
And they're off in the Whitney.
It's posted 23. There we go.
And it is the filly, Nitrogen, taking command and leading over Antiquarian.
Come on, let's post the 48 up there, Nitro. Slow it down, Johnny. Slow him down. Slow it down.
And now Sovereignty is last. The half in 46-1.
Well, that's too fast. It's too fast.
And Sovereignty is starting to come with a big bid through 3/4. And
something left, Nitro. Come on, Nitro. Have something left. Come on, Nitro. Change lead. Change lead, baby. Change lead. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Nitro. Come on, Nitro. Come on, Nitro. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going, baby. Keep going, baby. Keep going, baby. Hold up there. Hold up there. Hold huge. She ran huge. Second in this field is phenomenal.
She did run huge. It took a champion to beat a champion. It took a horse of the year to beat the 3-year-old filly champion. Quick text exchange after the race. Richie, he just said like how proud he was of that effort from Nitrogen against the likes of Sovereignty and Company in the Whitney.
It was an incredible effort. And listen, I think Sovereignty was the best horse on the day. But look what she did. She stumbled at the break. She showed very high speed. She outran Magnitude. Never really got a breather. And just fought for second and still got second. And there we see her, coming away from the gate a little bit stumbly. I can't remember, and maybe I'm old and my memory's not as good, the 3-year-old colt champion and the 3-year-old filly champion facing off at 4. Now, obviously, Sovereignty was not only 3-year-old champion, he was horse of the year, but I don't think she lost anything in defeat. If anything, thank you to the connections for putting her in here, because I think it just really livened this race up even more.
Absolutely. I mean, she did everything short of winning. And if I had a female horse that likes to go long on the dirt, I might think about cutting him back because I don't want to run against her in the distaff.
Yeah. Because we were so focused on Baeza and well documented about the issues he had had at the starting gate and Bill Mott, the adjustments he had made, and will he break clean today? And if so, can he run with these? Can he beat these horses in the Whitney? I missed the fact that Nitrogen had a stumble getting out of the blocks, and so she grabbed herself. Richie, for the uninitiated. What does that mean?
That's when they overreach with either one of their hind legs or their front legs come together, and they'll step on the side of their hoof and they slice themselves with the other hoof. So grabbing themselves like that in the moment, I don't think is painful because their adrenaline's up and they're running. But it can't be a benefit, that's for sure. It has to be a detriment. And it's not usually a big deal. They clean it up, they treat it, everything's fine. But that even compounds even more how
doesn't help.
Her race. And I missed it completely too, because we were so dialed in on watching Baeza and seeing if he was going to break. And I was watching his back races again last night. Couldn't let it go. I'm home looking at replays. If I was riding Baeza, I would ask Bill Mott, I would ask the gate crew if I could be alone with that horse. I wouldn't want a handler in the gate. I think part of the problem is he gets preoccupied with the handler, and he's always kind of a little agitated, and then he's missing the break because he's worried about the guy next to him. I would want to be alone in that stall with him.
Tom Amos had explained that at some point it can become a mental thing with a thoroughbred. If you've watched enough baseball and you've seen second basemen that they get the yips, right? All of a sudden, they can't make that throw to first base. I think way back to Steve Sachs or Chuck Knobloch. It becomes a mental thing where they just can't make what seems like a perceived simple throw, Richie. And for thoroughbreds, apparently, that a few of those experiences, that becomes a habit and something that just becomes a serious mental hurdle to clear.
Yeah, and then it becomes self-perpetuating, and then you're going down a rabbit hole. You're spiraling. But the human connections are the ones that got to try to figure out the answers to it. And the more I looked at it, because it bothers me a horse with this much talent isn't showing his true talent because he's hindering himself. It's the human connections to have to come up with the answers for it, if there are, in fact, any answers. And that was the one thing I kept coming back to. If I was riding this horse, I would ask to be alone with the horse.
See what's in the future for Baeza and a Whitney that lived up to the billing and then some here yesterday at Saratoga. The horse of the year, the champion 3-year-old back in fine form in Sovereignty. We have more stakes racing, upcoming Grade 2 Troy and Waralo. What'll he do in the feature on the Sunday after the Whitney? We'll find out this evening right here on Saratoga Live.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey-trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
Postcard kind of afternoon here in Saratoga Springs. Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Little breeze, very comfortable. We have the live racing, and then the next couple of days, fireworks across the street with the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, akin to the NFL draft, where the stars of tomorroh are acquired. As we check in with Megan Burgess across the street.
Very pleased to be at Fasig-Tipton, the sales pavilion, the place to be, with President and CEO Boyd Browning. The Saratoga sale is always a special one. How's this year's auction shaping up?
Well, we're very excited. Obviously, we're the day before the sale starts tomorrow night at 6:30. The activity on the ground's been fantastic. We got a great group of horses on the grounds. We got a great group of buyers on the grounds, and it looks like they've been shopping very hard. So we're very sure until we kick off tomorrow night at 6:30, but couldn't be any more optimistic or excited.
A lot of hard work and dedication involved in selecting these yearlings. It is the highest ranked by percentage of Grade 1, the product of Grade 1 winners in the United States. What is the selection process to finding your Saratoga Jewel?
Well, we literally start with about 2,500 yearlings nominated to our sale each year. Our team sifts through those for the selected sales, the Saratoga sale, the July sale, and the New York bred sale. And really what we're trying to find is the best of the best. We're very fortunate that we have the opportunity to look at a lot of really outstanding horses, both in terms of physical conformation and pedigree at some of the top breeders in the United States. And ultimately, we're going to lean on conformation. Our company's been built its reputation. We've been in business for a long time. Of horses. So the horses that are on these sales grounds are 230 of the best, both in terms of conformation and in terms of their pedigree qualities.
That's when those fireworks happen, of course, but there is an immaculate catalog you've put together, siblings to 15 Grade 1 winners. Can you discuss some of those fireworks we look to see over the course of the next 3 days?
Well, we don't want everyone to anticipate who's going to be the top horses of the excitement. We've got a catalog that literally I think each horse stands on his or her own merits. Obviously, it's a very, very nice situation when you have a pedigree that's a half to a Grade 1 winner or from a significant family. We've got great sire power represented this year, great physicals. I mean, as I said earlier, we just couldn't be any more excited, and we expect a lot of fireworks again this year.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Boyd Browning, always a pleasure to catch up. Will be a battleground for the sports elite come Monday.
Fireworks to the tune of 25 prospects who sold for at least $1 million last year. Richie, one aspect of the sale that doesn't get enough attention.
Well, the inspection team that they have go out and look at all of these yearlings and see who's going to make the cut for the select sale. There's pedigree that they go on, but it's a physical confirmation of a horse, the balance, the look of him, and they've got an incredible group of horsemen that go out. So the ones that get here, you're seeing the best of the best. These are the top draft picks.
Little piece of advice if you go to the sale. Have a nice cocktail. Don't wave at any of your friends when you see them. I saw someone one time try to wave at me from a distance, and Boyd got after him pretty quick.
I'll get started just across the street. Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale. There's Capricious Outcome, the one to beat in this 6-race starter. They picked 6. Jonathan and his maiden-breaking performance right here opening weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's he had run prior going 11 furlongs. I cut him back to the mile in a 16th. He was odds on that day, and he won as easy as he could at a short price. He should be tough here right back. I just don't love the price in a wide open race with a horse that's only really run that well one time.
I think that's very fair. I didn't expect him to be 6-5. I thought he'd be more around the 2-1 area. Inside post, though, good speed. Flavien Prat, I still think he's going to be formidable.
Okay, so if not him, Jonathan, where would you pivot? Who is it? Who would it be?
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in the 10 outside. I can see that. A horse that comes in off a really long layoff. I teased it a little bit earlier in the show, but I was able to film Card Talk for next week with Jay Provenzano of Flying P Stables.
Oh, that'll be good.
One of the things.
That'll be good.
We got a lot of props.
Yeah?
One of the things that, in Jay's run a couple years ago with winning 17 races, and he really points to this meet. And so the fact this horse comes in off a long layoff to me seems like a plan, not a backup plan, right? Where it was something that he wanted pointing to this spot. So I'm expecting this horse to run well despite the layoff.
2-turn mile event, inner turf course. What about the post and Ricardo Santana?
Well, I think that's the big concern with the 10. I can see that. Does have speed, so should be able to clear some of the field, but a little hard to clear the whole field from that post. You don't want to be spun too wide in that turn. I like inside draws. That's why I think the 1, again, gets stronger. If I was going to go for anybody else, I would look at the 8, Royal Brown. I just think, getting Jose Ortiz, who's just riding in such great form and confidence, Fernando Abreu having a good meet, and this horse is consistent. He shows up.
Inner turf course, outer turf course, or melon turf course, what's the biggest difference to ride?
The turns are tighter on the inner, position becomes more of a premium, saving ground becomes even more of a premium.
Do you find that when you look at races to handicap now that you pay a little bit more attention to trip handicapping on one more so than the other?
Oh, well, turf racing in general is so important. The inner is always going to lend itself to more trips.
On the inner turf course here, and there's the favorite, Post Parade, capricious outcome.
Speed, inside, very short price.
Number 2, Printer's Alley, and Tyler Gaffley all looking for a 4th win in the afternoon.
Yeah, I thought this horse's race 2 back and 3 back were pretty good. I didn't love the last one, though.
Take a stance, and 7-time Travers winning jockey Javier Castellano.
Does have races that would put at least this horse on the periphery, but the last race left a little bit more to be desired.
King's Dancer, 2nd try on grass.
Yeah, this horse is a little bit too slow for this group.
Lawyer Mason at 14-1.
Yes, stretching out after being badly outrun sprinting and comes back as a gelding.
Funky C, Funky Do, graduated on grass at Monmouth.
Yeah, graduated at the absolute bottom, maiden 16,000 down at Monmouth.
For that reason, a big price against these, 34-1, exhibition only. Number 7, make the rider Jose Lescano subbing for Arad Ortiz.
I think just add some speed to this affair, not a horse that I see as a win candidate.
Richie gives Royal Brown a puncher's chance.
Yeah, this horse was trying to close into a slow pace last time. I always appreciate those hidden trips.
Jeter, Ian Wilkes claims off Brad Cox.
Also returns as a gelding, so you're getting some changes, trying turf for the first time. The mare did win 1 race on the turf.
Manny Franco, incredible summer thus far at Saratoga. JK, you're going with I Can See That.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land. The horse comes in off a long layoff, but I feel like this horse is being pointed to the spot.
And to the outside, Vintage Vino, Kendrick Carmouche, 2-time Grade 1, 4-star Dave winning jockey.
Well, certainly has figures that would, be competitive here, but what does Kendrick do from that post? He's not so slow that he's going to completely drop out. He's certainly not fast enough to clear. He's going to have to get lucky to find a gap between flights.
Revving his engines for the 6th race in the Pick 6, $35,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime mile inner turf course. We heard your selections, gentlemen. And then there's the wager approach. Betting powered by AI right in your NYRA Bets wager pad. Wager is your database betting assistant, providing AI bets for all U.S. tracks, starting 15 minutes to post. Visit nyrabets.com/wager for more information. Where'd you go with Megan?
I went with a little bit of an unknown, you could say, Lafitte. That's number 10. I Can See That with Ricardo Santana aboard for Bruce Levine, coming off of a layoff. But I did like some of his races. He is contending with the layoff, building fitness in the morning, working in company with a horse by the name of Lightman, who's actually a older stakes winner in tandem back on July the 18th, and one that has been able to be handy, showing that early speed. We'll see, though, if ultimately he can be able to be fit and prepared at a big price up there at 10-1 off of the bench. But we'll check in with Maggie for more.
And I do think he looks fit here, Meg. I can see that. But he's also sharp, which is what we want from a horse who, on paper, looks as though he should have speed. The problem is the post. He's not going to have an easy time of it, but we know that Ricardo Santana can be aggressive to secure that early spot into that first turn here, going this mile distance. So I like what I'm seeing from him. I think he makes sense here, talking about number 10. I Can See That. Moving on to number 2, Printer's Alley. He'll come off a bit of a layoff here for Jack Sisterson. And last time he had that wide trip to nowhere, going 7.5 furlongs at Gulfstream. If you do that there, you're not ever going to win a race. As he was flattered by Landman Friday, coming back and winning out of there with an 82 buyer. So he's been, well, a lightly race type, he's been a consistent type. And And I am talking about number 2 here, guys. Printer's Alley. He did get a little bit hot in the paddock. He's right there behind the 9. But he's a good-looking sort. And against this group, I think he matches up incredibly well, physically speaking. And to the blind eye, he does look fit. Like I said, a little hot in the paddock, but has since dried up since then. I think he's a major player at 6-1. Moving on to number 9 that you saw on your screens there, that's Jeter coming in here for Ian Wilkes. Look, I don't really like any horse that's claimed away from Brad Cox, but at least Ian is trying to be experimental here. I don't love the fact that he broke his maiden for 12.5 either. But I see what Ian is trying to do here. This guy looks like a turf horse. He's a son of Nyquist. The dam, she was 1 for 6 on the turf. There isn't much as far as the siblings is concerned, but the second dam, she was a turf winner in Ireland, and he comes back in here as a new gelding. Look, I have no notes on this horse because he ran in Kentucky and Florida before this, but he definitely looks well suited to these conditions and incredibly fit as well, as he's a big price up there at 13-1. But I landed on another long shot. That's number 7, Exhibition Only. Maybe this is a horrific pick, but I just thought in his turf races going long, he has been against some tougher company. He does have early speed, though the blinkers come off, and I just felt like, you know, if I can see that is a little ring rusty, or at least he's got to make him work to get to the lead, this guy could secure a good post position. And I know Jose Lascano, who picks up the mount from Irad, is struggling at the meet. But this is the type of race that Jose Lascano is brilliant at. I've always loved Jose more on the turf, at a mile, or that kind of middle distance more than anything. So let's hope that we can see Jose Lascano break through here, Lafitte.
Not clicking right now, Maggie. We know how good Lascano is, and this is why we emphasize at the start of the meet, you have to get your momentum going early on.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is unfair because he's not riding badly. You know, if anything, your confidence starts to get a little rocked, and maybe you press a little bit here and there. That's human nature. But he's delivered some rides on long shots to hit the board. He's been taking off some horses, unfortunately, that were maybe a little better spotted than they had been previously. This is an aberration. He's going to break out of this at some stage.
Takes over on Exhibition Only. Moving into line, Capricious Outcome favored. Even money, Frank Mirmati with the call. The pick 6 starts here. Race 6 live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 1.
Here is Jeter. He's number 9 today. Lawyer Mason will be next. I can see that. And the last one to load is Vintage Vino going in. They're in the gate and they're off. It was an even start. Printer's Alley is among the leaders. King's Dancer has speed through the opening furlong, and just inside of him, Take a Stance is prominent too. Behind this group, I can see that Royal Brown is 4th and racing in between horses as they round the clubhouse turn. Printer's Alley, who broke on top, sits in 5th along the inside, now moving up to be a joint 3rd, followed by Lawyer Mason. Royal Brown is now 5 lengths off the lead. It's another 2. Funky C, Funky Do is a bit keen, trying to get closer, followed by Capricious Outcome. Exhibition Only is next. All of that happened through a quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds. In behind them, we have Jeter. And Jeter is toward the back of the field, some 10 lengths or so off the front runner as they continue their run down the backside. Outside of him is Exhibition Only now, and then it's another 2 to the trailer, Vintage Vino. The half went in 47 and 4/5 seconds. They round the far turn, and the leader is Take a Stance, and he's widened to be in front by 3. I can see that. Takes up the chase, moving into 2nd and closing that gap rapidly. In behind that, King's Dancer is back to 3rd. On the outside of them, Royal Brown is trying to get into the race. They're 1 furlong out, and Take a Stance clinging to a very narrow lead. Here's Printer's Alley, who's had a good trip on the outside with a wide bid for the lead, and in between them, I can see that. They're coming to the wire together. Royal Brown is in 4th, driving 3-way photo. Here it is. Photo finish. Take a Stance, as tough as nails on the inside. Printer's Alley on the outside. I can see that was in between them. Royal Brown flattened out a bit and did not get into that trifecta, but it was a very, very tight photo.
Driving finish to kick off the pick 6. 3 noses bobbing at the wire.
Wow, what a horse race this was. I think it was the 3 Take a Stance who made all and just kept finding, fought gallantly. Your selection of 10, I can see that. Got there, and then here comes the 2 horse with the last lunge. This was as good a race as you want to see.
Yeah, it looks like the inside. I'm going to call it right now. It's the first leg of the pick 6. This horse is 47-1. The rest of the sequence is impossible. I will call it right now.
Teasing the carryover?
We will
one race in teasing the pick 6 carryover. Yeah, 47-1. Waiting the result of the photo. Look, just a $35,000 restricted claimer, but an exciting horse race. Why we love turf racing, these types of blanket finish, these types of thrilling finishes.
Yeah, I mean, it brings horses together. They come down as, any one of 6 or 7 could have won at the 8th pole. Really nice effort from the 10 coming off that layup. Bruce Levine had him ready. The 3's fighting every step. Big improvement, big effort from this horse with Javier Castellano. And then the 2 coming with that last run for Tyler Gaffleone, who's already got 3 wins on the day. This was a bang-up finish.
Awaiting the reveal. We're looking at Javier Castellano and Take a Stance, the Hall of Famer, 7-time Travers winning jockey, a bunch of Alabamas as well. If it's a 1.25-mile race and it matters here at Saratoga, he's won a lot of them, and he just won the 6th race as well. Castellano, Take a Stance, 47-1. Shocker to kick off the pick 6.
Yeah, incredible. 47-1 with a Hall of Fame jockey aboard. Your horse ran too good to lose, Jonathan. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's like I said, Flying P and Jay Provenzano, they point to this race. It means a lot to them, and I just felt like the horse was obviously going to run well, but Take a Stance was not going to let that one get by.
Has to mean a lot to Castellano as well as he was riding, and then opening weekend, Richard, to get banged up, involved in a fall, losing that momentum because you're sidelined and, like the rest of us, watching on a screen, watching these races at home when he should have been riding in a lot of live mounts those first few weeks.
And when people ride horses that you were riding because you're injured or you're going through something, if they run well for them, they get to ride them back. You don't automatically get those mounts back. You don't have a contract. It's a race-by-race agreement. So Javier, he must feel pretty confident he won. I used to wait to smile and get happy until I saw the number up there on the board.
We saw the number. We saw the number. Castellano, 47-1. Take a Stance here in the 6th race at Saratoga. Wait, where are you 2 going?
I'm going hiking.
You guys are like, you're done?
I'm done.
That's it?
Me and Jonathan, I'm going to take him up to Buck Mountain. We got about 8 miles up and back.
Yeah, don't forget, you weren't here.
You seen what's going on with his knee?
We're
still waiting for Dr. Joel Politi to examine that thing, give you a
I'm getting better.
quick injection. You'll be right as rain.
I'm getting a little bit better.
They're stepping aside. Oh, Troy. Selection? Who wins the Troy?
I like John the Beer Man in the Jaipur. I got to like him in the Troy.
26 black, off the pace.
His heart rate pack was awesome.
I want a closer in this race. There's too much speed.
All right, that's a feature coming up a little bit later on. Jonathan Richie stepping aside, 3:10 to 11. I'm staying put for the time being. Tom Amos, Andy Serling, Paul LaDuca on set next as we make our way through this Sunday program day after the Whitney, and a big surprise in the 6th, Javier Castellano, and Take a Stance.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucaro.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we just saw a major upset here in race number 6. Javier Castellano, he took a stance all the way to the winner's circle as he joins me now here. And Javi, 47-1, didn't matter. This guy was game to the wire. He had challengers coming to him down the stretch, and he put his little nose out in front.
He did, Maggie, absolutely. I like the way he run the horse. Being handicapped in the race, I know it's 30-1, 40-1 in the race. But this game is very competitive. We here in Saratoga, we all went away. I started very careful the race. It seemed to me the big race, he fully positioned horse. Yep. He broke good out of the gate. I did take my pace. I used the best judgment to put in the lead, slow down the best he could. And it's a game horse, so you can see the top of the stretch with the other horse that battled for the top of the stretch, and he did really good result.
Javi, I don't know if you know this, but this was your 814th win here at Saratoga. You are obviously the second winningest rider at the spot. This place has been good to you, including the Midsummer Derby. Just reflect on all your years up here.
Very lucky, very fortunate, be grateful. People, they give me opportunity. Win 7 trophy, and they try and beautiful meet. It's amazing record. Continue to. I believe John Velasquez follow a footstep. He's my role model for anybody else, and I think he put a lot of fundamental for the new generation. I think be grateful, thankful to participate with the best jockey, the best trainer in the country, and be here. Very lucky, fortunate.
And Javi, we're lucky to have you back after a scary incident on opening day. You come back and you've run several winners since then. Congrats.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Javier Castellano take a stance to the winner's circle. It was a narrow victory as we'll check out this 3-horse photo finish as he look at that white nose on the inside, just getting there. And it was even closer for second as well, as I can see that. And Printer's Alley, they had to battle it out there as it was. I can see that getting second over the 2 will bring you official prices and so much more as Lafitte has some new friends joining him on the desk here on Saratoga Live.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
I'm Christian Valente with Legion Bloodstock. Legion Bloodstock is a full-service bloodstock company. Myself, Travis Dirk, Kyle Zorn. I think this might be our 4th year in business.
We buy horses for private clients. We also have Legion Racing. We shop at a lot of the Phasic sales for both those different entities.
Phasic Tipton Saratoga sales, a sale we try to target every year.
When we start putting our calendar together for the year, we kind of work backwards from that sale.
Between the racing, the sale itself, it's an experience you can't get anywhere else in the country. Our clients love coming into it. We love shopping it.
I grew up on the racetrack, started as a hot walker and then groom and assistant trainer. Here we are, you're up against Mike Rapoli and Zidane and all the biggest names in our industry. It's euphoric when you come away with that horse. It's just like beating one of them at the wire.
We always tell all of our clients, if you could come to one sale throughout the year, it's the Phasic Tipton Saratoga sale. It's the highlight of our year every year.
Every summer, such an exciting week. Whitney Week, followed by the Phasic Tipton Saratoga sale just across the street. Yesterday, those colors you saw in the winner's circle following the Whitney, Godolphin Sovereignty, as I am now joined by Paul LaDuca, Andy Serling, Tom Amos on set. Guys, we still have the late pick 5 coming up. Featured Grade 2 Troy turf sprinters. Andy, but first, take a stance moments ago. Like, how'd that happen?
Well, I'm not going to suggest I could have had that horse, but, you know, aggression gets rewarded in this game, and I think too many people are afraid to be aggressive. And in this case, Javier Castellano is on a virtual 50-to-1 shot, and he said, you know what, I got nothing to lose. I'm going to the front. He went to the front, and good things happened. That's the best I could come up with.
I've seen a couple of horses wire the field. The one horse in the earlier race went gate to wire and just ran off the screen. Seems like if you're aggressive on these type of days, you get rewarded. And Ricardo Santana, I know the break was bad in that race, but you get a $97 winner to start your pick 6.
Yeah, as Jonathan mentioned, like a big step towards a potential pick 6 carryover, just one race into the sequence, looking ahead to next week. And the feature, Tom, Troy, these turf sprinters, talking about some of the fastest turf sprinters on the backside, going as hard as they can right from the opening bell, and 26 Black, the 5-2 morning line favorite.
Yeah, I think you tell the story right there, Lafitte. So you talk about these horses going fast early, a number of them do. 26 Black is the kind of horse that likes to come from off and make a big run at the end. You're going to see him do it right here. We're going to watch a couple of his replays. This is the one from the outside where he makes a big run from the outside, I believe. He's going to show one up the rails as well. So he's going to make that run no matter what. But his trainer said, I think he prefers to be on the outside. You're going to see a big-time finish here. And 26 Black is going to get his pace to do it again.
No, I don't disagree with Tom that he's going to get his pace. By the way, I think this is a super race, you know? It doesn't necessarily have the star, you know, the big name where somebody goes, oh, you know, but you've got seriously talented speed horses in Doncho, Morolo, John the Beer Man. You've got one of the better turf sprinters, frankly, in the country. He's just sort of under the radar in 26 Black, the New York bred. I think Works for Me is very interesting with Flavien Prat in here. I just thought this was a really fun race because you've got good speed horses and good closers.
Yeah, Doncho's very interesting. Michelle Lavelle, the trainer, I don't know what it is, but she's kind of niche for these turf sprinters. And he is fast. Let's see if he's fast enough to outfoot this field, because it's kind of crazy. I like 26 Black, and if you want, you know, the 3 in there, you want the 3 to go fast for 26 Black, but you want him to go really fast so he comes back, because he can be very dangerous.
Thought his Harvey Pack really, really good. 26 Black. For that reason, the favorite morning line in the Troy. We turn the page for this $85,000 maiden claimer, fillies and mares. Sprinting 6.5 furlongs, rose to riches at 9-5 with about 16 minutes to post. And trainer Joe Sharp, who has a long shot in here, pulling threads in the paddock, horses in the paddock, much more with the late pick 5 upcoming next, 7th race in 15 minutes.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass, a 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
My earliest memories on the racetrack are probably, I remember sleeping in the back of my mom's Honda Accord while she galloped. I wait until I could see the assistant come back and I could go into the barn and walk up and watch sets. My dad training at Charlestown, we were stabled at Shenandoah, and some of my earliest, most fond memories are probably those at Charlestown, Penn National, places like that, shipping around, and then just kind of growing up between there and the backside at Keeneland. There was nothing else I ever wanted to do. Although I always said I never wanted to train horses, I only wanted to be a jockey. My first race is at Canterbury on a quarter horse named Don't Bug Doug. And I dropped my whip in the starting gate. They wouldn't give it back to me, and I ran somewhere mid-pack. It was one of those things I always say, like, I'm really, really grateful that I was able to do it because it was a lifelong dream. And I was never left with that craving of, like, what if? I went to work for Mike Maker. I had a lot of freedom in that job, and I remember having the conversation with him. I said, do you think it's time that I put in my own stall application? And he looked at me and he's like, well, you have a whole lot more support than I did when I started. He goes, I'd go for it. So I drove to Nicholasville the next day, and I met with Mr. Ramsey. I was so nervous. And I remember he looked at me and he goes, so how many do you want? And I was like, oh no. He answered it for me. He said, we're gonna start you with 10. Rosie and I talk about this all the time. Thank God we were young. When I went on my own, she had gotten pregnant, announced her retirement that fall. I started training at the same time. It just had to work out. 2019, I was diagnosed with a brain tumor. 2020, I had brain surgery. I was very grateful. We had a really good group of owners that stuck with us through those tough times. I remember being back to the barn 9 days after brain surgery, and then when I won my first race after the surgery, I don't remember which one that was because I was probably still not extremely mentally present, but no matter what level we're racing at, I get butterflies when I'm at Saratoga. I still get nervous. I still get excited when we win. And I hope that never changes. To look at it now and see where we've come in the last 6 years, it's really special. It's a testament to hard work and to a great team and a great support system. I always say, Rosie, when she said I do, she meant it. We've built a hell of a life together, and that's really cool to step back and look at, and I don't take it for granted.
His family, this journey, live look. Joe Sharp in the paddock right behind us. Tom, expanding a little bit, what else should our viewers know about Joe Sharp?
Well, I think Joe said it. You know, hard work and a good team is what makes a thoroughbred trainer. You can't do it by yourself. Joe had a great foundation. I remember when he told me he was riding and weight being a problem. This is after the fact, of course. We were in a car together, I think, leaving Charlestown after a big race with a group of other people. But Joe works really, really hard. And just one thing that none of you guys in this desk knows, that when we're in New Orleans in the winter and I drive home, inevitably I'll see Joe Sharp jogging. He's got a faster pace than about 50% of my horses I had at the fairgrounds.
I'll tell you another thing about Joe. His son Tucker and him, they are in the standardbred world. So they got 2 standardbreds over there at Saratoga. Really? Tucker jogs them in the morning.
Tom, has he ever wow. seen you jogging?
No. And that's an emphatic no.
Trying to pull a rabbit out of his hat in this one. Joe Sharp has pulling threads there. She is, and here's Acacia Clement. Acacia.
And Joe's horses always look the part, beautifully turned out for whatever type of race that they are running. But we'll take a look at a couple of other interesting horses in this upcoming high-level maiden claiming race, beginning with the Chad Brown trainee in Rose to Riches, who's making the second start off of her layoff since coming back after debuting on the turf at Ellis, in which she really didn't run badly. The Dam is more of a turf and synthetic runner, though did win several times on the dirt as well. Now, last time out in her lone dirt try, no speed early on, but ran on well, just couldn't get third late, coming out of the same race as Lil Tipsy, who's taking a lot of that early money as the number 7 in here. But Rose to Riches, I do think that she will be better having had that race under her belt coming back in here. Flavian Pratt stays aboard for Chad Brown. She's not the biggest type of filly, but very athletic, and she was forward, really marching around the paddock when she first got in here, which I do appreciate. And while, yes, it is for $85,000, she does go in for a claiming tag for the first time after running exclusively in special weight company. The number 4, Chart the Course, a little bit intriguing as she is also taking that drop and making just her second start ever, but she did debut on turf, and the second Dam was actually good on dirt and turf. Liam's Map can do either as far as the sire was concerned, but she's such a big filly. I'd written down first time out, I was surprised that she was sprinting, and then I saw how she was acting, and it all made sense. She is a very rambunctious individual. She was very spicy getting the tack on. She's very sharp. She's got 2 handlers on her head now. She does have a little bit of a turf hoof, but I don't mind her switching to the main track, and do like getting a touch more distance and added furlong in here onto the dirt. It's just that mentally she's so forward, so on it, that she really suits a sprint distance a lot more in her demeanor. And I do think if she can mentally keep things together, that really will help her to take a step forward. The only problem is I really haven't seen much progression from her mentally from first to second start. But as far as her trainer, Mark Cassie, he did send out an incredibly talented filly, Nitrogen, in yesterday's Whitney. For more, let's check in with Megan Burgess.
And what a tour de force she was in yesterday's Whitney Acacia. And when speaking with her owner, John Green of DJ Stable, and trainer Mark Cassie, she left nothing in defeat to Horse of the Year Sovereignty in yesterday's Whitney, where she was up on a very quick pace, of which Sovereignty we saw well behind that quick pace. Her heart, her tenacity, her fire was able to carry her on. She put away some of the best horses in training, including the likes of Magnitude, White Barrio, Antiquarian. She was the last man standing from that quick pace in yesterday's Whitney. And when speaking with John Green and her upcoming plans, as far as the options that are available, they're going to let Nitrogen tell them what she wants to do over the course of the next 2 to 3 weeks. As far as the distaff races available, obviously with a 105 Beyer speed figure in yesterday's Whitney, she certainly held her own against the males, but it will be a process of course, letting her do the talking. And Mark Cassie, very emotional yesterday, as she didn't get off to the cleanest of beginnings. He was candid, she kind of broke and grabbed herself, but came out of the race in excellent condition. And I told him, thank you so much for sharing Nitrogen with the fans of this game. He said, it's my job to protect her. I had nerves, but she shined through. Lafitte, this was about as special of a Whitney as I've seen in a very long time.
Sometimes a thoroughbred will lose a race, Tom, and you gain respect in the process. And I think yesterday was a perfect example of just that with Nitrogen.
I completely agree. It was a bold move by a stable that's not afraid to make bold moves. And bold moves are sometimes how you break through, how you show that you're special. As a trainer, Mark Cassie has shown that more than once.
Well, the other thing about Mark, and I know you understand this, it's different for you because your win percentage has been so high throughout your career, you never really had to worry about it. But I think, starting about 20 years ago when DRF started putting the win percentage in trainers, I think it changed things. A lot of trainers became very self-conscious of win percentage, and I get it. They don't want owners to say, well, this guy wins at 12% or something. Mark Cassie has never cared about his win percentage. He runs his horses where he wants to run them, and he's not worrying about those things. And in his case, it's often made racing more entertaining, and in a lot of cases for him, it's worked out extremely well. Yeah. And I think we do all that, both he and the Greens, a thank you, because they made a great race.
Even
one
better.
Of the greatest Whitneys maybe of all time.
Terrific effort. What a race. The Whitney lived up to the billing and then some. Post-parade, let's meet the field for the 7th. There's Immaculate Moon and Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, I couldn't take a horse to the rail on this track at a short price, but I think this horse is a player for Danny Gargan off the layoff.
Pulling threads for Joe Sharp.
I guess the best thing about this is Joe Sharp. Been claimed twice in a row. Joe is very good off the claim, by the way.
Number 3, Red Beach, and Tyler Gaffley on 3 wins already.
He's a big price, so I would not knock him. He's trying the dirt for the first time. I just don't see the pedigree that says he's supposed to be a better dirt horse, but he's a price.
Tracy Farmers chart the course for Mark Casse.
For Mark Casse, who we were just speaking of, making a drop in class, sometimes that's good tonic.
Rose to Riches, second choice, 5-2, Imposing Connections.
Did improve a lot last time in his first race in about 11 months. I'm not sure he's going to bounce back. I'm going to try to beat him.
Cara Fior and Jamie Rodriguez.
Another making a drop in class, and got blinkers last time. They're searching here.
A little tipsy. Manny Franco aboard, favorite at 2-1.
Well, she has no speed, but the way this track is played, that might not be such a bad thing.
And MB's Melanie Cares at 15-1 to the outside.
First time off the claim here again. Blinkers off. They're making some changes, hoping for a better result.
The field for the 7th, late pick 5 starts here. Why should we pay a little more attention to MB Melanie Cares? We'll get to that, Andy, in a moment. Tom, your late pick 5 ticket, $36 investment.
Yeah, look, I don't want to break the bank with anybody, so I try to keep these small in the $36 range. I don't need anybody going out and getting one of those loans where the interest rate has a clause. It's a kneecap clause. We don't want to do that. So $36. We're gonna single here. So this is gonna make or break us. You're looking at my horse warming up there, Rose to Riches, getting a good warm-up. And I like this horse as a single. I'm going to spread out in the next few legs. I'll narrow down in the 10th race to a couple of horses, one speed, one off the pace, and the Paddock Pastor and Hard Circle. And then we'll pick it back up in the end, and we'll have 3 chances, hopefully.
Scan that QR code right along with Tom. Best of luck, Tom, and everyone playing this late pick 5 at Saratoga. Single to Rose to Riches, not included MB's Melanie Cares. Why should handicappers care, Andy, about this 17-1 shot?
Well, while I like the 6 in this race, I'm going to bet a few dollars on the number 8 in here, simply because this trainer, who I was not familiar with at all, shipped a horse in Classic Rock in the 4th race. And granted, Classic Rock's form wasn't horrible coming in. He was a fringe contender. He ran like he could have won the Vanderbilt the way he ran. I mean, he probably got a buyer figure in the mid-90s. That's how well he ran, setting a wicked pace. And I tip my hat to a trainer that comes here out of the blue and gets the money. I mean, a lot of people have tried, and most of them have failed. So I see this trainer comes out of the blue, and he's got 2. Now, maybe this one kept the other one company in the barn, but he claimed this one and brings it to Saratoga 7 months later. I'm not letting this horse pay $35 and having no money on him.
Stranger danger, perhaps. 15-1. Paul, your late pick 5 ticket.
Well, I'm going to go 3 deep in here, 5, 6, 7. I do worry that a lot of these horses are not good gate horses, or they're just their first step is not quick. Somebody might seize this race early. I'm going to single 26 Black in race number 8. If I was going to use another in there, it definitely would be Doncho. On to race number 10, where my other single, Fernando Abreu and Chow Chuck, the son of Adios Charlie. I think he gets the money today, and I'm going to go deep in race number 11. I thought race number 11 was very difficult. This whole sequence is difficult.
It's a fun sequence, and as Jonathan had said, it'd probably end up being a carryover. I like having Cara Fiore, who you used in your pick 5. This horse's first race was good enough last year as a 2-year-old to be competitive, especially with some reasonable, a little bit of improvement. And she definitely tailed off after that. I know it's going from Chad Brown to Wesley Ward, and going away from Chad Brown is not a great thing, but I don't know. This horse ran one race that's good enough, I think, to play in here, and at that price, I'm happy to bet a few bucks.
And how much is a factor the track and how the track is playing?
Well, I think, we learned yesterday you want to stay away from the rail, specifically in the stretch. I feel like some horses have been okay being inside down the backstretch, but in the stretch, so much of the running is being done off of the rail, and so it doesn't hurt to have an outside post. I think that's a problem for the 1.
Something to monitor. Over to Megan.
And number 6, Cara Fiore for Wesley Ward. Obviously, echoing the sentiments of Andy, it is difficult to get horses out of the Chad Brown barn, but I actually did see her on debut there in November as a 2-year-old, and man, has she done well for herself. She's put on that weight. She's continued to improve. She's filled out. She's done good for herself. She was incredibly powerful and fit now, coming off of the bench, and she's one that I do like the cutback in distance for her. It's not always an easy task to be able to route on debut in the way that she did, where she was coming off of the pace that day. It wasn't a slow one, but it did hold with concurrently a next out stakes place runner. I like what I saw. I'm surprised she's as high, Acacia and Price, on the board currently.
Yeah, she's a generous 7-1 right now. Meg saw Wesley Ward back in the paddock and taking a good look at this filly who is quite sharp. I agree she should appreciate the cut back in distance as she was very solid. And for a Wesley horses, typically they carry a lot of conditioning. She did look quite fit coming back off of that layoff, talking about the 6, Cara Fiore. As we'll take a look at your current favorite, the number 7, Lil Tipsy. She was claimed for $100,000, a high price claim, and was soundly defeated at Churchill 2 starts back as the heavy favorite. Last time out, she was quickly outfooted, though breaking on top. She's a little bit of an odd type of horse in that she breaks incredibly sharply, and I imagine she will again today, and then just kind of drops back and loses a lot of that early speed. So that's a little bit of Achilles heel for her, but she did look fantastic. Quickly on the 1, Immaculate Moon. I think she's intriguing coming back. I'd like to see her strengthen in her hind end off the bench, but she did warm up very nicely, making her first start as a 3-year-old Lafitte.
On the rail with Jose Ortiz now, race 7 at the gate. A pace, what are we looking for early on?
Got to be the horse you just talked about, the 1 horse Immaculate Moon, and maybe to the outside, MB's Melanie Cares.
Yeah, and I think Jose's got to get off the rail, but I'm
1-8.
very curious how much speed the 8 has, especially after that rocket ship a few races ago.
Stranger, danger. We'll see. Pool well over $1 million. Frank Mirmati with the call. Time for the late pick 5, race 7. From Saratoga Live on FS1.
MB's Melanie Cares is in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Chart the course. MB's Melanie Cares are the first 2 out of the gate. Pulling Threads comes away in 3rd. Immaculate Moon was off slowly, trying to rush through on the inside of Cara Fiore. Rose to Riches in the blue is racing in mid-pack, passed now by Red Beach, who moves up in between horses to run in 5th. At the back of the field now, Pulling Threads second to last. Lil Tipsy is far, far behind. MB's Melanie Cares gets over to the rail and leads by a length. Chart the Course is racing in 2nd. Immaculate Moon on the fence in 3rd. They zipped an opening quarter in 22 seconds flat as they round the far turn. Red Beach is racing in the 4th spot. Has about 3 lengths to make up. Taking 3rd now. Cara Fiore is next. It's a gap of 5. Back to Rose to Riches. Pulling Threads. Lil Tipsy continues to trail, although getting closer. MB's Melanie Cares turns for home in front. Chased intently by Chart the Course, and Red Beach is racing on the outside of them, but MB's Melanie Cares has another gear and widens to lead by 5. Red Beach is chasing, trying to close the gap. 16th pole, MB's Melanie Cares and Ricardo Santana Jr. 2 for 2 for Ernesto Ochoa. What a day at the spa. Red Beach was 2nd, Lil Tipsy from last into 3rd. Immaculate Moon was 4th.
Stranger danger. There it is. MB's Melanie Cares to kick off the late pick 5 at a price.
About 40 years ago, Bob Dunham won with 2 first-time starters here. I think one was 2 or 3 to 1 and one was 60 to 1. I think Mike Venecia was riding. And I remember thinking, Bob Dunham, man, he knows how to get the cash.
You smelled the ambush. You smelled the ambush.
Well, this is a memorable day for people that look for wise guy type horses. I don't think a lot of us have been familiar with this trainer. He came, that other horse ran like a hole in the wind, and this horse just was 1A.
She didn't win that.
This race was over. We knew this race. Oh, we all said in the turn. Nobody's catching this horse.
Wow. Broke like a rocket out of the gate, set the pace from that outside post. Never, and I mean never, looked back and looked like anything but the winner.
It looked like a race that it could be seized by somebody in front, and 3 and the 8 kind of went out there. Immaculate Moon tried to run up there, but just they already closed the hole on him. And MB's Melanie Cares. One person is alive in the pick 6. It's Ernesto.
I don't even think he had the last winner.
47 to 1 shot to kick off the pick 6. 12 to 1 here. Ricardo Santana, second win of the afternoon. Yeah, nothing flukish about it. Other riders encouraging their mounts to keep up, and Ricardo was cruising.
This reminds me of the old Red Sam story from the 1976 with Andy Beyer and getting the money with that horse. I mean, this is the kind of thing you remember, because let me tell you something, and Tom, you know this. You've been in Louisiana a long time. A lot of guys try to put horses over. Most of the time they fail. This guy came here, and he got the cash.
I keep picturing the trainer in luck. The trainer in luck. What a surprise.
I mean,
what a
let me tell you
surprise.
something. If this isn't one of the reasons that we all love this game, I mean, I salute them. I salute. They came here. A lot of guys come here with great thoughts and grand ideas, and they leave with their tail between their legs.
The character,
not the case here
character
for
on left is
Ernesto.
named after Julio Canani.
That's right.
Yeah.
Julio would get away with something like this in a hurry. God rest his soul.
Before he trained, I believe, martial law, before the big cap, why are these peoples making me run this horse? Why are these peoples making me run this horse? After the big cap, told you he couldn't lose. Told you he couldn't lose. Sovereignty, he couldn't lose yesterday. That performance, back in fine form, taking down the Whitney. The champ is back. Horse of the Year is back. I am out. Greg Wolf taking over as Saratoga Live continues.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. The day after the big one, Whitney Saturday, it's Saratoga Sunday, brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in on Mohegan and Ricardo Santana Jr., the pilot aboard the winner, MB's Melanie Cares. That was pretty impressive, Ricardo. A newcomer here to the New York circuit and certainly paid dividends.
Well, like I told you before, you know, like I have to give you a lot of credit to Maya. You know, like I don't know the guys, and Maya say that the guys are from Florida, they do a good job. So I rode it with a lot of confidence, and today she was much the best.
You're never afraid to be aggressive, as you'll be aboard the Speed Horse and Dawn Show in the Troy in the next race. As he showed rateability, what has Michelle Lovell kind of told you about the options in a race with speed?
Well, I talked to Jaime Torres. He rode that horse a lot. And, you know, I'm going to wait what did Michelle say. What does she want me to do in the race, and I take him from there.
Best of luck in the next, and congratulations here.
Thank you so much.
Lafitte, Ricardo having quite a day. Let's make it 3.
Greg Wolf stepping in for Lafitte, but yeah, thank you, Megan. We got a big one coming up. Grade 2 Troy is next, but back-to-back races where everyone's scratching their heads.
Yeah, I'll say so. And I mean, for for our man Ernesto. You know, Richie has the Golden Goggles Award for the best rider of the week. I have a new one. It's going to be the Golden Stopwatch. And Ernesto is going to be our inaugural winner with 2 winners today. Classic note, and MB's Melanie Cares.
Well, we told people to be very careful about this horse in the show. I bet a few dollars in this horse. As soon as that horse crossed the wire in the 4th race, I said, oh, he's got one in the 7th. I'm betting that horse too.
Grade 2 Troy, 5.5 furlongs on the lawn, 3-year-olds and up. 26 Black opens up as the favorite off a victory in the Harvey Pack here at the meet back in July. Good to see everybody, by the way.
To you.
This is a very good edition of the Troy coming up.
That's exciting. I mean, I think there's quite a bit of speed in this race, but I like the matchups. A lot of these horses that face each other with different results. It makes it wide open.
No, I agree. You've got very good speed horses and very good closers as well. It's a fun running.
Yeah, and the horse to beat is one of the closers. He's going to probably be last or second to last, especially drawing the inside, well, the outside speed, and he's going to come rolling late.
In terrific form for a barn that's having the Saratoga meet of their career, Horacio to pause. Let's look back to yesterday, to the big one, the Whitney. It's such an important race for the reigning horse of the year, and he absolutely delivered. Sovereignty is back, Tom.
He is back, and it needed to happen here. He had 2 starts. He was heavily favored in both. He ran good, but it wasn't the Sovereignty we saw from 2025 when he was horse of the year. But this race here from well back with Sovereignty and his devastating kick and thinking forward to races that are going further in distance than this 1 1/8 that are very important. It just shows he's at the top of his game.
You know, and also if you look at it, you look back at it and you say, well, first of all, the race at Oakland was his first race of the year. He went to the lead. They thought there was no pace. So Rita Barrio ran a race that's sort of hard to explain looking at him finishing nowhere here. And then he catches a sloppy track. The races went wire to wire. He finally got in a race that was run in a manner that was at least somewhat favorable to his running style, and he showed just how good he is.
It was a really unbelievable. You know, obviously we know all the stars were in the race, but they went 109 to 6 furlongs. They ran early, and you know, he ran late, but take nothing away from the Philly Nitrogen. She ran her eyeballs out, but she just ran into the horse of the year, who got back to where he was, and now we kind of know. He did not like that racetrack at Churchill Downs. He loves it up here at Saratoga. And you see the drone right here. You know, all these horses going so fast up front, they were just ripe for the picking, Greg.
Shows that devastating kick, and Bill Mott, you know, afterwards sort of breathed a sigh of relief that they got this performance out of him, and they're back to where we all thought this horse should be, Tom.
Trainers feel pressure every day. They feel it in the morning, they feel it in the afternoon when they run horses. But when you run one like Sovereignty, who was horse of the year last year and hasn't lived up to expectations the following year, the pressure is enormous before the race.
And I also think this sets up just a great showdown at Belmont on opening day. I mean, not only is it going to be a great day in general, but for him to face off now off of this effort against Forever Young, that's something to be excited about.
That's the plan on the Jockey Club Gold Cup opening day at the brand new reimagined Belmont Park. Easy Goer, Lemon Drop Kid, now Sovereignty, horses to win the Belmont, Travers, and Whitney in their career. Not a very long list, and now he's got, you know, back on track, Andy, and some more work to do this year with some more big targets.
Well, yeah, I mean, now you're talking about a horse that went from being like, well, maybe he's not the horse he was as a 3-year-old, or he didn't improve on it, to, I mean, I would say Magnitude is still kind of oddly a leader because of his accomplishments, but now he's probably considered the top dog in the division, heading to a showdown with Forever Young, and not just at opening day at Belmont, then potentially the Breeders' Cup Classic. And racing is great when you have a good horse, but when you got a lot of good horses running against each other, that's when it's really great.
So a reshuffling of this division back to last year's horse of the year, who looks like he's back on top. Let's go to Acacia Clement. Acacia, how did this horse come out of things in that Whitney performance?
Well, it seemed by all accounts from his trainer, Bill Mott, that he came out in good order, and as I was going to say, and you guys were just discussing, will be pointed to the Jockey Club Gold Cup on opening day, September 18th at the new Belmont Park, and with the idea of getting to the Breeders' Cup Classic, a race that unfortunately last year he had to miss after shipping to Del Mar and then developing a fever and being a scratch the week of. So I feel unfinished business for Sovereignty, but seeing him this morning, as he does have kind of the velvet ropes outside of his stall, and that That's where the Whitney blanket was positioned outside in the Belmont shed row. He's on the other side of the barn from my husband Miguel, so I said it's a good barn to be. You could see the media crowded around Sovereignty's stall this morning, though, as a horse that had been so good as a 3-year-old, but just as we've discussed, he took some time to get going last year, especially in his workouts, and we saw that again this year. More aggression, sharper in the mornings, and he really showed that on the track yesterday. Makes things very exciting for the second half of the year in this older horse division. And the question is, can Magnitude bounce back, and can Sovereignty keep going now, Greg?
Circle those calendars once again. September 18th, Jockey Club Gold Cup, Sovereignty, and Forever Young set to do battle. Troy Stakes up next, and there's one of several speeds in this Grade 2 Doncho for Michelle Lovell when we come back. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Saratoga Live, and the 2026 Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale kicks off tomorrow night. Always a huge party in town and a great time to people watch and look at our future stars of the sport.
Yeah, it is indeed, and this one's a little different than a lot of sales. I mean, you take something like Keeneland and they're selling well over 4,000 horses, but this is a more condensed group of horses, and they're top level horses. So, I mean, if you want to go and watch some fun or see some fireworks, you're going to see these horses go for quite a bit of money.
And it's open to the public, and it is a great people watching spot. There's excellent food being sold in the grounds. It's a big bar. You look at the horses, go upstairs and look at the art. I mean,
it's a tremendous night.
Just a fun experience. And if you're in Saratoga, even if you only go by for an hour, go by. I promise you, you'll have a good time.
Just don't go near the horses and raise your hand.
Be careful. You might wind up buying one. It has actually happened to someone on our program before. Grade 2 Troy, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. A lot of speed signed on in this race. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, looking forward to this group as it will start things off with the number 6, John the Beer Can Man, coming out of the Grade 1 Jaipur. Unfortunately, Reef Runner, the winner of that race, had been pointing to the Troy, but has been sidelined for the rest of the year with a soft tissue injury. So hope to see him back next year, but I think it does make things for the turf sprinters little bit more wide open. And Reef Runner, I thought, ran very well in the Jaipur. He was a little bit keen moving, I'm sorry, John the Beer Can Man ran very well in the Jaipur, a little bit keen moving up to take the lead. And I think his effort that day really validated the two performances prior. That 100 Beyer speed figure at Fairgrounds, how does that form stack up? And then a 97 when winning on a yielding turf at Aqueduct, where he really had things his own way. The fact that he was able to run such a good third in his most recent effort, being beaten just by Reef Runner and AG Bullet, two incredibly talented sprinters, I think really bode well for him. He is a horse that is very long in his body, not really kind of your typical turf sprinter type of frame, a little bit warm, as is always the case with him, but one that is coming in carrying great weight off the back of that big effort in the Jaipur, and one that I do think is looking more fit now as he is now making his fourth start in the Rob Atras barn. So curious to see what he will do in here, though he should have some company on the front end. Taking a look at the number 8, Riza's Rolex. Likely one that will also be forward. I saw this horse down at Tampa this winter where he ran in the turf dash and was beaten just by the very talented My Boy Prince. I know that he has some questions as to how much he can really stack up in higher level competition, but he's just a win machine for Joe Orsino. Last time out, he broke very well and yes, was chasing down and top 2 dominant there and was a very heavy favorite to get the victory at Gulfstream, going 5/8. And my question with him as I saw him was, is he going to be effectively stretching out a little bit? I know it's just going to 5.5 in here, but 5 furlongs down in South Florida on those rock hard turf courses are often a totally different ball of wax. But he's a horse that physically does stack up nicely with his competition. He has a lot of good size to him. He looks like a little bit more ground shouldn't be an issue in here, and he's just in such good form. This is yet another acid test for him as he ran a disappointing effort in the Shakertown at Keeneland, but interested to see how he comes into this Troy and how much pace there really is on the front, Meg, and maybe that might set up for some of the better closers in here.
That's right, Acacia. One of them being the number 7, Works For Me for the Joe Lee barn, who he honestly ran a really nice race there at Tampa off of the layoff. He wasn't necessarily in an ideal position. And then you see him on April the 18th at Keeneland being able to run down some very tough horses that day, troubleshooting a Grade 1 winner. There were 3 next out winners from that spot. Last time out in that Grade 1 Jaipur, what you could say was a little bit disappointing, but at the same time, he took a pretty significant bump at the beginning of that race. And I think you can forgive him a bit for that trip. He's incredibly fit. When Joe Lee asking of him, you know, he's the easiest horse to be around in the barn. He's always the horse that does everything so easily. It is, to me, a horse incredibly intriguing. While he doesn't win often, he always typically runs well. A horse that's been one of my all-time favorites. That's the number 3, Doncho. And he came in wearing his very specific blanket because he is the world record holder, setting the fastest time. I believe that was at 5 furlongs or 5.5 furlongs there. And he's speed, pure speed. And 2 back in the Mighty Bow at Churchill Downs with Jaime Torres aboard that day, he was actually able to come off of the pace, and his trainer Michelle Lovell stating, you know, this wasn't necessarily by design, but was very encouraged to see him be able to perform in a different position. He was actually entered to run here in the Disco Partner. Didn't work out for him, but he certainly looks the part here. He's one of those just strong, solid, massive, substantive sprinters. Wouldn't call him massive, but his sheer just muscle mass is all the qualities of a talented, powerful sprinter. And I do find that it's encouraging, though his main weapon is speed, he's been able to sit off of horses. We'll see what kind of trip Ricardo Santana Jr. works out for him today. Greg?
10-1 on Doncho. Let's go back to that race in the Mighty Bow, and this was not the plan to be sitting off the pace, as Megan alluded to, but worked out anyway.
No, it did. He broke fast. He laid off the pace, as you said. He angles out here and has a very, very good finish.
I mean, I have no knock on this horse. He's good. This is a super race. I mean, obviously, he's got to deal with a couple closers like 26 Black, and the 7, who I like in this race, Works For Me. But he's also got Warolo, who's a very fast horse and very game, and John the Beer Man as well. This is a really good race.
What is he doing at 10-1 on the board?
Right,
bizarre.
he's versatile enough. I mean, yeah, I agree. There's a ton of speed in this race, but you're looking at you know, a horse in Dancho that's very versatile.
This is like the old days when if you came from out of town, they never bet on you. You know what I mean? That's obviously changed with speed figures and people being more, you know, simulcasting, recognize them. I have no idea, Greg. I'm not saying I love this horse in here, but it's preposterous.
7-2, 4-1
It feels
max,
like a
maybe?
4-1, 9-2 shot. I agree with you at most. I mean, I don't understand why they just acting like he just can't come here and win. Michelle Lavelle has come here and won before, by the way.
With her first ever starter, by the way. That was
Yes.
Damon's Mount, Saratoga Special back in 2022. This is going to be just her 4th ever starter here. Here's more of the speed, Paulie. This is John the Beer Man for Rob Atras. And that great one, Jaipur. Atras said just for some reason, not sure what it was, just didn't break all that sharp. Still eventually made the front. He's very quick early.
Yeah, and you know, you look back in his PPs, right? He was a distance horse for Chad Brown. He's turned into a really good sprinter, but you kind of look and go back to those races and you think, you know what? He's very fast, but I think he might be able to lay off horses because he did it in the past, and he's run longer races. He's talented.
And he's also outside the other speeds,
Yeah.
so it gives Kendrick some options in here. You know, you see him run that big race at Fairgrounds. You go, okay, it was Fairgrounds. I want to see him do it against the big boys. Then he goes to Aqueduct. It pours before the race. So then you say, well, it was pouring. Maybe nobody could close. Mentee got in trouble in the race. But then he runs in the Jaipur, a grade 1, against the best sprinters in the country, and he more than holds his own in there. This horse for real.
Could keep our eyes on the odds with this one, too. Way too high. The favorite remains 26 Black, coming off that win in the Harvey Pack. 3-time winner here at Saratoga, and just in very sharp form right now, Tom. But the way he runs, sometimes he's going to need a little bit of help.
I think he gets it today, Greg. When you say he needs a little bit of help, he needs a little bit of help with pace up front. It looks like it should be really hot. I think this is the race. We've watched a couple of them. This one's going to come through on the rail. His trainer said afterwards that he is better when he goes around horses. But make no mistake, if he has to come up the rail, he can be brave and do it as he does right here.
Yeah, this is a really good effort. And then he franked this effort after this win. You know, you look at his efforts, right? If it's 43-4, he's a little bit farther back. If you look when it's 45-4, he's won a race and he's up there like about a length and a half off. He's so versatile. And Horacio De Paz's barn is on fire right now.
The race we just showed, which is 3 back for him, was also a very moderate pace, and that was his first race coming off a layoff. Since then, he's run exceptionally well in 2 races. He's the logical horse, but he's also fully exposed. And when you're betting races, fully exposed horses don't make you much money. And one of the reasons I like Work For Me, and I'm not going to lie, Works For Me has not accomplished what 26 Black has, and 26 Black's a more likely winner. Works For Me in the Jaipur, he had to try to close. Flavian was saving ground. He had a price horse. He wanted to do what he could to win. But he ends up trying to weave through traffic instead of making a clean outside run. And I think we can all agree, when you're a closer in a turf sprint, you want to get that clean outside run to get your momentum going. And now with post 7, I think that's more likely to happen.
Yeah, Works For Me, the 7. Pratt will ride for trainer Joseph Lee as we get set for our post parade coming up shortly. And, you know, we were talking about the Jaipur. Reza's Rolex, who we're going to see in a moment. This horse who had won 9 in a row at one point. He just missed by a neck against a horse who was actually favored in this year's Jaipur.
And he's 8-1. This Troy is like a hidden gem. You know what I mean? You look at it, and when you first look at it, you go, ah. And then you start looking at the field, and this is a super strong field.
7 minutes away from the grade 2 Troy. Let's go back to Megan.
Here with trainer Rob Atras, who will send out the number 6, John the Beer Man. And what a rock-solid horse he's been in your barn, Rob. You've done a tremendous job with him. You mentioned Kendrick kind of had to use him a little bit more last time out after the break. What did you see in that Jaipur?
Yeah, you know, he didn't break as sharp as he usually does. So, you know, we're hoping for a sharper break. But, you know, last time he showed, like, you know, he really stepped up. You know, he only run twice for us, and that was stepping up to a grade 1, which I think is a big ask. But he really answered, and you know, so we gave him a little bit of time, and you know, he's doing really well. So we're hoping for another repeat effort.
He's a turf sprinter. As far as the speed puzzles he's faced in the past, do you find his weapon is speed, and that's the trip he'll find himself in?
I do, but at the same time, you know, he's also closed. He's also gone longer. So I'm going to leave it up to Kendrick, and we'll see what he does.
Best of luck in here.
Thank you.
Greg?
Megan, thank you. Let's get to the post parade. In progress, here's Dancing Buck Michelle Nevin.
Well, he's second off a layup, which I think is good for him. The problem for him is he draws the rail, and his only good races are on the front end. Good luck to him in that scenario.
26 Black coming off
probably a career best effort.
Yeah, the horse to beat, 6 for 9 with 3 wins in the exacta. And look for this horse out late.
Speed with Doncho, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, and I picked him fourth. I don't love him in here, but I 100% agree with what Greg said. He is way too big a price.
Here's Coppola, bumped at the break. It was very minor, though.
Yeah, $1 million owner for this 7-year-old Into Mischief. He's 1 for 15, though, at the distance.
Waralo, he actually owns a win over 26 Black 2 starts ago.
He is such a cool, hard-trying, honest horse who's in the test of his life. I'd love to see him run well.
John, the beer man, went by.
Yeah, you know, at age 5, he's really aged like a fine wine. Really good effort last time out.
Yours works for me.
As I mentioned, I like his outside position. I'm hoping he can put that good close in that helped him 2 races back.
And Reza's Rolex, at one point, he put together 9 in a row. He's won 11 of his last 14.
Yeah, 15 for 22 lifetime. The one worry without Lasix, he is 0 for 3 lifetime.
So let's go back to the one Andy prefers here. Works for me. Flavien Prat will try and work out a trip and should get that pace up front.
Yeah, I thought I'd get a little better than 4-1. I'm hoping he drifts up a little bit. But you know, you look at his race 2 back where he beat some talented horses in that race and ran a strong buyer speed figure. And then last time out, he just got in that situation where he's trying to weave through traffic and make his closing run. The turf sprinters that close, they want to make that big outside run. I think Flavien obviously learned from that race, but also with an outside post, he realized it's much easier for him to make that run. I was hoping for 6 or more to 1. If I get it, I'm in.
Look, he is a nice horse, but when you look at his past performance, you cannot use the medication Lasix in stakes races, so he's without it today, and those are some of his poorer races on medication. He runs very well.
Well, that's fair. I think that's perfectly fair, but he does have a big win in a turf stake at 23-1 without Lasix. So he has run well. I think that's a very fair thing to point out, but he has won without it before.
Can I say this? And it's no knock. I just want to say, in 2024, you know, as horses get older, if they do have an issue that Lasix helps, the older they get, the more they need it.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I'm just pointing it out.
Meanwhile, this win machine right here, 15 for 22 lifetime, including 4 for 7 on the grass. Put together 9 wins in a row at one point. We mentioned recently, too, in a stake. Faced my boy Prince. He just missed against that horse, who's a graded stakes winning millionaire.
This is 11 for 14 lifetime on synthetic, 4 for 7 on turf. Actually has 1 dirt start and ran second. I want to say it might have been his career debut, but he's fast. He's always right there. He's 19 for 22 in the exacta. Where does he lay in here? He's a very good gate horse. I would think he's going to be right up on the pace, like a lot of these runners.
I think with horses like the 8, Reza Rolex, and the 5, Warolo, and they're 9-1, and they're 15-1, that shows you the depth of the field we're dealing with. And even as you talked about with Doncho's coming down, these are very, very good horses, and they're huge prices. And I'm not saying we like them or not, but I think it just shows you how tough this race is. This is a really good race. And
it is.
I have no argument with the 2 being favored in this race, 26 Black, and I agree that he figures to get some pace, but this is a horse race.
Yes, it is, but the public all over this one right here. 26 Black, 8-5 to try and go back-to-back here at the meet. Let's go back to Acacia.
Horse, and he's actually one of 4 New York breds in this open graded stake up here. Just goes to show the strength of the New York bred program. And for whatever reason, in this division with turf sprinters, I completely agree with Andy. I did pick Reza's Rolex because I think he's too big a price and a horse with a big chance, but nothing against 26 Black and what he has done, and he absolutely should get the right kind of setup. He is a high energy horse. Horacio De Paz always has him with cotton in his ears. He brings him over to the paddock in an iron halter, the metal working to help keep him calm, and then you always see this spirited solo warm up for him to get some of that energy out. Last time I thought he looked the fittest he had looked since coming back off the layoff. I see much the same with him again in here today. It looks like he's just thriving and doing very well. Horse, if anything, he's actually put on a little bit of muscle mass today, especially in that crusty neck he's got going on now. He should get the right kind of setup. We'll see if he can pick up another graded stakes victory. As the number 5, Waralo, yes, he should be part of the early pace. He is a generous price as well, but he's a horse that has just become a different animal since switching to the turf. Did win against Open Company and beat 26 Black 2 starts back, though maybe 26 Black had the excuse of coming off of the layoff that day. And as Jose Lezcano does look for his first win of the meet, he has ridden this horse very well, and he knows him too, having been aboard for his last win in that Ashley T. Cole. This one, he continues to look great and stacking up nicely with his company. Again, we'll see how the pace does develop, but he's a turf sprinter through and through and deserves to be here. A really fun Troy coming up. Megan, where did you land?
I talked it out a little bit, Acacia, with the number 2, 26 Black, who, echoing your sentiments, he looks absolutely fantastic. And for a higher energy sort, who's definitely one that can bubble over and be sharper and have the history of some of his behavior, he was doing incredibly well for himself in the paddock, keeping him moving really well on the racetrack. And he's a horse where, you know, this race is to be contested on the outer turf course. He does draw towards the inside, and a horse that's closing. A lot of the times when you're handicapping trips on this turf course, you know, we say a lot of times we want to save ground on the inner turf course, and that's the key. But when you're making these runs, especially in turf sprints, you're kind of at the mercy of wanting to get that clear run. So hopefully he's able to do that with Manny Franco, who's been riding lights out. Greg, this will be a fun one.
Thank you, Megan. Pick 4 starts here. Grade 2, Troy, 26 Black, the 8-5 favorite, the 2-horse about to step in. Horacio de Paz having the best Saratoga summer of his career. Manny Franco having an historic Saratoga himself, including a 6-win day, 5 in a row just a couple of days ago. Trying to go back-to-back here, 26 Black at the meet. We send it upstairs on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Frank Miramonte, the call.
Hello, Greg. Here is Works For Me going in. And the last one, Reza's Rolex, wearing a fine timepiece Reza has. Here we go. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Troy, and a very even start before Doncho flashes that sharp early zip to take command. And now John the Beerman ensures a hot early pace. Reza's Rolex is on the outside 3rd. They're followed by Waralo in 4th. Purple Silks 3 lengths off the lead. 26 Black, 4 lengths off them. He's by himself now, a length in front of Coppola as they round the far turn. The 2 trailers, Works For Me and Dancing Buck is at the back. No surprise to see them zip that quarter in 21-1, and it is John the Beerman showing the way. Waralo coming after him in 2nd, and Manny Franco guiding 26 Black to the outside where he likes it, and he's being unleashed now. Down on the inside, Doncho's in 4th. There's 1 furlong to go. John the Beerman digging in. 26 Black far outside, room in between for Doncho, who's splitting rivals. Waralo's in there too. It's a driving finish in the Troy. What a thriller. Waralo on the outside of John the Beerman. John the Beerman said, "No way are you going by me." And he won the Troy. Waralo ran giant in defeat. He just missed. And another big run from Doncho, too, in the Troy.
What a game effort from John the Beerman to re-rally late down on the inside. This was very quick final time to 1 minute and 4/5.
It's going to get a little tight between these 3 horses with John the Beerman, the yellow on the inside. You know, he broke well, but Kendrick decided, I have to have the lead, and he actually pushed the pace harder to get to the lead. There's a little touching and bumping going on here.
Whoa!
Oh,
I think
we're going to see some numbers flashing.
Inquiry coming up here. I don't know how it's going to play out. We'll watch it more. All 3 of these horses ran sensationally, and it's one of the things you love about turf sprints. 3 fast horses, and they ran 1, 2, 3. John the Beerman did all the dirty work in this race.
He did. I mean, Lily, when Kendrick decided I have to have the lead after breaking just average, I mean, that won the race for him.
No question.
Yeah, the 3, Doncho, trying to come in between horses. And you can see they kind of, he initiates it a little bit to get out a little bit, but now they really get tight. And you could see that Kendrick Carmouche on the outside actually is Warlo, Jose Lezcano, trying to close that hole, make it tight, and it got really tight late.
I would say, on a quick judgment, I think they all gave as good as they got. What about you, Tom?
Did you see much from the winner?
Not from the winner. From the outside horse. The outside horse, I think, makes it tight.
I will say this. So when you
inside horse.
Yeah, when you watch the 3 come out here, Tom, and he kind of initiates it a little bit. Well, you'll see it a little bit later. I don't know that Jose Lezcano starts pointing his horse towards the inside to really shut.
So here we go, over top one more time. And again, unofficially 6-5-3-2, inquiry and objection sign now up.
I feel like the 5 in the middle, the 6 and the 3 in the middle came out a little bit on the 6.
This might be the 5's
And then
fault,
Kendrick
though.
came out. I don't know. I'm not sure the 5. Watch the 5. I'm not sure he is the one who kept the straightest path of all of these.
I didn't see that.
I will see this, though, but here's the problem, Andy. Late in the race, Lezcano stays right-handed, and he keeps leaning in with the horse.
Well, Kendrick comes out on the 6, and he makes it tighter, so he allows it to get tighter. I'm not casting aspersions. I'm not saying anything, but there was a lot of giving between all
We're
parties.
being told Ricardo Santana Jr. on Doncho, the third place finisher, objection on the top 2 finishers.
Well, you
but
can't
there's
blame-
an inquiry as well.
You can't blame him for that. He's the only one who can claim. I think, go ahead. I'm just saying, well, I guess I think Warolo can't claim unless he's going to say, well, Doncho came out to me first. Obviously, it's hard for him to claim against the first finisher, right?
Take another look here. And in regards to the winner, Tom, the only issue, didn't he get bumped a little bit? And that's the only really time he sort of came out after
100%.
responding
Look,
to getting hit?
When we're talking about these horses, we need to talk about where they are in position. So you've got the winner, John the Beer Man, all the way on the inside here, and you've got Warlolo on the outside. In between horses, of course, is Doncho. So when we talk about who caused the problem, to me, it is the outside horse, the 5 horse, that makes it too tight.
I disagree. I completely disagree with that. I believe that he, of all of them, kept the straightest path to them. I think it's an illusion that he caused it because not only is the 5 kind of forced him out a little bit, and he gives a little bit, I'm not saying he did nothing, but then Kendrick comes out and he forces him. I think if you were to draw like those lines we used to draw, those paths, remember we used to draw that? I think you might find he kept it. Let's put the head on first. And let's go slow it down, guys. Can we slow this down a little bit? Thank you. No, that's good. That's great. Thank you very much. Okay, let's watch. What's the first thing that happens here? So far, nothing. So far, nothing's happened. Now
he's going right-handed with the 5.
The 5 hasn't come in on him
Okay, I'm
yet.
just saying he keeps going right-handed.
So the
now
6
he's coming
comes
in
out a little bit there, right? Now Kendrick comes out, and he's got a left-handed crop. So he's coming out. See, he comes off. So why isn't the 5 allowed to hold his ground? He's the one who's getting forced out, is what I'm saying. That's my opinion. What do I think? I would take nobody down because, frankly, I have no idea for sure what happened there.
That's a tough call.
I mean, it's a little ticky-tack if you're going to take the 6 down, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, every jurisdiction is different, and I think New York has gotten very strict in how the stewards review a race. If this were in jurisdictions that I'm very familiar with, which would be either Kentucky or Louisiana, I'd say there would be no change. But here, I honestly believe that the outside horse, head cocked, the second-place finisher, has a chance to be put 3rd.
No chance, in my opinion, that the 5 comes down.
He causes a chain reaction, by the way.
He does
all the way to
because
the
the
inside.
6 is coming out and forcing him out. I believe you draw the lanes, and there's no way to say the 6 that the 5 who started out in the 3 path, if anything, he's forced out to the 4 path. I don't agree.
There is Ricardo who lodged the objection. Acacia had a chance to talk to him. Let's go back to her.
Yeah, he said that he was feeling it from both sides as his horse Doncho was closing in between. And he said, I feel that if either of them kept their lane, kept their position, and kept their horse straight, I was going to win. He felt Doncho was really kicking in the final stretches. He said the outside horse, the number 5, Waralo, came over to him first, and then he got soundly bumped by the 6, John the Beer Man, inside as well. He said he felt his horse was staying straight, and he was being bumped on either side. So feeling that there should be a double objection in here. It should say double disqualification, given that he was taking it from all sides aboard a horse that did have the momentum at a pivotal point in the race.
Well, shocker, the guy who lodged the objection wants a double objection.
It's not beyond the realm, though.
I would leave
a little
them.
tough.
You know what, man? First of all, and I'm not saying Ricardo did anything wrong, per se, they were awfully tight down there, you know? I mean, there's only so much you can ask of these riders and these horses in such a tight space. There was some giving between all of them. I'm not saying that Ricardo didn't get the worst of it, but I don't know, man. I would leave it up, and I'm not involved at all.
It's a tough one.
My horse was about 7th, so.
I said this last week. I wish I had a phone where I could have called the umpires. It would have saved me like 25 objections.
But it would have cost you about $500,000 in fines.
Yeah, you see right here.
So you guys don't think that the outside
I
horse
do,
with
Tom,
the
I'm with
crop
you.
comes in?
I'm with you.
I think Ricardo's going to use the crop on the outside horse with his right hand.
That was
the horse is
Lozano.
gonna, excuse me, Lozano.
I think he's trying to hold his ground while he's being forced out. That's what I think, Tom.
And you're right, it's Lozano on
That's
the outside.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you don't have to agree. I think he's trying to hold his ground and being forced out a little
Let
bit.
me ask you, Tom, is it one of those things when you hit the horse right-handed and he comes in, aren't you supposed to switch the sticks immediately? Sounds like he went right-handed again.
Whatever happens here, don't miss the stewards review, which I almost made it through the week without having to do.
No way he wanted that horse to get through when he saw that horse in there. He wanted to make it as tight as possible.
Another look overhead. When the 6, your eventual winner here, Tom, does come out a little bit, wasn't there space for him to come out? Because the horse was inside and moved over.
I would be stunned if the winner came down.
I don't see how you can
Completely
criticize
stunned.
the five here.
Crazy.
I just think there's a lot of race riding and 3 horses in a tight space, man.
Hey, can we say that this is why at times it can be very tough being a steward?
That's right, and that's the reason. What I would say about this, Tom, is think about we all have somewhat different opinions up here.
And we've watched a lot of races.
Don't take horses down unless you can say, man, this is what happened. If you're back and forth and you don't know what's really going on, leave it be.
And
that's
at
what
some
I would
point,
say.
you have to let them play a little bit in a turf sprint like this.
I mean, 3 horses practically and through go to the head of a needle. You know what I mean? I mean, this is, man, these guys are riding hard. There's going to be some give and take. Leave it up, man. Let them decide on the racetrack, not up in the steward's booth. That's what I think.
And Jose Lozano, you got to be honest. He's 0 for 68 at the meet. I mean, if they take him down here, and he's had some really nice rides,
Well,
too.
he's on your runner-up.
Oh, he's on the runner-up. I'm sorry, yeah.
Let's watch it again, though.
Well.
When Lozano goes right-handed right there, I think this horse comes in. I honestly do.
I think he's being forced out, and he's trying. I wish we had those lanes, because I think if you saw that, you would say the 3 was being pushed, the 5 was being
Here's
pushed
the
out of
chain
his
reaction
lane.
right here. Boom, boom, boom.
You're not wrong that
Boom.
he's coming in there, Tom, but I say he has a right to hold his ground, and they're pushing him out.
If there's no bumping in the lane, who wins the race? The 5 looked like he was going to win the race, didn't it?
They all had their fair chance to win this
Hard to
race,
say.
and the 6 got the money. Leave it up. Don't penalize the bettors, the riders, and the owners. This was a great horse race. I would hate to see it be involved in disqualification.
Look, as long as they're taking, there's a lot of discussion going on, very similar to ours upstairs.
I agree, which means they have to leave it. And let me just say, around here, they always take a long time now, so it's not an indication someone's going
Looks like
down.
they're going to do something.
It used to be the longer stewards took
They
a
would
look,
come down.
there would probably be a change.
Not now.
But this one, you do need to take a long look, because there's a lot
100%.
going on and in a very tight space. So I feel like they're just doing their due diligence.
I completely agree.
And it's not to say that they may make a change.
And I do the stewards review with both Tricia and Victor every week, and that's what they talk about. They say, we're in no hurry. We want to make the right decision. If it takes a while to leave it up, we leave it up. It's not, back in the day, Tom, this right now, somebody's coming down. But
Would you
not the
say,
case now.
Paul, and you guys could chime in too, if it's taking, if it goes on longer and longer, and it takes that long to try and see if there was something, do you say, well, maybe there was nothing?
Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, but I think a lot of people out there who bet Doncho are like, I had the best horse. A lot of people out there thinking they had Warloo. I think a lot of people think that the horse that was 2nd and 3rd were the best horses, because they probably, if they had a cleaner trips, would have went by John the Beerman.
But it's just like Greg said. Of course, Ricardo Santana thinks that he should get put up in this race. I don't care what people think in this. I agree. You've got to get it right. And if it's taken this long, leave it up. You're torturing the bettors enough as it is.
So if there was no bumping at the top of the lane, you think John the Beerman wins that race?
I don't know. What was going to happen?
It's very hard to play.
Disqualified him.
You're right. They took the 5 down. I don't agree with it, but you were right on the call there. They're Tom.
So the winner
I
stays
wouldn't have
up,
done it.
but the 2nd place finisher is DQ'd and moved to 3rd, and the 3 moved up from 3rd to 2nd. So 6-3, 5-2, but your winner stays your winner.
So Jose Lozano is now finished 1st once this meet, and he's been disqualified twice.
And
Doesn't seem fair.
And that DQ, by the way,
was controversial.
Yeah, controversial. And so if you watch the pan too, the worst, Warlow gets the worst of it, because if he stays out in the middle of the track and does not bump, he looked like he was going to win the race. Crazy.
I think he held his ground. I'm going to disagree with the stewards on the stewards review.
Well, Kendrick
I'll
Carmouche,
enjoy watching that when you do it.
Do you know how to use YouTube, or can Colleen show you?
he's safe with the win. It's John the Beerman, changed for 2nd and 3rd, though. Now 6-3, 5-2, but John the Beerman Now 3 wins in the last 4 starts since moved back to sprinting.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just that perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
Back with you on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 1. And it is John the Beer Man after a lengthy inquiry and objection to get this winner. Facing Tipton winner's circle. And picture time for Rob Atras, Kendrick Carmouche, and Silkso Michael Dubb, also owned by Michael Caruso.
You got to give Kendrick a lot of credit here. Out the gate, he broke okay, laying second behind some really, really fast fractions. He decided to take the lead and take the initiative there. And when this horse gets the lead, John the Beer Man, he's not going to be denied.
Coming out helped a little, but this was a great race.
That winner's circle lead brought to you by the 105th Saratoga sale of selected yearlings August 10th and 11th. Where will you be? That's how close it was. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning jockey Kendrick Carmouche as John the Beer Man gets things done. Kendrick, a little bit tight, down on the rail there. We did have the inquiry and objection. Talk me through what you felt in the stretch.
Well, I was always on the lead, so, everything, once we got to the 16th pole, I started feeling more pressure coming from other horses, and then we all brushing came together. I didn't know what horse was doing the brushing or bumping me, but it kind of knocked my horse off balance a little bit, and you can see how I reached and grabbed my horse and got him back together, and he just excelled from there. This does happen in racing. It's a little bit of competitiveness. Sometimes the horses might drift a little bit more in, a little bit more out. I don't really think it's a jockey error. I think it's just competition whenever we out there.
Your horse, no matter what, though, John the Beer Man was incredibly game.
Yeah, John the Beer Man was really good today. Last time he was really good. I really thought I should have won that race if he wouldn't have spooked from the hedge. Today, I kept him right off the hedge where he wouldn't be looking at it, and he never paid no attention to it. He ran right on.
That makes a lot of sense. I was wondering what happened last time. Congratulations, Kendrick.
Thank you. And I just want to say, we lost a very good person this past week named Robbie Alvarado. I grew up with the guy. I grew up with his family. I knew his dad. I knew his mom. He's in my heart, his whole family, his 4 sons, his daughter. I love you guys. Robbie, you're going to be missed, but you're never going to be forgotten without me still out here. I love you, Rob.
Thank you, Kendrick.
Louisiana, baby.
Certainly sad news when we heard of Robbie Alvarado's passing, someone that you had teamed up with quite a bit, Tom.
Man, I looked up my stats, and Robbie and I, in the 2000s, that about time we were sharing the leading trainer and jockey title in fairgrounds every year. I think he won, believe it or not, you guys, about 10% of all the races I won in my career were with Robbie Alvarado. One of his first big stakes wins was on a horse named Marastani. He got a big blown-up picture of him. I remember going over his house and seeing it. And about 4 years later, when he started riding for everybody and doing great, I went back in that house. You couldn't find that picture with a search warrant.
Wow. John the Beer Man in the Grade 2 Troy surviving the inquiry and objection. Rob Atras, Kendrick Carmouche, Michael Dubb, Michael Caruso as we move on to race 9. This is a difficult race, Andy. 7 furlongs, New York breds, entry-level allowance. What do you think here?
I like the 3. I'll take him if he's 9-2 or higher. I'm betting at a short price, but I agree. I'll tell you what the crazy thing. I just saw the Will Pace, the pick 5, and I believe this is accurate.
That's the largest 4 out of 5 I've ever seen in my life. I know you mentioned
there are 4. I think 4 of the horses. How we got 8 horses, 7 horses in this race. I believe that there are 3 that are 4 or 5 because this is not mandatory payout. There are 3 that are the whole pool. There's one, oh no, I'm sorry, it's a 4 or 5 with the bottom.
The 9 is 115,000 for 4 out of 5. That's the largest 4 out of 5 I've ever seen in my life.
And the 3 that are covered are pool jobs.
454,000
if you're alive.
Did you just say you're supporting One Big Beautiful Bill? The 3.
We're going to take a timeout and relive an incredible Whitney Saturday. Stay with us.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale, you got to be here.
Look at these 2 juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
The 2 of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Botas is 4th, has 5 lengths to make up. On the far outside, Botas is revving up. Botas puts his head in front close to home and starts to pull away. Manny Franco ties the record with 6 wins. Consensus Few and Kentucky Bell right next to one another, and both appear a little bit keen. And from the back of the field, Kentucky Bell is finishing strongly. Kentucky Bell coming at Faithful Departed. Kentucky Bell got up. And Explora is flashing sharp early foot. She's going to be right off the pace today. Explora moves alongside Goodall to come after Movie Night. Explora struts her stuff mid-stretch. Explora puts on a dazzling display. Bago is very fast away from the gate. Deterministic will go right with him. Deterministic is second. Deterministic is right there. Then Laganos. Deterministic roused to the lead. Back-to-back winner of the 4-star Dave. Deterministic. And a headstrong Glacius has blown right by. And it is Glacius who has a 2.5 length lead. Glacius spurts clear. 3-length lead. Glacius, West End Kid, Glacius all the way. It's a gap of 5 back to Sovereignty. It's a gap of 10 lengths to Baeza, Tistastic, and now Sovereignty is last. Nitrogen with a 3-length lead. Sovereignty bearing down in the middle of the racetrack. Aquarian and all the others left in the wake of Sovereignty.
What a Saturday. What a week we've had. 3 cheers to the breeder from our friends at 3 Chimneys, where dreams are born. And not just these great performances, storybook performances. Miguel Clement, Botas, his father inducted into the Hall of Fame earlier that day. He wins the Hall of Fame. And of course, he'll have a chance at the Christophe Clement, named after his late father, coming up next weekend. Test stakes. I guess Explorer is for real, Tom.
I mean, at this point in the race, you're like, oh boy, here it comes. It's Explorer on the outside. Look, Bob Baffert has now decided this horse is probably a better one-turn horse. And there's no doubt when you watch this dominating performance, she's really, really good.
So she's the first horse from the Oaks that's going to turn back right now, right? So she ran 4th in the Oaks. She's turning back in distance.
Well, she turned back in her last start.
Yeah, turned back in her last start. But I mean, she's going to stick out and just be sprinting. She was dynamite. And, like, I think you said it, Tom. It's amazing how Bob Baffert had these horses coming from route or races, and they still show speed sprinting.
Yeah, I mean, you know, listen, she'll likely go to the Philly Mare Sprint, which is an absolute war this year, and they're much faster than she is. But I imagine next year he'll probably experiment with running long again. It's not like she's run badly going a mile 16.
I was looking for thoroughgraph players. She ran like a 4, 4, and 5. She's around one turn. You got Ways and Means is in the 1 area, so she's going to have to giddy up against those type of horses.
Good, older Philly Mare sprinters in this game. Look, Explorer, graded stakes winner at a mile and 16. But, Tom, could she still, to this point, progress and get better to maybe close the gap with some of the top Philly Mare sprinters in the country?
They're really
Breeders'
good.
Cup.
The older mares are very, very good. But for Explorer, you know, this is a chance for her to grow up. She's a 3-year-old and getting better and better, and we've seen many through time. Young horses, 3-year-olds, hit those older horses at October or November of their year, and they can compete with them.
97 Buyers speed figure in that win. That's the best of her career. Just dominant there. Let's go back to Megan.
Here with Mary McDermott, NYRA's social media content creator. And Mary, what an epic week of racing. Of course, the Whitney Stakes, the Clash of the Titans, and we were lucky enough to have our social teams take us through it.
Yeah, so reigning horse of the year last year, Sovereignty, captured the Whitney Stakes yesterday, and Nitrogen, the filly, finished second. We were able to capture everything on social media, which you can follow us at The NYRA on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok. And we were out at the barns this morning with Sovereignty in his blanket, and overall just a fantastic day at the track.
We also saw some influencers take part in the action. Griffin Johnson, incredibly excited watching Nitrogen run. Had to be fun to collaborate with them.
Yeah, Griffin's great. He brings a whole entire new atmosphere to racing, which is something that we're looking forward to on the social side. And we did a bunch of collaborations with him and his other friends that were on track.
Now, I, for one, am most excited about next Sunday. That's going to be the Corgi races. We've got a memorable occasion, though. Abby the Corgi, the Fan Favorite Award. How excited are we to get on deck for some Corgi action?
Yeah, so last year, Abby in her wheelchair, she sadly passed away, but this year we're doing a memorial. So fans are going to be able to follow us on at Saratoga 1863 on our channels, and you guys are going to be able to vote for your favorite Corgi that will be on track with us.
I love it. Thank you for all of your hard work. We can't wait for another great racing week here at the spa.
And I'm not sure who it is yet. We're still working on it. Either Andy or Paul will be offering wagering on those Corgi races.
Paul and I are making book. No, Paul and I are going to set up a book. Absolutely. You're out, Tom.
Careful.
Me
I
and Paul.
had the winner last year.
Let me do it. I'll bring the dry race board.
I had the Corgi that was trash talking, went on the track.
Manny
Lifted his leg
Franco,
up. I knew he was gonna win.
historic Friday. What a weekend. We'll be back.
Well, I think what my racehorse does is it gives owners an opportunity to get involved in the game.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Safi Joseph Jr.
I'm Todd Fletcher, a trainer for my racehorse.
Seize the brave, wins the Preakness.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, as we have horses in the paddock for race 9 on the main track. And we begin by taking a look at a couple of second-time starters, beginning with the number 3, One Big Beautiful Bill for Brad Cox, who did win at first asking, a horse that will stretch out a little bit to the 7/8 today. And looking at him, that is well within his scope. He is a big boy. He was off a bit slow and awkward in his debut, but actually closed with that forward momentum. I thought still a touch green watching that race when closing, kind of figuring things out, but he got up in time. I didn't cover his first race, but he looks like a horse that probably really would appreciate a debut under his belt and should physically move forward off of it, because like I said, there's a lot of him, and he's gotten much sharper once they've put the tack on. But like I said, I like a little bit more ground for him. Getting a little bit more ground as well as the 4 Blue Roof Bow, who also won on debut, though, back in May over during the Belmont at the Big A meet. Not the quickest when breaking from the rail that day, but moved up to set the pace and did a lot of the dirty work before shrugging off his other foes and pulling away. I thought pretty impressive. He got very sharp once they got the tack on him. He is really acting like a horse that wants to be forward, very energetic. I imagine he will try to send again and hopefully wire this field as far as his chances are concerned, because he just has such a speedy type of demeanor to him as well. I think he should be able to handle the 7/8 okay, but like I said, I think his best weapon is his speed, and he's acting like he wants to use it. The number 6, Max Money, does return to New York bred company. Won impressively wiring the field last time, though has shown he does not need the lead. He is a high energy type, and he's a horse that you look through his form and you look at him, he really does a lot better with Lasix. It can really help to take the edge off some of those horses that do a lot before the race, and it really helps them to kind of settle a little bit. And that is exactly the case with Max Money. He seems to be the perfect candidate for that theory. So I like that he gets to keep that in here today. For his standards, he's doing very well as they do head out for this 9th, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you, Max Money. Last 2 times, as Acacia was talking about, with Lasix, both wins for Mike Maker.
He's a horse that needs to be forward, and you can see when he won here last time, took the lead in the Wilton Chute and just kept on going at 3-1. He kind of wore down his rival off the layoff 7 furlongs, so that's not going to be the problem. 7 furlongs. He's a dangerous horse in here at 7-2.
Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard. Our post-parade will start with Tricky Business. Debut was sensational and it's gone backward since, but he was thrown into the Wolves start number 2.
Yeah, he didn't get out of the gate well last time out. He just get a cut back in distance, but he has been very disappointing. I agree
Went to
with
a
Greg.
prep for the Haskell on his second start. Mo for the King, the favorite.
Yeah, beaten favorite in the last 3 starts. Favorite again today.
Debut winner for Brad Cox, the 3 here.
Brad Cox, and we'll talk about after the post parade, has sensational numbers off of maiden wins and dirt sprints, particularly second-time starters.
Blue Roof Bow, he was quick and very good in his debut for Jeremy Englehart.
He's going to step up to a new level, but he sure looks like he's going to use his speed early.
Max Money coming off that gate to wire win, but he can sit off as well.
He can do that. He's got great tactical speed. He's getting back on the proper medication, Lasix, which he can use in these kinds of races.
Extremely interesting runner here in Empire Sky.
Yeah, this is a horse that wants some pace up front. One race off the layoff. It was a good one at that. We'll see what he does.
2 starts ago, he was third behind a horse that was second in the Grade 1 Churchill Downs.
Big price here. He can win.
Sebastian, the first Christopher Elliott aboard.
Yeah, he just seems like a bit of an outlier in this race. Even his best race 2 back, his last fast track race, probably a couple of these.
So here's your favorite. It's Mo for the King. Rob Falcone Jr. trains. Flavia Pratt aboard. Let's go to Megan.
Well, Eddie Vazone is still trying to get his voice back from Thursday. Right. Is that right? Butta's crazy win here at Saratoga. How's the voice coming along?
He's doing great. He came out like he didn't even run. So, yeah, we'll point him for the Vosburg. It's time to take a chance with him. It's going to be a tough race. We know that. But, you know, he's doing so good right now, and he's really out of condition. So we're going to give it a shot in the Vosburg on September 26th.
Love it. Can't wait to see him again. Mo for the King. He's always been a consistent sort, and he's just always rewarded you guys, and ran well doing so.
Yeah, so we claimed him in December, and, you know, he's hit the board every time but once since we claimed him. He looks good in here. It's a competitive race, you know, but he's also training very well, too. So we expect big race out of him today.
Okay, we love the names. We've got Butta, Lobster, Chowda. What's up the pipeline with Butta's half-sibling I hear debuting in a couple weeks?
That's Tada. Tada's 2-year-old, probably about 3 weeks out, so you're definitely going to see him here.
I love it. Okay, last thing, the Butta T-shirts. Is this a whole enterprise now?
Right. So my nephew invented this shirt, but he's only getting 25%. I'm taking 75%.
I love it. Butta, love the T-shirt game. It was epic, and we're excited for Mo for the King again in here, Greg.
We've come to know that whole family well. Butta with a huge performance in a stakes win earlier this week, but brothers Lobster, Chowda, and now a new one on the way.
Yeah, Tada. I use Tada on all my fish. I enjoy it quite a bit.
So 2-1, Mo for the King. Certainly a player here. Let's go next door, though, to the Brad Cox runner. One big, beautiful bill. Debut winner was favored, Andy, in that first start here at Saratoga back on July 5th.
And it was not a fast race. He's going to have to run better. There's no doubt. Third horse did come back and improve his Beyer figure 8 points in a subsequent win. So there is some hope he can do that, and maybe it's a slightly better race than it looks. The stats, though, where I couldn't get away from. Every stat off of maiden wins and dirt sprints, dirt period, off maiden wins with Brad Cox, positive ROI. But the one that really caught my eye was horses that won their debuts come back in a sprint, their second start. Brad Cox is 27 for 861, 44% and a $3.08 ROI, which says to me they are in fact improving, and I'm going to take a chance that this one does just that.
Yeah, going back to that debut that we just watched, you know, he didn't break well. He came from well back. He was last early. And when he's finishing on the end, I mean, Pratt knows exactly what he has underneath him. That wasn't a finish where he was like, you know, driving with the crop or anything like that. He knew he was going to get there. Horses improved so much from their first to second start. Look for him to be a lot sharper out of the gate this time.
And we'll get to this guy in a moment, but let's go to the speed of the race. And another one who had a pretty good debut, and I think a lot would say a better debut than what we saw from the 3 for Brad Cox. Obviously, Brad Cox barn moves him forward fast. This one, though, took a lot of money in that first start, Paulie, and ran very well and should be controlling.
Yeah, just actually kind of broke. First step wasn't that quick, but then he got back on his feet and he just went to the front end. And he actually had a little bit of pressure early, but he drew out in a nice time, 109 and 4. That was a good effort. Now he's been off since May. Jose Lezcano back aboard, and the workouts have been steady. I think you're right, Greg. He breaks. He's the speed of the speed in here.
We should talk about the 2, Mo, for the King. He is the favorite. And I agree with everybody up here that he's a little tough horse to take as a favorite. He keeps burning money, as Tom pointed out. Having said that, he's still pretty good. The problem is he just has chance after chance after chance, and this race is filled with the 4, who's the speed, the 3. Each of them could improve. You guys were pointing out the 6, who I'm not a big fan of, but you rightfully proving he's got 2 big races with Lasix, and he has Lasix. And Greg, I'm with you on Empire Sky. This trainer, John Kirby, has shipped here before and had success, so he's a trainer from out of town that can come to Saratoga and win races, and he runs his last race. He's a big player in here.
Arguably, yeah, the fastest race of anyone in here, and we talked about him facing Disruptor a couple of starts back, who is grade 1 placed and a graded stakes winner. Let's go back to Acacia with the favorite.
Yeah, and as far as Mo for the King is concerned, I do think that the 7 furlongs is his preferred distance if you are nitpicking as far as distance is concerned. The winner of his last race anyway did come back to win again and improve his buyer speed figure 4 points. I would imagine he's going to be in a stalking spot, but he's all leg. He is a very big horse, but he acts like a sprinter, and that's why he has been going short. So we'll see if the race does set up for him. He's gotten hot out there. That's all totally normal for him. They usually saddle him on the walk, and he is a very energetic type. I think he's taking so much money because of that 91 buyer speed figure a few starts back, and not to mention once again, the presence of Flavien Prat. As far as the number 8 Empire Sky is concerned, I agree with Greg. I think this horse is very interesting. He was several lengths behind the field last time at Parks before running on. John Kirby is incredibly sharp. He has shipped horses here to Saratoga with intention and has been very live. Not to mention, this is a horse that I've seen several times in the past at Tampa and Aqueduct. He has done incredibly well under John's care. Typically would not carry good weight from race to race. This is the best I've ever seen him look.
9-1 on the board. Empire Sky shipping in most recent effort at Park's 7-year-old, trying to take it to some youngsters in here.
He's going to be way back. I like him in this spot because I think a lot of these horses are going to be a little question mark at 7 furlongs. He's going to be the last early. Look for him late.
Set for the 9th, 7 furlongs, the favorite, Mo for the King. Let's send it upstairs on our Fox Sports 1 coverage to Frank Miramati for the call.
One big, beautiful bill coming up, joined by Blue Roof Bow. As you can see from the tote board, this is a wide open race. Max Money is next. Empire Sky. And the last one to load, named for his brilliant son, Sebastian, son of trainer and owner Jose Delgado. Big racing fan who did well in the handicapping here on Kids Day. Sebastian Delgado has to be smiling hearing his name right now. Going in, and they're off. And Sebastian the first is the first one out of the gate. Max Money is flashing sharp early speed 2, and down at the rail, Tricky Business joins the fray as they are vying for command. And up close 2 is Mo for the King. So it's Tricky Business, Mo for the King head and head. 3 lengths back to Max Money in third. At the rail, one big, beautiful Bill takes that third spot. They are followed by Blue Roof Bow, who heading to the half-mile pole is 6 lengths off the lead. Sebastian the first, and 2 more to Empire Sky. The opening quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds, heading to the 3/8 pole. It's Tricky Business and Mo for the King, 1-2. One Big Beautiful Bill is in third. Max Money puts his gray head right up alongside of him. They are followed by Blue Roof Bow, who's trying to gain some momentum. He's fifth and 5 lengths off the lead. Sebastian the First is next, and Empire Sky trails the half in 45 seconds flat. Top of the lane for Tricky Business. Now trying to put him away, has a 3-length lead, but a lot of work to do as One Big Beautiful Bill is coming after him with each and every stride. They are followed by Mo for the King and Max Money, 16th pole. Tricky Business, 2-length lead. One Big Beautiful Bill keeps grinding away, getting very close. Here's One Big Beautiful Bill to get up. And he's a perfect 2 for 2 with the winning spirit running down Tricky Business. Mo for the King was third.
One Big Beautiful Bill indeed grinding away at Tricky Business. And now an undefeated 2 for 2, Tom.
It's the trip that gets One Big Beautiful Bill home. Down the backside, you guys, the pace set up well. Pratt on One Big Beautiful Bill was able to fall in behind the pace. And when he jumps out off the rail, he's having to work on this horse.
Oh, yeah.
Those hands are telling you the story. He is already going to the crop, and he is pushing on his horse. So this is not an easy horse to ride. But saving all that ground, jumping outside here, he's able to, bring a horse into him. But it is literally the last few steps he gets there. He needs every bit of saving that ground to get
Talking
up.
about those Cox numbers, though, he was a much more professional horse today, Tom, right?
Broke
First
better.
race, he was sort of out of it and made a big run. Today, he was much more in the game. He ran well to win, but I got to tell you guys, Tricky Business ran super near and way too well to lose this race.
This horse has got a future. I honestly think there's a lot more in the tank. He kind of thinks like he's kind of messing around a little bit. His ears are flipping back and forth. He's bred to go long, too. I think this horse
has
got a bright future.
Nobody's questioning Brad Cox. He's got a 2 for 2 horse, and he's a future Hall of Famer. But, wow, I mean, you see how much work he's having to do to get him in the game sprinting. 2 turns seems like it'd be right up his alley.
4-1 here. 3-1, 2-6. One Big Beautiful Bill. Now 2 for 2. And Jamie Rodriguez filling in for the injured Arad Ortiz Jr. And this one just relentless, trying to get this one who certainly did run big, but in defeat here has to settle for runner-up honors here. We'll have the prices from race 9 when we come back. Tricky Business trying to hang on, but here comes the Brad Cox 3-year-old One Big Beautiful Bill, your winner.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage on Fox Sports 1. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. And nice performance here from one big, beautiful Bill. Brad Cox with a couple of wins today. This one, 2 for 2. Jamie Rodriguez filling in for the injured Arad Ortiz Jr., who's day-to-day right now with that injured left foot, hoping for a quick return. 4-1 on your winner. Let's go to Megan.
Lovely to be joined by the ownership group of One Big Beautiful Bill. That's Michael Dubb and Stuart Grant of the Elkstone Group. Exciting partnership. What a day, Michael.
It's like from a movie. It's unbelievable.
We've got Liz Crow's baby girl. We've also got Stuart. How awesome is it to be in partnership with this guy?
It's great. I mean, besides the success we've had together, you couldn't find a nicer partner in the world.
Very much so, but John the Beer Man also got the job done in an incredible rendition of the Jaipur. Just talk about this afternoon, being able to get these kind of wins at Saratoga, a place you've supported for a long time.
You know, I was telling somebody that horse was off for 2 years, so it was 660 days for 1 minute and 1/1/5 of a second. And that's what we work for. It takes a lot of patience, but that 1 minute is unexplainable how good it feels.
The Troy, I should say, John the Beer Man, but congratulations, exciting partnership, and quite the horse you have on your hands, undefeated now.
Yeah, I mean, he's just getting better and better, and the longer the better, according to Brad. So we're over the moon. And again, this horse took some time too. If you look at his lines, you know, we didn't get him going till late in his 3-year-old season, so we're happy.
As you should be. Congratulations,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thanks so much.
Greg?
Megan, thank you. Take one more look here. And a 2 for 2 start to this son of Tiz the Law's career, Tom.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's having been ridden hard by Pratt, using the crop quite a bit. I think he's going to run out of...
Who are you talking about?
I mean, Jamie Rodriguez, excuse
yeah.
me. I think he's going to run out of opportunities to use it, but gets up well. And look, I think this horse will really improve over 2 turns.
Look at that pick 5. Is that a real number?
454,881. Whoever
Wow.
had that pick 5.
Paulie.
Somebody lives
Good
on
job.
4386 third lane, I'm hoping, but
So
yeah.
what are we talking about in the pick 6?
And carry over.
I'd be looking in your,
Yeah,
I'd be looking in your
100%
Naira
carry.
account because if you might, there'll be people alive for 4. There's gonna be 4 out of 6s paying.
Let's move on to race 10. Mile and a 16th over the inner turf. Not an easy race here. In the starter optional claiming group and the modest favorite, Hard Circle, now with the Mike Maker barn just claimed. Flavia Pratt will ride. What'd you guys think?
I think this is a very tough race. Hard Circle ran well last time. I will say Highlands Way came out of that race and ran very well to be second against Tougher, so it elevates him a little bit. I just prefer other horses. I'm with Paulie. I like Chow Chuck.
Pineland, you make a big case for it. He's taking money. Chow Chuck, Tyler Gaffleon will ride there.
Should be speed, Pineland, right?
Looks like it. How about this number? And it came in the last race on Whitney Day. Todd Pletcher, number 6,000 in his remarkable career. We'll be back.
Absolutely did not think about 6,000 wins. These kind of milestones make you kind of think, you know, just how each and every win is a big deal.
I try to emulate Todd Pletcher in a lot of the things that I do. You know, his work ethic and organization of his barn. The whole foundation for our program is based in Todd's program.
I couldn't define one thing that Todd taught me. I think basically our whole organization revolves around what we learn there. In a nutshell, pretty much everything we do is we stole from Todd.
The thing that I always tell young people who are interested in training is identify someone out there that you respect, the way they operate their stable, and try to get a job with them. Great thing about the racetrack, everyone's always looking for help, so go in there and start working. There's no substitute for hard work.
I mean, his unceasing work ethic, he was an absolute machine in the barn pretty much before anybody and at the barn later than everybody.
He's a very good example to myself and a lot of other people that work for him. He shows you that with hard work comes success. Working for him and watching him, it really stuck with me.
Part of the reason I went to go work for Todd is because of the class of horses that he had and be able to ride and have that privilege to be able to get on some nice horses.
I'm super proud of the former assistants who we've had who are making great names for themselves, and I'm not only proud of the job they're doing and training horses, but the way they're representing themselves in the industry.
You kind of set the standard for what it is to be a horse trainer and the work you put in, and I'm surprised you haven't got, 6,000 already, but here we are.
Todd, congratulations on 6,000 wins.
Congratulations, Todd, on your 6,000 win.
I want to say a big congratulations, Todd, to reaching this milestone of 6,000 wins.
Todd, congratulations on your milestone. It was done in the hardest racing jurisdiction in the world, probably, and there's not a lot of fluff wins there, so well done, and may it long last.
And just to build, and there he is, number 6,000 that came into the nightcap on Whitney Day. What Jonathan Thomas was saying. So 6,000 wins, 7th trainer in the sport to accomplish that. But he's first all-time in history in purse money won. So those wins have come at the highest level, most of them.
Yeah, so they're difficult. When you run at the highest level, the chance to win is obviously a lot more difficult. But Todd has been good for so long. And, you've seen him come and go in our business. Trainers, flash in the pan types that come and then you don't see him anymore. But Todd has consistently been not only good, he's been consistently great. He's a class act, and he deserves 6,000 and everything that comes with it.
It's in his 31st year of training, so that's basically 200 wins a year. And when you first start, you're not winning 200 races, you know what I mean? So it takes a while. It's been a remarkable career for him, and there's just sort of no race that he hasn't won, and most of them multiple times.
He's a sire when it comes to trainers, too.
Also as a stallion maker as well.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, I've never seen anybody. I mean, that guy, I think I talked to him once, and he was telling me, I feel like we did a podcast once. The number's probably wrong, but he said some of them are standing for like nothing, but there were like 117 stallions around the world.
That's probably the most lasting legacy, yeah.
It's just
it's
amazing.
Incredible.
You look through a 2-year-old race, and it's like Todd. Amazing.
Had a couple narrow defeats early on in the card, but finally came in the nightcap, and worth sticking around for that 14th race to see that big one come for the Hall of Famer as we move on to race 10. And Pletcher will try and get number 6,001 with this one right here, Gun Barrel City.
Yeah, I don't love the race this horse is coming out of. I just have a thing against races where 4 horses hit the wire together. In general, my feeling is if 4 horses were at the wire together, there's a much better chance it was sort of a mediocre race than a good race, and 4 horses ran really well. But that can bite you in the butt.
Well, and not to mention that this is a different level race. It's a higher level race than what Gun Barrel City comes out of. But you can't measure confidence when a horse gets to understand how to race and how to win. For the Gun Barrel City, only had 6 starts. It could be a situation where this is a horse that is really learning how to fight.
Yeah, but with the 10 coming out of this race, I think it changes the pace a bit, and it makes the job of the 4, whether you like them or not, Pineland, a little easier.
Let's go to the favorite. So Chow Chuck, as we left you and went to break, his price has come considerably down. 2-1 favor right now. Let's go back to June 6th. 2 starts ago, missed by a neck here at Saratoga.
No, I thought he ran very well, and these were just better horses that he was running against that day. And not that he had a bad trip or anything, but I thought he ran well against better horses. And then last time, it's more his last race. Those horses are better than the ones he's running with today. And he was 4 wide in the first turn, 2 to 3 wide in the second turn. Just the wrong trip to get, especially at that point on the inner turf course here. So I just feel like he fits this race. You talk about the 2 running against tougher horses. This one, I think, is running against easier horses.
Yeah, I mean, he did have to wait and down on the inside before he could go. And just watching the race with the naked eye, it seems like he seemed to be hesitant down on the rail. I think it's better. I think he has a better close than that.
Yeah. Well, a lot of horses just don't get their momentum trying to close inside. Some do, but I mean, there are rail runners. But for the most part, you want it right. You want to get out and make that run outside.
He's the horse to beat because he's versatile. He's dropping in class. He's won a race gate to wire. He's won a race off the pace. He's won a race from way back. So he's by far the most versatile horse in this race. So I see him forwardly placed too in this race.
Tyler going for his 4th win too, right?
Having a big afternoon indeed. Tyler Gaffleone. There is Pineland. Lindsay Schultz barn. Shortleaf stable. And Lindsay Schultz, how about this grade 1 score? Outlasting the Preakness winner on the huge stage with the horse who had come up big in the local prep and coming up big on the national stage, Tom.
Yeah, and I mean, there was talk about maybe the DraftKings Travers as well as the Penn Derby. Anybody heard anything on that?
Well, I had heard he was running in the Travers. I
yeah.
hope he does, and it's a proving horse, and good for Lindsay.
With more, let's go to Megan.
Well, luckily, guys, I got to speak from the trainer with the trainer herself and Lindsay Schultz as far as them debating the Travers and the Pennsylvania Derby. They're still open, but they are pointing to the DraftKings Travers. He did work at Monmouth Park, his base for Lindsay Schultz, and strong works exiting the Grade 1 Haskell. He's been doing incredibly well, and a horse that's really responded to training at Monmouth. We'll see if they do ultimately send him down to Saratoga, likely get that last work in before the Travers, but he's a horse that is going in the right direction and doing everything to me, hopefully being able to improve and be able to contend with the best 3-year-olds in the country. It will be a very much an acid test for him. But as far as the number 4, Pineland in this race, very athletic, very fit, not the biggest as far as his pure substance and body. But honestly, as far as looking at him, I do perhaps like him at that mile sprint distance that he has been running at in the past. But as he stretches out a bit to the mile and a 16th, last time out, it almost seemed as if he wasn't settled from that outside draw early. They kind of used him, and I just thought that he would hopefully be able to kind of get settled into position. He looks fantastic for a trainer in Lindsay Schultz, who's surely having a marquee year. Greg?
What a moment that was with that Haskell victory. So we'll see. DraftKings Travers adding a little more excitement to that big race.
It's going to be a great race, It's going to be an amazing day, and there are a lot of big races. But I got to tell you, I'm still riding the high of yesterday. That was just what a day of racing it was. Great crowd.
After that horse won the Haskell, Lindsay was never thinking at all the DraftKings Travers. So that horse must be really doing well in the mornings and progressing.
Told pretty much a couple days after it. I had put up a Twitter poll. I thought very few would run out of it. 3 of them were coming out of that race to run here.
Well, let's look at our horse here, Pineland, who right now is 6-1 on the board. Some very good efforts, including Woodbine and Delaware. And here's that Delaware race, Stu back.
It's Stu back indeed. Saves ground behind a couple of pace setters. He's going to swing out, make the lead. Almost looks like this horse waits a little bit. When you look at that lifetime record of 21 starts, 2 wins, 4 seconds, you kind of think that maybe that's exactly what he's doing here.
Well, the horse who beat him's okay, too, though. He's kind of funny as he's lugging in. I think the rider's having trouble riding him. I think he's the speed with Javi. We saw Javi wire the field at a big price earlier today. Javi's not afraid to go. I don't love him, but I think he's a player.
He's a tough horse to read. That race he ran at Keeneland when he was 31-1 is by far his best number. He looked home, and he got run down there. This is probably the weakest group he's kind of faced. He's been around a little bit everywhere, and Javier Castellano will be his 4th different rider in his 4th race.
He's one of 2 horses that's in for the claim here.
Oh, yeah.
And he doesn't, I don't think he has to be when I'm reading this. I'll have to look.
Isn't the trainer who's the happiest here Amelia Green, when after getting post 11 and post 12, she drew the rail with the paddock pastor?
No question. Meanwhile, with more on Chow Chuck, Tyler Gaffleone will have the mount on the 5, looking for his 4th win today. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, it's been a great afternoon for Tyler as he picks up this mount as well with Chow Chuck. Irad Ortiz originally named for Fernando Abreu. And yes, this one was facing much better company in his last couple of starts. Not that this is an easy spot to contend with, but he is a big, solid horse. And for his standards, he's looking quite fit today. And I do like how forward he is now that they've gotten the tack on him. He's one that maybe can do a little bit too much sometimes, but it's really that nice balance of exactly what you want it to be. Fernando Abreu's horses have been live since coming up here to Saratoga. He had a 2-win day a couple weeks ago, which was great to see. And his horses just always really carry great flesh and muscle, and that's exactly what I'm seeing from Chow Chuck, who I think, after being a big price in his last couple of starts, will appreciate a little bit of class relief, and hoping with the way that he acts that he will find some of that speed again, as maybe he just was kind of run off his feet or not the quickest out. He did have a little bobble 2 starts back when facing tougher. Now, the number 1, the Paddock Passer, yes, as Andy mentioned, he has had no luck at the draw in his recent starts, so finally gets an inside post, though he is more of a deep closing type anyway. He was very wide when trying to make a run last time out on his left lead, which is quite common for him. He often does not switch leads in the running of his races and has done that from the very beginning of his career. He ran in a race where Highlands Way did win, and he stepped up to face better company in his subsequent start, improving his Beyer 5 points and finishing second. So I think that kind of flatters the horses coming out of that race, maybe including Hard Circle as well. But the Paddock Passer, he always marches around the paddock like he owns the place, living up to his name, I suppose, and we'll see if the Elkstone Group can pick up another one in here. The number 3 Outsource, I think, is a bit of a generous price on the board right now at 9-1, and one that is a player because he faced a very talented horse in Kark Brothers last time out, who is undefeated for Rob Atras, and I think that he is a horse that is coming in good form. He's on his toes, touting himself, all normal things for him. He does wear a piece of equipment where there is a burr on the left side, so applying extra pressure to that outside cheek, it's something that he has worn before and will help his rider with a little bit more control, especially with him kind of leaning in a little bit there. But he's sharp. I thought, yes, he was second best, but behind a good horse and running on late, and one that's being ignored on the board and looks a picture in the paddock, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Riders up. And there's Flavien Prat up on a Hard Circle. This is one who's actually shown turf sprint speed in the past, and we know Pratt's very crafty at times, being forward with horses, even sometimes when they don't have speed, Andy.
He should be sitting no worse than second in this race, and he ran extremely well last time. He made a big, wide early move in a fast-paced race and got run down by a horse that came back and was second to a heavy favorite to Chad Brown's the other day. It's a stakes quality runner, so that horse is improving. I mean, based on that, you're supposed to like him a little bit in here. I didn't love him. I thought it was a tougher race, but maybe Highlands Way is a really good horse.
Post parade coming up shortly. Here's another interesting one on the outside. Maximum Promise off the claim for Matt Cancantermachi.
Yeah, that's another horse that kind of has sneaky turf races if you go way back. And Linda only had this horse for 1 race, and the horse got claimed. You know, she claimed a lot of those horses from Kentucky. This horse just missed, but the Cantermachi Merktan this time took this horse. You get Silvestri Gonzalez aboard.
It's Matt to you. Buddy.
So call to post, and we'll get a look at the field here for this 10th as we approach the 5-minute mark to post. We'll begin with one he will need a setup, but as Andy mentioned, certainly loved what they saw with a draw here. Was drawn so far outside the last 2 starts. Now the rail for the Paddock Passer.
Yeah, this is my pick here. I like the Paddock Passer, the one. I think he does get some pace up front to set up for his big kick.
Todd Pletcher looking for number 6001 with Gun Barrel City.
Yeah, really good last time out when dropping, trying to get a little confidence. Bred really well by his son of Frankel.
Outsource. He was second to an undefeated runner, Kark Brothers, who's 3 for 3 on the grass last start.
Look, I like this horse as well. And again, if pace is a factor, yeah, he's going to come running.
Pineland has several big efforts to fit against this group.
Yeah, I think Javier puts his horse forward at least early in the race.
Tyler Gaffleone looking for number 4, filling in for Irad Ortiz Jr. on Chow Chuck.
Yeah, one of the 2 horses in here that is actually in for a sale price of $45,000. You like him, you can buy him.
Back in the saddle at 32-1.
This is a big step forward for back in the saddle. We'll see how he does.
Again.
Hard Circle has Flavien Prat, Mike Maker off the claim.
Yeah, hot in the claim box and lands back in the barn that had him last year in April, the Mike Maker barn.
English Castle was off the bench and he went gate to wire last start. Can he move forward?
Well, he'll definitely be another horse that wants to be forward early, so he'll actually help the pace.
2701 Maximum Promise we just touched on.
Yeah, claimed in the last start. You know, for a stable that's been pretty good.
Chips and Fish.
Yeah,
Jose Lezcano.
This horse was good last time out at 32-1. Had a wide draw and really ran on well and just missed. Now we'll get, like you said, Jose Lezcano aboard for Antonio Arriaga. He's had a really good year so far.
So back to the one Tom likes here, the Paddock Pastor, who now gets to immediately save ground from the inside.
Yeah, look, and that's a wonderful thing. You break, you sit, you're against the rail, you watch everything happen in front of you, and you try to make that big, wide, swinging move that works so well on this turf course.
Well, you need speed, right? So it's going to come from, I would think, Pineland. The 9 also, too, Andy, when you think English Castle. And Hard Circle, I think Flavien will press early.
I thought the 4 would go, and the 8 and 9, I agree with you, should be sitting second, third. I never expect there to be a fast pace here, but you never know.
Inevitably, in these grass races, it seems like the outside post positions are always using a little bit out of the gate to get some position as well.
That's fair.
When you look at this race, too, you have the 1, 2, and 3. But all 3 of those horses not very fast out of the gate. So the 4 goes, the 5 your favorite, trying to save ground. I would think would try to get that coveted trip and drop down to the rail.
Yeah.
And it seems like a fairly tough race to make anyone 5-2, but Chow Chuck is the big class dropper in the field.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. You know me, I'm not running to bet 5-2 shots in general. And I can see other horses. He is a horse that probably consistently is running the best races of anybody here. And like I said, I thought he was way against a much tougher field last time out. And he ran a credible race 2 races back. I like him, but I'm not going to say I love anybody in this race. And I think the horse Tom likes, so I pick second here. The 1 is very, very dangerous. You can't ignore how well he ran 2 races back with that outside post against the speedy, complex Agenda, who was the favorite, and it came back with a couple good performances. And last time out, you just keep getting those outside posts. It's tough on you. Now, he just doesn't have to do any work to fall into a better trip.
So 5-1 on the Paddock Passer. Meanwhile, outsourced Tom Morley barn.
Is he too big a price here at 10-1?
100%.
Pretty big.
Right?
He's at his morning line, but yeah, certainly seems like a player.
Yeah,
What do you like about him, Tom?
81-1
So, I
3
mean, I
back.
like his figures. I mean, when you look at what he's accomplished and what those, in my case, Ragozin numbers come back as, he's got as big a chance in here, assuming that the race runs with the proper pace, as any other horse, and you're getting 10-1. These are the kind of horses you play. You know, you can bet these kind of horses 10 times, and if one of them wins, you're even. 2 of them wins, you're way ahead.
Actually, if 1 out of 11 win, you're even, but who's
By the way,
being picky?
AI Wager has a double
Also,
here.
I think
5-8.
it's a 1/5 of a second for a length, or is it?
Wow. It's no.
We're gonna
it's
have that
6
conversation
lengths.
also.
It's 6 lengths to a second.
Yeah, Wager AI saying
math
double
is a
here,
little weird,
5-8
Tom.
with
You're
1-9 in the
not
next
familiar.
race. Top 2 choices on the board for them here to start off that double. Let's go to Megan.
And when speaking with Horacio De Paz as far as number 9, English Castle, a horse that we spoke about Pineland being maybe perhaps the controlling speed, I think the number 9, English Castle, could also be a part of the main controlling speed, might even be faster on the front end. I really liked his performance last time out where he was coming off of a layoff. He was able to obviously control the tempo and perhaps get more pressure today, but I like what I saw from him physically as a fitter version of himself coming off second off of the bench. And Horacio has also been very encouraged about how he's been training, as there is a late scratch on the advice of the veterinarian. The number 7 back in the saddle will not compete today, but with more on the number 8 currently up there at 5-2, we'll check in with the K-Shot.
Yeah, as far as Hard Circle is concerned, Meg, as mentioned, does come out of that race won by Highlands Way, so flattered there. And as Andy and I discussed the other day when Highlands Way came back, arguably Hard Circle ran a better race. Maybe a little bit of it is not as smooth a trip in his most recent start. Now, he is one, yes, that did win sprinting. I still don't know how, because this horse is enormous. And you do see the attack coming off the number 7 back in the saddle on the track there. But Hard Circle, a reclaim for Mike mistake maker, which I always find a little bit intriguing, and he has kept his form throughout. Now, of course, the class is a bit questionable as he does step back up after breaking his maiden for 55, winning in non-winners of 2, but he is sharp, he is energetic, and he is a horse that could be forward, and I thought one that is a major player in here. The number 2, Gun Barrel City, comes off of a win for lesser company last time out, so another class test for him. I saw him 2 back where he was a much shorter price over at Aqueduct and off of a layoff. I just didn't love the way he was warming up that day. I didn't cover his last race, but I thought that he really moved well today. So maybe a horse that is just moving in the right direction as Todd Pletcher will look to add to that incredible 6,000 career victories.
Tom, obviously, I mean, you won over 4,200 races in your career. That is a remarkable number for a Hall of Famer, and I mean, he has a lot of time in front of him as well.
He's got a lot of time in front of him. He is a guy that is at the barn every morning early, puts his time in. He deserves it.
Incredible moment last night to close out Whitney Saturday with that historic victory. As you see the walk back to the jockey's room, Christopher Elliott, the 7 a late scratcher, was a huge price in this race coming up. So 5-2 favorite, it is Chow Chuck. Again, Tyler Gaffleone filling in here for the injured Arad Ortiz Jr., looking for number 4 on this card. We'll see if the 4 and the 8 decide to press. They have turf sprint speed. See if they decide to use it here. Frank Miramati with the call here in the 10th.
Land going in. Here's Maximum Promise. The last one to load is Chips and Fish. They're in the gate. And they're off. Pineland broke alertly, but Chow Chuck is even quicker and sprints to the lead, and Chips and Fish comes and joins. Those two vying for command, and English Castle splits them and is faster than both. Pineland now settles in 4th, followed by Gun Barrel City on the inside. Some 8 lengths off, an honest early tempo as they round the first turn. They are followed by Hard Circle on the inside of Maximum Promise, who's now 7 lengths off the lead, getting a little bit closer. The 2 trailers are outsourced, and the Paddock Pastor is at the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 24 and 2/5 seconds. They make their way onto the backstretch with English Castle in hand, leading the way by 2 lengths. Chips and Fish is second. Chow Chuck, after breaking well, under a strong hold on the inside of Pineland, who's currently 3rd and on the outside. They're followed by Maximum Promise, who's just in front of Hard Circle through a half that went in 49 and 2/5 seconds, heading for the far turn. On the inside of them, Gun Barrel City is still in striking range, has 6 or 7 to make up. In behind him, the Paddock Pastor is at the back of the field. One in front of him is Outsource. The half went in 49 and 2/5 seconds. Not much change in the running order yet, though Hard Circle is trying to launch a bit on the outside. It's English Circle in front. He's been there every step of the way. Pineland on the outside is next. On the inside of them, Chow Chuck with the orange blinkers has clear sailing if good enough, and that continued bid from Hard Circle. And on the far outside, Outsource is coming. Wild finish. Chow Chuck on the inside, racing in between from nowhere is the Paddock Pastor. What a stellar rally. He blew by them all. Outsource was second. Behind them, Hard Circle was battling it out for 3rd. That was an incredible rally from the Paddock Pastor.
Jose Ortiz, Amelia Green getting the little assist with a much better post position than the last couple of starts. Nice call, Tom.
Jose has the chance to go outside at the top of the stretch. He does it. He decides to go in between horses. I think it's a rare time. He kind of gets lost behind horses. Nobody even sees him. And there he burst on the scene late, but it was the right move by Jose not to go around everybody at the head of the lane. Look, sometimes when you're in traffic on the interstate, you just make the right move with no blinker. Jose always seems to make the right move in traffic.
He had the horse to do it, though, and I agree. That was a terrific ride. But, you know, it's, you have to be happy for this horse and Amelia in this situation because it just seemed so ridiculous, the post positions he kept drawing, and he finally got rewarded with a good post, and it made so much of a difference, Paulie.
Yeah, you know, Chow Chuck got the best trip, right? He was able to kick on the rail, but all the other horses in there with all the kick come running outsourced for Tom Morley sprinting, but this horse is running over horses and finds a way through. You look at the drone, there's no way he can get through.
It's interesting. The pace was obviously very moderate here, right? Yet this race just completely fell apart, and they've got him going the last 16th of a mile, which I'll assume is correct, in 5.73 seconds. I did the math for you, Tom. Yet the race falling apart, which makes me wonder a little about this pace, doesn't it? That maybe it was a little faster than the pace they're putting up there, because it doesn't add up mathematically. Whatever the case, I look at races sometimes and paces matter, but I wonder how they're run. And this race was basically a collapse at the end, right?
Well, and that means the Paddock Pastor was really swift the last eighth of a mile.
Right, exactly.
Wow.
How about outsource? But him too. That's why I'm questioning those fractional times a little bit.
Paddock Pastor from well out of it finds that seam. 9-2. Jose Ortiz, Amelia Green, the Elkstone group, to take this 10th on the card, I believe. Assuming these were updated. Number 39 at the meet for Jose Ortiz to work his way out of a tie with Flavien Prat.
So 40 to 39?
39-38.
But what happens when Jose spends more time at Kentucky Downs than Flavien late in the meet? So Flavien, in my opinion, is a heavy favorite, maybe even over Manny, oddly.
We'll have these prices when we come back. We'll set up the nightcap as well. For now, he's going to relish this one. We'll look ahead to next week's big one on the grass. Renamed last year, that emotional announcement. Sword Dancer becoming the Christophe Clement Turf. And Servy for the Clement Barn. Sorry, coming up the Glens Falls, wheeling right back.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
The 105th Saratoga Sale. For over a century, the crown jewel of North American yearling sales has attracted the world's top buyers for an experience unlike any other. World-class yearlings, prestigious pedigrees, premier race meet, glamour, elegance, and charm. The best party. The 105th Saratoga Sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Not far from the racetrack. Do a little stroll outside the gates after the races conclude via Congress Park in about, 10 minutes?
Andy should know. You head that direction.
How far to Congress Park?
Yeah, not even
10
that.
minutes or so, yeah. Yeah, and of course you'd know right when you get to the end of Union Avenue, there's a great statue, a native dancer from Mary Lou Whitney heading into the park. Congress Park, designed by Olmsted, who also designed Central Park.
And it's a cool park.
That's a great park.
Yeah.
As Tom pointed out to me, Elkstone Group, part owners of One Big Beautiful Bill as well, back in race 9. And now this one with the Paddock Passer. Let's go to Acacia.
That's right. A good afternoon for Stuart Grant, as well as for Amelia Green, who joins me here. Her second win on the card. And Amelia, I know the paddock passer is a deep closer, but he finally got an inside draw after being posted to the outside in his last couple.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was further in than we hoped, obviously, but he's always been so wide and had to save ground early. And it was honestly, after the race, I'm going to say a perfect ride for Jose. Watching the race at the quarter pole, I wasn't sure he was going to find a hole, but you know, that's why these guys are top jockeys, because they always make the right decisions.
He managed to find a seam there, but that's the nature of turf racing. You never know if things are going to close up. He ended up staying inside. I mean, talk me through your emotions on the stretch.
Yeah, like I say, at the quarter pole, I wasn't sure he was going to find one. It looked like he was on heels, and he found a lot of traffic. He looked like he had a lot of horse, at least. And yeah, I've got to watch the head-on, because from watching it live, I didn't see a seam, but he obviously found one at the right time, and he kicked on home quite impressively.
Pretty impressive stuff for sure, getting the victory here today. Like I said, you're second on the card. Has to be very special, winning 2 on the day here at Saratoga.
Yeah, absolutely. Winning any race in Saratoga is special, but to get 2 in one day, you know, all credit to the team back at the barn. We had a lot of seconds recently, and no one lost faith. And yeah, to get 2 in one day is very special.
Well, big congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
Good for Amelia Green. Starting to find the winner's circle now. Terrific trainer, and one of so many we just saw in that congratulatory piece to Todd Pletcher, who came up under Todd Pletcher, the Hall of Famer. And a lot of those lessons passed on. $11.28 for the win. Outsource, hard circle, completing that trifecta.
I think a lot, you know, you talk about Amelia, and we were talking about this before. While she wasn't getting the wins, her in-the-money percentage was extremely good. And you have to look at in-the-money percentage for how a trainer's doing, because the wins, as you know, Tom, they can be a little bit more erratic.
Certainly can.
Going to close things out on this week here at Saratoga, sprinting on the lawn. 5.5 furlongs. First allowance level race to close it out, and a tough one to close it out. Bosun right now. Joe Sharpfarn, Jose Ortiz. 5-2 favoritism, but you can make a case for several in this group. We'll talk more about it coming up. Let's look ahead to next week. The Birdstone Marathon on the main track. Smart and Fancy Friday.
I thought that Birdstone came up a much more interesting rail. A lot of times we've seen small fields, but it's a fun race. A lot of contenders in there, including Parchment Party.
Saturday, the Galway and the Christophe Clement Turf renamed, formerly the Sword Dancer. And we talked going to break, Survey for George Bowie, winner of the Grade 2 Glens Falls, going to wheel right back after winning on August 2nd to tackle the boys. Bold move.
Bold move, but I mean, in Europe, specifically on the grass, you see it all the time. We don't see it so much in the States.
But coming back this quick, too.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Well, we've seen the girls beat up on the boys over here too, you know, and some of the good ones. And I tell you what, that place was as slow a pace you could get. Flavia was sitting on the rail when he let her loose in the stretch. She just blew by them. Frank saw it coming an eighth of a mile from the finish.
And Warlike Goddess was a multiple Grade 1 winner against the boys. What's the most difficult thing, you know, to know when they're ready to bring them back in a week? Is it easier with these longer races somewhat?
I think there's some hidden things that you don't always catch that can make it difficult. And I think the most important thing is, you know, what people talk about, the bounce theory of a horse putting in an effort and then not having enough time to get over that to put in that effort again. They do all the things right in the barn. They eat up well. They're on their toes. Their color is bright. Everything looks good, but you can get fooled.
Isn't the bounce theory just a convenient excuse for your owners, Tom? They bounced.
Well, I mean, I'd have to pull out a whole list that I have over here, but that's one of them.
That's what you could do. You should print like a primer for new young trainers on excuses.
Well, Miguel Clement, he'll have a chance to win the Christophe Clement, named after his late father, Watani Port. And how about this one that he's just kept rolling, deterministic, keeps it going with a win in the 4-star day. We'll look back next.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Christophe left us far too young, but he asked us, enjoy life every single day.
Botas puts his head in front close to home and starts to pull away.
Talked about the significance of having the Hall of Fame stakes today. What does it mean to you getting this win?
Yeah, no, it's great. So the first one's out of the bag, and we got 2 more to go.
With the back-to-back winner of the 4-star, Dave Deterministic.
Miguel, how much do you love this horse?
To be honest, the horse is top class. I always thought he's different than any other horse we've ever had in our stables. And I think he was the leader of the division last year. I think he's the leader of the division this year. I don't think distance matters, and he's a special, special, special horse. I think the world about him.
The late, great Christophe Clement inducted into the Hall of Fame on Friday. His son wins the Hall of Fame later that day with Botas, and then continues along with Deterministic, who goes back-to-back years winning the Manhattan and 4-star Dave. Grade 1s back-to-back, Tom.
He's won 6 in a row, I believe it is, all graded stakes. I love dirt horses. Those have all been my favorite horses historically. Deterministic has now become one of my favorite horses.
He also, I think he's better this year than last year. Got 104 buyer, career best buyer.
There's
Manhattan
Miguel
was
Clement.
terrific. He's such a neat horse. He's just so reliable, right?
Unbelievable.
And it sounds like going to the Woodbine Mile, which would be next, and a little non-committal about a Breeders' Cup run, but we'll see.
I figured they'd go to the Woodbine Mile.
You got to win and you're in. How do you turn it down? You know?
Well, he'll have Bright Line Bullet trying the turf for the first time in this nightcap, Miguel Clement. Manny Franco will be aboard the finale from week 6 when we return. 5.5 furlongs on the lawn when we come back here on Saratoga Live.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Fox Sports 1 coverage, you're watching Saratoga Live, and our nightcap coming up. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the grass. The favorite, Bosun, Joe Sharpbarn, Jose Ortiz will look to go back-to-back to close out the Sunday action.
They're fabulous cards here. I mean, we're closing it out. This race, I don't know who, there's probably 7 of them can win this race. It's a wild, wild race. I took the 10 Ortley Avenue thinking maybe it's a little bit of a George Weaver wise guy layoff look, but this race is wide open.
Let's look at Bosun last time out. This was back on July 11th here at Saratoga, coming off a layoff, Tom.
Yeah, a couple others in this race. Mission Improbable, also Grunge. And Bosun, who finishes second here, he's going to shift out mid-stretch, and he gives a good finish. But it's hard to believe that here he is at 5-2, and the two that he ran against that really weren't far behind him are getting 11-1 and 9-1.
How is the 7 11-1 and the 9 5-2? That's like sheer lunacy in this race, right? That's crazy. I don't get it at all. I mean, I don't love Mission Improbable, but he shouldn't be 9-1 either. How about Grunge is a bigger price than Mission Improbable?
Yeah.
Grunge the other.
Grunge did the
Miguel
dirty work in that
one.
race,
I
right?
think Bosun's getting played. If you look at his numbers, raw or on the paper, his two best races or three best races are here at Saratoga by far.
Yeah.
And what, are people
Jose
thinking
Ortiz, too.
He can improve off that layoff as well?
I get it all. I'm not saying he shouldn't be the shortest price, but he
yeah.
certainly shouldn't be this price compared to the other two. That just seems to be wrong. After taxes, the one is in raging form. Bruce Brown has had a good meet so far. You were talking about Brightline Bullet is coming out the keyest of key races in his last race, and you were pointing out, Greg, how good his second dam was on the turf. Sherrill Soultown. Linda has horrible numbers. It's 0 for 14 off a maiden win in a turf sprint. But this horse ran last time, and that is a huge pedigree. I just think there's a million ways to go in this race.
Meanwhile, here, a Wesley Ward runner trying grass for the first time in career start number 8. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, there are some interesting surface switches in here, and I agree there are some big pedigrees as well. But as far as Bostonian getting onto the turf, he's one of a couple trying the turf for the first time. He has had the opportunity to work over it as well. Out of a mare who did win on the grass, and while there's only one sibling that actually won on the turf, at least thus far, I've been around a few of the siblings from this mare who are turf horses. So I do think that the surface switch is very interesting. And this was a horse, according to the DRF Clocker report, that ran pretty well. I should say ran on pretty well in the final stages in his most recent turf work. So definitely encouraging there, and he does have a turf hoof to him. So thought that he was a bit interesting, though he does come off of a win on the dirt at Finger Lakes, maybe just seeking out some more options. But he has pedigree to suggest that he should handle it. So does the 2, Brightline Bullet, one of 2 for Miguel in here. As you just touched on, while the dam's only win was on the dirt, the second dam stakes winner, multiple graded stakes placed on the grass, and that pedigree, a big reason about trying the grass, on top of the fact that he's a son of Liam Smap, sire of Deterministic as well, who also began his career on the main track. And Liam Smaps, I think, can do either, but are very proficient on the grass. And Brightline Bullet, he has those big pancake-like type feet to him as well. Out of that race where Butta came back to win, we saw Local Knowledge, Sea Strike, just a lot of really good horses coming out and improving from that effort on June 6th. And while he is coming out and making a surface switch, he was attending the pace that day, and I think should handle the grass. Very interested to see what he does, see if he can get back to that big effort and 2 back, and maybe the turf will help. But Meg, as far as Miguel's other horse, Grunge, we know he can handle the turf.
We know he can handle the turf, Acacia, and he's far too big of a price, as Andy alluded to. I'm shocked. I'm expecting him to take more money, as he's currently, I believe, 10 or 11 to 1 at this point, kind of floating there, which is insane to me. He looks incredible. He looked fantastic when he ran at Belmont at the Big A, when he wired that field, nearly, I should say, wired that field. And he was a horse that they tried on the grass, and he's really seemed to take to it. Might not have the most conducive pedigree, but he's obviously enjoyed it. And last time out, you know, he had a good trip. You know, Bosun, when you're comparing the trips, you might want to... There's a slight adjustment as far as Bosun having to kind of angle out amongst horses, but that does not merit the current price disparity whatsoever, as Grunge was closest of the horses finishing late to the pace setter. That horse finishing well back. He had a good trip, a clear run, but he dug down late, and he looks fantastic. He's got a massive engine behind him. He's incredibly well muscled, well balanced, just an athletic sort. I really like what I see from him, and if he's anywhere near this price, I'm all over him. As far as the number 8, Into Diamonds, he's coming off a significant layoff back. We last saw him at Gulfstream Park. That was at a mile. I do like him cutting back in distance. He's a very solid, sturdy sort. He might need this as a tightener, just looking at him, a bit soft around the edges, but he certainly wants to, hopefully, be able to get back to sprinting. He is a first-time gelding. Been pretty collected here in the paddock, as he does get the blinkers on for the first time today. And, you know, when looking back at his races, they can compete, especially last time out. The winner wired that field. He gets the makeover. He was wide at Gulfstream Park. Park in a trip that's just not ideal for that racetrack. So we'll see how he does manage to come back for trainer Mark Casse. He's been looking very strong in the mornings. According to the DRF Clocker report, multiple B+ workouts while working in those blinkers on the Oklahoma. I'm excited and enticed to see him come back at a price. Greg?
All right, Megan, thank you. The only time sprinting on the lawn, it was a win in the debut for Into Diamonds. Meanwhile, this horse graded stakes placed on the turf, and that came here at Saratoga. Ortley Avenue returning for George Weaver. Andy for the 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, I mean, George does not have exceptional stats off long layoffs. I looked at 250 days plus, and these are okay. He's got a big price in there that pumped up his ROI. But this horse ran well in the quick call, a contentious race. His next race, got involved in the pace that totally collapsed. Something must have gone wrong, as we haven't seen him since that race, and actually a day short of a year. I'm always looking at George Weaver up here, right? I mean, every summer he has horses, wise guy horses. He wins up here, and I just took a shot with this one. But there's not too many picks in this race, guys. I would argue with this race is wide open.
You know, most of the time, this horse hasn't had a start as a 4-year-old, and most of the times, I don't know if you know, Tom, when you see the pattern, their best start is usually their 4-year-old start, and this horse might have grown up a little bit. Outside speed. George is dangerous with these sprints.
I'm okay with long layoffs from 2 to 3 and even 3 to 4. But when I see a long layoff of a horse that's older than 4 years old, it is so hard to get one of those kind of horses back in shape when they're that age. You know, it's almost like a middle-aged man getting back in shape, you know, running against 20-year-olds. You know, it's hard to do off the bench.
I was never in shape, so I wouldn't know, but I'll take your word for it.
I tried to make it come back in 2010.
You played last year.
No, so I sat out 2009, tried to make a comeback 2010. I never in my life, I was like 40 years of playing baseball, never had an issue with my arm. Ichiro went to steal second, my arm went with it, and I walked right off the field. I knew it was over with. It was kind of like the end of the Blues Brothers movie where the car falls apart, you know, and that's why, you know, Mig always talks about Johnny V, how he's still relevant at this age. Man, I played in the alumni game and I couldn't walk for about 3-4 weeks. Crazy. So imagine these guys, what they're doing at this age.
Well, you brought up the Blues Brothers, and I was thinking about Animal House when they said, don't stop him, he's on a roll.
Germans, Pearl Harbor?
It's getting late in the week, isn't it, guys?
Javier Castellano will be on the returnee for George Weaver here at Ortley Avenue. Graded stakes placed here at Saratoga on the lawn, and now the comeback off the bench. But a lot of intriguing runners in this field as we're just 5 minutes away from closing out our Sunday action. And we'll start with the one after taxes. That's a lot of money on this horse.
Yeah, well, this horse ran really well off the claim. Proved for Bruce Brown. This is one of the better picks of the meet. Meg liked this horse last time. It was a great pick.
Turf debut, 1 of 2 in the race for Miguel Clement, Bright Line Bullet.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, Greg, we have some turf in the pedigree, and that's what you're looking for with horses that have never been on the grass, for them to show that their family likes it.
10 to 1 out of a key race.
Wesley Ward, this horse 5 for 7 on dirt, and says, let's try turf for the first time.
Yeah, when I see Bernardini, I don't think turf sprinter, but who knows? It's Wesley.
Acacia relayed this pair of socks. James Ferraro won a 26-way shake for that horse.
And here he is putting him on the grass. Not a lot to go by in terms of family. Brothers, sisters, mom, dad.
Mission Improbable going to be coming from off it.
Well, I mean, he ran okay last time. I thought it was a bit of an improbable mission, but who knows?
Linda Rice, Sherrill, Soul Town, Kendra Carmouche.
Yeah, look, I hate the stat that Andy just gave, but that's my pick. This horse was very impressive.
This horse ran last time.
Grunge just behind Bosun in a much bigger price.
I just don't understand how this horse is 8 to 1. I didn't love Grunge in here, but I wouldn't argue with anybody that took him in there. He ran well last time.
Long time away into Diamonds. Mark Casse, who won his debut sprinting on grass.
Yeah, gelded, blinkers on. They're pulling out all the stops.
Here's the favorite Bosun, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's overbet. This is too tough a race to see bet a 5-2 shot, but I can see him winning. I picked him second.
And the interesting returnee now is a 4-year-old for George Weaver, Ortley Avenue.
Yeah, I think he's going to try to get great position from that outside post because he does have speed.
You know something? This horse, would Governor Sam be in this spot?
Well, the good Governor Sam.
Good Governor Sam. This horse behind Governor Sam.
He did, but he kind of tailed off after that race.
Yeah.
I think he's gotten back in form a little bit.
He got him back in Monmouth last time.
No, listen,
he's pretty good.
I hope he wins.
Big number on that horse who's graded stakes place.
Yeah, and the 10 was right behind him, so I can understand why you like the 10.
If we feel that the 9 is overbet at 5-2, I'm not sure anybody should be under 4 to 1 in this race, guys. I think it's that competitive a race.
Well, here's the 5, Mission Improbable. Paul, you like this one. and was making up a lot of ground late in that Bosun race.
Yeah, most of the time when horses get left in the gate, I'm not a big fan of that, but he got the job done in 108 flat at Aqueduct at 28-1, and sometimes that can be an outlier, pace collapse. Well, he did it again and almost got up, even a worse break last time out here on July 11th. He's going to fall out of the gate. He's not a great gate horse. You look over his career 12 starts, he just kind of walks out of there. But hopefully he gets the pace to run into, and you're getting the right price.
Third off the bench today as well for this 4-year-old, and Ricardo Santana Jr. is terrific in these turf sprints.
He is. I mean, but you do have to question, is 5.5 a little bit too short for him? I think he wants exactly what Paul is saying. He wants to run at a good pace and get that.
But that's where you get the paces at 5.5, not at 6.
But you know, even at 5.5 furlongs, can he get up in time? I guess is what I should the way I should put it.
I don't love him, but I'm not knocking a 9-1 shot in this field. I'll tell you that.
Let's go back to the rail. And after taxes, Bruce Brown Barn. And first off the claim, got him right into the winner's circle. Dylan Davis will ride.
I like horses that come into the race with confidence. 2 last races, both wins. Horses like that can usually step forward again. They understand how to do it. They like doing it.
I totally agree with all of that, Tom. Here's the negative on him, and I think he's a huge player. I think I picked him third. He had an outside post last time, so he got to set himself up for his trip. Now he's got the rail. There's some real speed in this race. It projects to maybe shuffle him out a little bit, and I wonder if he can get that same kind of cozy trip as he got last time. Does that make sense?
100%.
So after taxes, half his morning line and 4-1 right now. Let's go back to Megan.
Well, I appreciate as far as the love on picking him last time out, very kind, and I did love him last time out. He was also a much better price and did have, as Andy alluded to, a much better scenario as far as the outside. When you're on the Mellon turf course, the outer turf course, being on the inside can compromise you. When you're making that run in a turf sprint and you're in the pocket, you don't want to get encumbered by horses. You need to get out. He is handy, though. He has that tactical speed from the inside. I hope that Dylan can hopefully get him out of that position. I still have an affinity for him. I just question the kind of trip he's going to get in this race, as you said, at half of the morning line of the price. I can't ignore the price on the 7 Grunge. I have no idea how he's continued to be the price he is. Acacia, I know you like the 7, also up there at 7-1.
Yeah, Meg, I think this is a really fun and wide open race. I have no problems with your favorite Bosun, but unfortunately for Andy, did end up on the same horse as him with the number 10 Ortley Avenue coming back for George Weaver. He is a horse that has faced some very good ones back last year as a 3-year-old. Disappointed in that Mahoney, but he does come back. He was a horse that really always carried quite a bit of conditioning, and while he is strong, and that's typically what we do see from George Weaver, he has really developed coming back now as a 4-year-old, and I thought does look ready. I agree with Tom that it is hard to get older horses back off of a layoff, but I always found that it's perhaps the easiest with turf sprinters. You don't need to do quite as much. A quick note on the 6, Sherrills Soul Town, who might have the biggest pedigree of this field, with the second dam being multiple graded stakes winner Lady Sherrill. This horse has been very naughty since getting out onto the track. I know he was spicy first time out, but he's been a bucking bronco. And Kendrick Carmouche, who almost always takes horses away from the pony, has opted to keep him with the lead pony because he's been tough to handle, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Wow, board has not moved off of Bosun as the favorite at 5-2. We all agree, I think, that this was a much more wide open race to make anybody that kind of price.
Yeah, and I mean, when he wins, people say, oh, horses win their underlays. Horses lose that are overlays. It doesn't necessarily, one doesn't equate to the other. I could be wrong. I just feel like 5-2 is just a little bit light on anybody in this race. I'm not saying he can't win, because he certainly can win.
I know the 8's 18-1, but first time gelding, blinkers going on, a lot of different changes. That horse could play a part in the pace. I understand there's other pace in there he hasn't shown it.
Ortley Avenue looks like the 10 looks like he potentially is the quickest horse in the race.
Yeah, he is.
Coming off the bench fresh too.
But he also draws a good post if he's not. He can stalk out there. He doesn't need to clear. You know what I mean?
6-1 right now, and then we'll see. Look, Bostonian, Tom, very quick, but on dirt, will it translate to the grass?
It oftentimes does it, Greg, so I think that's a very valid point. But it is Wesley Ward, and it seems like they all leave the gate running for him.
Strange if he was a horse with ability on grass. We haven't seen it to this point.
Yeah. You never know. He's random. I wouldn't bet him, but who knows?
Nightcap on this Sunday from Saratoga. Bosun, the 9, the favorite. Jose Ortiz looking for the late double. We set it upstairs on our Fox Sports 1 coverage to Frank Miramati.
Ortley Avenue will be the last one to load. Going in. Needing some help from the assistant starters to do so. Ortley Avenue. A little stubborn, but he's been motivated. Walking in. Assistant starter in the gate, giving him a little help. And they're off. Great break, and then Brightline Bullet took up shortly thereafter. It's a fast start for Bostonian, who is vying for the early lead, head and head through the opening stages. Ortley Avenue is on the outside and up to take the lead after Taxes comes away in third. Sherrill's Soul Town is fourth, just in a tad tight there, and is now shuffled a bit back into the fifth spot. Grunge with the purple cap is next, followed by Bosun. Brightline Bullet has 7 to make up, then Into Diamonds and Pair of Socks, followed by Mission Improbable, who is well behind. They are at the top of the stretch, and Ortley Avenue has turned for home with a length lead, chased intently by Grunge on the outside with less than 1 furlong to go. And outside of him, Bosun has joined the party, and in a big way, Bosun, Ortley Avenue coming for the wire together, and Bosun prevails. Tight photo for second between Ortley Avenue and Brightline Bullet. Mission Improbable almost did the impossible.
Late double, Jose Ortiz, Joe Sharp, Barnes second off about a 6-month layoff, and the 4th win on the lawn for this 5-year-old son of midshipman.
Yeah, look, and, out the gate, it was very fast up front, especially Ortley Avenue that made the lead. He had to earn it, and so he actually ran a great race off the bench to hang in there late. But it's Bosun, owned by Highlander Trading Center. That's where we break all of our young horses that we buy as yearlings and bring them to the track as 2-year-olds. We've had another great year with those horses that come out of that place. They do a great job down there.
9-10-2. I tell you what, the 2 ran tremendous. Right out of the chute when they got out of the gate, he got steadied along with the 5, and the 2, first time on the turf, ran well, but don't take anything away from the winner, Bosun.
Well, don't take it away from the 10 either, who ran huge after setting that fast pace, but the winner got the trip. He got it done at 5-2. Feels like an underlay, but he got the money.
21 flat, 43 and 4 to the half. Ortley Avenue hangs on for second. 9-10. Brightline Bullet trying turf for the first time, winds up third. And then Mission Improbable flying late. You heard that crafty call there from Frank, trying to do the impossible. Nice showing there. But Bosun, your winner, to close things out. We know this. We have a pick 6 carryover into Wednesday.
About 192 and change, I think. Something like that. It's my guess. It's looking at pick 5s.
Your big takeaway from what transpired on those 4 grade 1s we saw on Saturday?
Just good racing, great racing, safe racing, and really good
Sovereignty, is he the leader of this division now?
Yeah, I think he is. I think the horses from last year came back and showed what they were, deterministic. I thought Nitrogen ran great, but yeah, Sovereignty might put his foot ahead in front.
Ahead of Magnitude with a Y World Cup win and a Foster win?
Yeah,
I think it's a long way to go.
What do you think?
Oh, it was just a wonderful day at the track. Watching the experiences everybody had here, that's how you get new fans. Come to Saratoga.
It was incredible, Whitney, Saturday. We're back Wednesday, 1 Eastern. John the Beer Man, Rob Atras, Kendrick Carmouche. Congratulations to those connections with that victory in the Troy. Sovereignty, king of the division again after that victory in the Grade 1 Whitney on a special day here at Saratoga, and deterministic. Unbeaten with that man aboard, Kendrick Carmouche wins the 4-star day back-to-back years.